So far, so good.
Tonight, our own elder, Emmanuel Oyedebo, the Asalu of Omaran, our home base. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome. In case we have other royal highnesses that may be seated in any part, anywhere in the congregation, we recognize you and we welcome you very dearly. To God alone be the glory forever. Tonight also, we have one of our presidential candidates in the next election. Amen. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. Let's have some silence. Let's have silence, please. Thank you, Jesus. Let's have silence. Please be seated, everybody. Amen. Please stay organized as winners in the house. Amen. We have with us tonight Mr. Peter Obi in the service, coming to fellowship. Amen. Hallelujah. Please, let's be seated. Hallelujah.
They demand that the one that is half as tall as Bola Tinubu, Governor Ejiofor, they are all accomplices to a historical fraud.
Introducing Dr.
Welcome to another special edition of the show. My name is Dr. Damages. As always, we're coming to you from the greatest city in the world.
New York City.
Yes. New York City is so great, but it's in London that we are starting today. Oh, yes. It's not just anywhere in London. It is at Chatham House, where Nigerian presidents are made. If you don't go there to speak, you are not going to be the president. Ladies and gentlemen, the British people have rigged the 2023 election in Nigeria. Yes, I said it. What happened at Chatham House the other day was pure election rigging. Take a look.
Guys, are we ready? One more time.
Sasha. Why are you like this? Relax. I'm just introducing the story. Let's do it properly. Anyway, shame on you, Chatham House. Shame on you. I feel disgusted. Okay? I'm just kidding. Hell no, I'm not. Something like
this is happening right now, 10th of December 2022, at opposite Colliery Hospital, Ngo, New Market, beside our adjacent Ajip police station. Unknown gunmen numbering about 10 were shooting sporadically on the air. Iha police hilos bihe na agboku ya ha munyere oku live. Police hilos bihe na agboku now at about 6:25 a.m. this morning, 10th December 2022.
Hello, it's December 10, 2022. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo, and it's a wonderful day here in New York City. I hope you're having a good time where you are. Unfortunately, it's not the same for all of our people, all over Africa and Nigeria in particular, but we're going to discuss that. We have several topics we're going to touch on today. One of them is the situation in the Southeast. Of course, there was a sit-at-home. We all know what happened on this show last Saturday, where Simon came on the show and reinforced that there will be a sit-at-home for 5 days, starting yesterday. And there were instances of incidents that happened, and we want to discuss that in Imo State, in Enugu State today. We're also going to review what happened in the United Kingdom, where Bola Tinubu, the APC's presidential candidate, went to give a speech at Chatham House, and the outcome, the feedback, the backlash, the everything about the speech. Also, we are going to talk about the new policy, the Naira policy that was put in place by the governor of the central bank, Ejiofor. Why was that in place, and what are the implications of that? Joining us to have this conversation, our usual people who are here. Now, if you want to join us, please turn on your camera. If you want us to bring you on the show, turn on your camera, we bring you on the show. We are going to share the link for those who are joining us on YouTube and Facebook and all the other places. Stand by. We will welcome our people and begin the show. All right, I can see H.O. H.O. is here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So for those who want to join us, who are here, and I can see a lot of people, but their cameras are not on. If you want to be here and come on the screen, turn on your camera, we can let you in. And Rachel, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Okay. So,
even though I'm doing great, I'm sad, very sad with the killing in the East perpetrated by us, because we know this will happen and Samuel will not listen to no one. So it's just so sad that some people are looking forward to Christmas and they just met their untimely death because a dictator is doing everything possible. But my question is this what Nnamdi Kanu wants?
We are going to look at all those things, and I encourage anybody who is interested in being part of this conversation to join us. And it's really a serious situation. I will, for the first time, talk about things that I think most people have been avoiding us talking about. Anyway, when we welcome other people, Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning. Ovia, welcome to the show.
Assalamu alaikum, Jama.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
Prince, welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Good morning. And okay, I see Tony is camera is off. Can I welcome to the show?
Good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Vin, welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and continue to damage. Thank you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening to all of you.
Yeah.
And I said I'm watching you from the beautiful country, Ghana.
No start.
Did Ghana not go to the World Cup? What happened? Anyway,
you don't carry camera.
I was looking at Ghana, looking for Ghana. I didn't know.
Like violence.
What happened? Anyway, are they home, Maxwell? Are they home?
Yes, I think they are home. They are home now, but they tried. It's just that we had a very bad outing, and a man that was asked to guide them was just nowhere to be found. Using people. In fact, if you look at this squad, my people, just permit me to say this. If you look at the squad we took to Qatar, they were not the people that played the qualifiers.
Wow.
That is where the same politics run in the same football association in Ghana here. The people that qualified struggled, fight so hard. We are not the same people that were taken there. People just brought their own simply because they have opportunity, and we suffered the consequences. And they are asking Ghanaians, we are asking them the question, what happened? And they are going to answer it. We will not leave them. We will not leave them go scot-free. No. Thank you.
You mean you guys use Nigerian style?
Now Nigeria 99 dog people now.
It's all over Africa. Let's start this way. Let's get people to tell us the stories they are watching. Apart from the three in the messages I sent out, what stories are you watching? H, let me start with you.
Well, the sad one in the east. The sad situation in the east really, it got me down because we know it's going to happen. We want Simon. At least, why don't you say, okay, let's hear from the person that started the Biafra struggle. And my question is this. If Nnamdi is to speak to us, is it what you want for the East as at this time? We just lost people that are looking forward to celebrate and enter into New Year. They weren't sick. But because of one dictator called Simon Ekpa, me and Samuel go enter Gbegeo because those people would not just die like that and we think it's normal. It's not normal. If you want to fight war, declare war, men will say that war. But forcing your people to stay at home, an emergency happen and they have to go out and you now put your government to kill them, where is it done? That is barbaric.
All right.
You go
Hecho.
sit down, make we fight for Biafra. Thank you.
Hecho, thank you. We're going to get into that topic. I wanted the Tinubu situation Tinubu's to be the first topic, but I think we are going to make the Southeast the first topic. But let me hear from everybody what they are looking at, so the stories they are watching, so that we know if we miss anything and there's something important we are missing. Paul, next.
Just like Esho said, the Biafran thing, it's the Southeast thing. Let me correct myself. It's so painful. It is callous. It is barbaric. Because even though Nnamdi Kanu lawyer even come out to say Nnamdi Kanu does not support this. Yeah, and so what Simon Ekpa is doing, I feel for him because I strongly believe that he himself will come outside and say he knows nothing about it. But he should understand that people are going to take advantage of it because when protests, riot, things like this come up, it benefits so many vulnerable people. You understand? That is the poverty capital of the world. So people can take advantage of anything. So you being a leader, you must be very, very careful before you take some step because it's going to come back on you. You understand? It's hard for him now to deny, to say he knows nothing about what is going on. But I really feel for the people of Southeast. These are very, very hardworking people, struggling people. These are people who do trade for survival. You know, putting them at home at this time, I don't think it meant well. He should re-strategize.
All right.
That's all I will say for now.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Prince, you're next.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, the Madam Hecho, and then the male that spoke. The other day when I saw the notice, or would I say, when I saw the caption, and I saw Simon Ekpa come on it, though I missed the actual live show, but I was able to pass some messages. It's so disheartening that kind of a thing is happening. Number one, who is Simon Ekpa? Who is he? Why am I saying this? First, if he is aggrieved with what happened, between him and Nigeria, that is him. That is his personal problem. Now, you can't be in Finland where you have 24 hours power, you have water, you have every necessity of life, and then you are giving instruction. Who is he meeting with? Who is instructing him? To me, I think whatever he's doing is politically motivated. There is somebody sponsoring him, and if it's possible that an Interpol or whatever it is could be used to track him, Finland is not hidden. Someone can get him in Finland. He talks about loving his people and all that kind of a thing. He's a freedom fighter. Simon Ekpa is not married to a Nigerian. He's married to a foreigner, and he's having kids, and he's in safe hand. The same Finland he was trying to protect, talk about Finland did this, Finland did that. The same Finland is seeking for protection from US. That's why they want to join NATO. So why would he just come up and ask people who wants to go about their business, their legitimate business, to sit at home in December? That is heartless. But I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah. Oh, sorry, just 1 minute. I'm glad some places that I called yesterday and today, they were not observing it. Aba is full-fledged business. They're going about their business. And I told whoever that cares to hear, thumbs up to them. Period.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. On the politics of here.
Well, I'm following the election that is coming up 25th of next year.
Is it still happening? Okay, hold on. Is it still happening?
Oh, what's going to stop it? Nigeria, we are going to have election.
Chief of Defense Staff said that the military, they're under pressure to do something to compromise this election. We get to that. That's one of our topics. But go ahead.
Yeah, so we the Concourse are making headwaves. We are in Chatham House yesterday to open an office. We are officially kicking off our campaign on Monday in Abuja as the official start of the campaign. So everything we'll be doing so far, just going around every local government, make sure our office is intact. So we did that in Chatham, and it was very, very successful. And from there, we went to see the Oni of Ife to pay a courtesy visit to the Ududua Nation, and that was a very successful outing too. So that's the story I'm following so far. As I said, we are officially starting our campaign in Abuja on Monday. So yeah.
All right. Very good. Very good. Kene, what are you following? What story? Unmute yourself, Kene.
Sorry, I wouldn't want to start talking about what is in today's topic, but it's obvious some people could not, wait until when it's time to talk. I took that as some of those baseless speculations that we carry around to, disturb ourselves with. However, what I heard about, Nigerian military carrying out illegal abortions, some human rights activists in Nigeria are accusing Nigerian military of carrying out illegal abortion to Boko Haram victims, especially from the northeast of Nigeria. So according to them, more than 10,000 victims, young girls and married women that were being impregnated by Boko Haram terrorists. Nigerian army, the only thing they could offer them was to forcefully conduct illegal abortion on them. I don't know if that is a way to fighting terrorism. So this is something that I found it to be very disturbing. So
okay, we'll put that in the conversation. I also know that the military came out and denied that it is happening. But anyway, we'll talk about that. Vin.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Damages. For me, anything that is going to bring Biafra to my people, I am in for it. When I was in Liberia, I fought for 3 years, 8 months in Liberia. I speak like them as well. If I change my accent here, you will not believe that I have anything to do with Nigeria or Biafra land or Ghana. There was no provision for medical health. There was no food. For you to know, to tell you, precisely, it was ADRA, Adventist Relief Agency, CRS, Catholic Relief Agency, Medicine Sans Frontiers. CRS, these were the people. Catholic Relief Agency, Medicine Sans Frontiers. These were the people. Yes, these are the people that provided them, that were supporting them in terms of food and medicine. Yes. You see, when you live in a country where foreigners will come into your own state and begin to ravage your country, I don't believe that country is supposed to be, in existence. And that is my position. Whatever that is, I was in Somalia. I saw so many things. I was in Rwanda. I saw so many. I was in Yugoslavia. Today, Croatia, Serbia, all of them are living peacefully. They fought there. They did that. They didn't care of food or whatever. It is freedom that they are fighting. Whatever that is going to bring peace and freedom, not just Biafrans alone, all over that country, I'm in for it. You are practicing a fraudulent, you are ruling the country and with a fraudulent constitution, which the Nigerian people did not gather to formulate by themselves. I was a party to the, to what is happening to that country. And I've come out here severally to say that I am sorry. It is in this program that I asked my former CSO, when are you going to apologize to Nigerians? Without a good foundation, Nigeria will not make any progress in life in the Committee of Nations. Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Thank you. Let me say that if there are some people I can't mute or unmute, someone like Tony, there's a lot of noise coming from your own end. If you keep your mic off, I will bring you back on so that there won't be noise until I call you to speak. Mr. Scribe, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hello everybody. What a week. I'm following our interaction with Simon Ekpa. For me, I look, it's a disgrace. Simon Ekpa, is a disgrace. I just don't know why somebody like him, I'm sharing the same ethnic group with him, and I strongly criticize what he's planning to do and what he's trying to do. However, I assert my own rights when I defend his own rights. That yes, the Biafran cause, it like I said to him, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor for sovereignty and citizenship rights. On that basis, he has the right to agitate for structural or policy reforms or governance reforms, constitutional reforms. I also align myself with what Vin has said. These things are what has happened with everything that Vin has said is something that, I happen to be close to someone who actually fought in that same war. That, well, he's now departed. He was a Nigerian soldier. And, when Vin was saying it, I just remembered exactly what he was saying. And so it's what Simon is saying. What Simon is heading, where he's heading to, is where many historical figures have headed to and have regretted. Hence my call for caution. I used Oliver Cromwell as an example. I used the Finnish-Russian war as an example. Everybody has to come back to the table. So my suggestion is, please, my brothers who are of the Biafran agitation, yes, it's justified, but let's learn from history. Let's try and look for methodical ways, incremental methodical ways Why don't we try by trying to vote people? Why don't we form a caucus, a political caucus, and vote those people who you feel will effect these changes into power? I think that's a methodical way that you should follow. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Tony. Tony, welcome to the show. Can you hear me, Tony? Tony, if you can hear me, unmute yourself and tell us where you're joining us from. Looking at the background, I see a calendar behind you. I'm assuming that you are joining us from Nigeria. Okay, Tony is out. Rohan, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay, Rohan, we're happy to have you. So we're going around trying to look at stories. What stories are you looking at? What stories are important to you this week?
Chatham House.
Chatham House, okay. Very good. Chatham House.
Tinubu's presentation at Chatham House.
Performance.
We're also getting, yeah.
Okay, that's good. We're going to talk about that. It was our first story, but by the time we
be presenting,
I
had.
Yeah, P2B will be going there on the 16th of January, so we'll touch on that. Also here, if you want to join us, turn on your camera. We can put you on. Otherwise, let me play this video and we go into the conversation about the sit at home and what's happening today in the Southeast. I want us to start with what's happening today in the Southeast. Just a minute. Let me see. All right. For some reason, okay. All right, I don't have the video I wanted to play. My computer is frozen. Let's begin the conversation about, I made a call to people just like everybody else here. Some people here said, I made a call to people. Also, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Okay. Also, here where we asked our people in the panel, what stories are they following today? What stories are you following? You can share one of them.
Just watching a presidential candidate dancing in London, and that is now a qualification to be president in Nigeria. Go to London and dance, and then that's to prove that you're healthy and well and healthy. So we're just I'd like to hear from the panel what they think about that. That the criteria to become president is you go and dance to show your health and health. So I just want to hear from the panelists.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. So we start with the situation in the Southeast. To begin, let's watch this video. So 10 minutes is not enough. So Simon, we have to first agree that we'll book you for another day.
I'm not promising that yet, but let us handle the time I have.
Let's start at the beginning. So today we talked about what you said. You put out a statement that there should be lockdown, sit down at home for 5 days next week. We wanted to know what is behind that. Why do you think that people in the Southeast, they need to sit down at home for 5 days during this Christmas period? What are you aiming for?
I think we have been celebrating Christmas for as long as you were born. Every one of us here have celebrated and continue to celebrate Christmas for as long as we were born. I don't think that Christmas celebration in 2022 is the most thing that we need. People are being killed in Nigeria. People are being kidnapped every day. Military, police, DSS, killing our people, and nobody is talking. Not the governors, not the elite, not the elected leaders, not the UN, not the international community. Nobody is talking. So it is time. We have to take this responsibility by ourselves and speak in a language that everybody in the world will understand. We are not interrupting people from celebrating Christmas. We are Christians and we value the Christmas celebration. But what we have to do is that the 5-day sit at home is preparation for what is to come in 2023. We are believing that 2023 is the year that Biafra will come. I will say 2023 is the year of Nigeria disintegration. The disintegration of Nigeria will give birth to either Biafra or whatever that the disintegration have to offer.
All right. So after this appearance last week on the show, the lawyers for Nnamdi Kanu went to see Nnamdi Kanu in DSS detention. They came out and they issued a statement through IPOB's Ima Powerful that they are not supporting, Nnamdi Kanu is not supporting the sit at home. Of course, the people who are supporting Simon came back to say that they don't believe that Nnamdi Kanu issued that statement or gave that instruction. I heard from many of them. All right. So yesterday, there were incidents in Imo State where people were killed because they failed to abide by the sit at home. Today in Enugu, people were killed. I can't show you the video because YouTube will not let me, or Facebook will not let me show videos like that. But there are some videos without anything graphic that I can show of what happened in Enugu today. Let's look at this.
This is happening right now, 10th of December 2022, at opposite Colliery Hospital, Ngo, New Market, beside our adjacent Ajip police station. For non-government, numbering about 10, we are shooting sporadically on the air. Here, police helos behind our walk here, Hamunyeri live. Police helos behind our walk now at about 6:25 a.m. this morning, 10th December 2022. People should be careful. Unknown government has entered Enugu this morning. People should be careful. Police helos behind our walk live and direct.
All right. Obia, what are you saying? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to us? Obia. Oh, okay. All right. So that's the situation today in Enugu. In other parts of the east, I spoke to somebody in Onitsha. They said that the market is open today, but that there were no people were not coming in and going because people were afraid. In other parts of the east, the same story. There were activities in some places and people were afraid. So let's talk about this. Who is responsible? I actually heard from people who support Simon Ekpa this morning, and one of them said to me that this is why we said people should stay at home. That the government, the government or the military will use this opportunity to go out there and kill people. And I want to hear honestly from people who are here, if there were no sit at home ordered today, would those people who died yesterday in Imo or today in Enugu be alive? All right, let me start. From where do I start?
Rudolph, can I say something on that?
Okay, go ahead. Also here.
Okay. There were massacre in Enugu last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
there
last
was
week.
That day was no sit at home. There was no sit at home order that day. So there were massacre. There were massacre in Hal. That day was no sit at home. There were massacre in Izombe. That day was no sit at home. There were massacre in Olu. That day was no sit at home. There were massacre in Akwa and Hasia. That day was no sit at home. There were massacres in Aba. That day was no sit at home. There were massacre in Izom and Obigbo. That there was no sit at home. There were massacre in Okija. That there was no sit at home. There were massacre in Nobi, along Nobi road. That there was no sit at home. So blaming sit at home as something happened, I don't think is fair. And I am not a member of any organization. I just sit on the side and watch. But when we sit here and keep blaming, because there's a sit at home, that's why something happened. I don't think it's fair. I think our blame should go to when you go overseas and grab someone and bring to their own court, and then their own court, discharge all charges against that person, your own court. I think, and then you refuse to obey that order. There are people that will be very angry that can do things. And I don't think the blame should go to people that are angry. I think the blame should go to people that refuse to obey court order, their own courts, their own laws.
Okay.
So I think that's where some of these things are coming from. I don't think we should be jumping around talking about it at home. We're not going to the deep root of where these things are coming from.
Very good point. Very good point. Let me point out something. You mixed a lot of things together. Every incident, there are different incidents. Okay, when you talk about what happened to Obibo, what happened, and there are different incidents, and we know each incident. We know the genesis of what happened. So we can say, for instance, the Obibo was an attack by the government of Rivers State to people they consider the Biafrans within the state. We can say that. We can say, so every incident is different. You can't say that because things are happening, you don't want to look at this particular incident in its own, with its own credibility. Let me ask you. The people that did the things today in Enugu, they came out. I have the video of them. It's all over WhatsApp. You can see it. They said that they are there to enforce the sit at home. It was different. It was different from how the Fulani headsmen attack a village somewhere in Enugu. That's different. And we know this incident.
Remember the person, the reporter, was saying it was an unknown gunman. So we don't know who they are.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's the state actors or if it's non-state actors.
But you have to. What I want you to acknowledge is that this has something to do with the sit at home. That's what I'm saying. It's because they are saying the people doing this, they are saying that we're here to enforce the sit at home.
That's what they said, and that's what they said. And the
let me ask you, Osofia, let me ask you: if there were no sit at home, would those people who died yesterday in Imo, today in Enugu, be alive?
Of course, they may say if there are no sit at home, there may still be people that will be dead today. The state or non-actors or state actors or non-state actors could also invade their villages and burn down everything. So it doesn't have to happen. Today happened to be a day that was officially announced by some people that today is a sit at home. But if it didn't happen today, okay, let's say the sit at home will, according to what I'm reading, that is going to end on Wednesday next week. Let's say on Thursday. From Thursday, we will all maybe wait another 2 months and come back here and count how many days, how many invasions happened, how many villages were burned down, how many after that sit at home, after this sit at home. So the thing is that it's going to continue after they sit at home. So it's not the sit at home that is creating these problems. The problems are taproot of when you hold other people, when you go into villages and killing people, and then destroying homes and
you also said Also, you also said, I want to correct that, because you also said that people who are angry should not be blamed for what they do. I don't know where in the world that you say that, because people are angry, they won't be blamed for what they do. But anyway, we'll get back to you. Let me
there
get
are if the state, okay, if the state creates that kind of atmosphere, that's what you get. States, some people may
I'm
not
not
handle.
I'm not
may
saying you
be
don't have
like,
the right.
yeah, they may
I'm not
not
saying
be
you don't
like
have the
you and
rights.
I. Me and you
I'm
and
not saying.
I have and your panelists that will come to TV and write in newspapers and do things. They may not be like that. They may not be like you and I, that will be civil about way of expressing our own feelings and pains.
But
They are
does
not.
that
We are
justify
not the same.
their action? Sophia, does that
I don't.
justify their action because they're angry?
Justification is relative.
All right, let me get
Yeah,
other people
it's
involved.
relative.
Stand by.
Justification is relative.
I'll come back
The
to
way
you.
I handle my situation
Also,
may not
Sophia,
be the
hold
same
on.
way another person will handle it. That's the difference.
Sophia, thank you. We'll get to you back. Let's hear from. Let me go this way. Rohan, go ahead. Rohan,
Thank
can
you,
you hear
Dr.
me?
Rudolph.
Okay,
I
good.
wouldn't have much to say, but the only thing I would like to point out is that remnant of proliferation of weapon. These are some of them. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. Yes, yes,
All
yes.
right. Okay. From the angle I'm looking at it is the proliferation of weapon in the society. These are some of the remnants of those kind of weapons in the society. And at the end of the day, we'll be trying to use our own discretion to try to fight a cause. And at the end of the day, if the society is not careful, we'll end up creating warlords, and which will not be good enough for the society. That's just all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rohan. Vin, go ahead.
Dr. Rudolph, you see, most of these things that is happening is as a result of leadership failure in that country. If there is good leadership in that country, good foundation in that country, most of the agitation that you are seeing today will not happen. There will be no proliferation of small arms, automatic assault rifles in the hands of non-state actors. The Nigerian government, as it is now, has made the environment so fertile for most of these things to happen. And those people that are badly affected are the ones that wants to go out of that system that has allowed other people to come into the country and begin to massacre people. I was in Kaduna and I saw what happened there. I think my brother Rowan here, I stayed in the north for 18 years, and I know what I'm talking about. The agitation you see today in Biafra land is as a result of bad leadership and let me just say inhuman treatment of the people from that side. The Oduduwa nation that are agitating to live today is as a result of the same thing. Is it better for them to now pick up arms and start killing people? Where is the government? Where is justice and where is equity in all of this? I will speak on experience. I have taken part in so many peace enforcement and peacekeeping operations. I know what I'm talking about. When a government fails, you create an enabling environment for people to begin to take up arms to defend themselves. You see what is happening in Enugu? I saw it, and the place I saw that, splitting a pregnant woman open, brought out the fetus, was in Liberia. And there are some cases I defended and killed the perpetrators in Liberia, especially the MPFL operators, the National Patriotic Front of Liberia rebels headed by Charles Taylor. I witnessed a lot. And I saved a family. A 15-year-old boy was, was about to sleep with the mother in the presence of the father the two younger brothers. If I tell you most of those stories, it is not going to be easy. We took pictures and videos, but it was seized when we were coming back. When you see these things happening, it's as a result of leadership failure. People are being encouraged in the other side, whereas the others are being, emasculated and pushed to the ground that their voice can no longer hold. I go back again to the foundation of that country. The foundation of that country and those that are operating it are the reasons why these things are happening. And I will support anybody that will say, I want out. Whichever way they do it, I will support anybody that says, I want out. I cannot continue, living in a country where those that you have elected has no modus operandi of, safety to the entire citizens. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me ask you, because I want to, this today at least, give follow-up questions to everybody. So when you say, I hear what you said, is the solution, how do you see the solution in terms of how do you get what you want? What cost is acceptable to you?
Like I said in so many places, Liberia is what it is today because of rebel incursion. Yugoslavia, a republic, is what it is today because the people said we were not going to, and they did everything. If you were with me in Liberia in 1991-92, you will see what happened there. Innocent people will always die in things like this. And innocent people will continue to die, even if you use cheap guided missiles or whichever, innocent people will always die. And wherever we are staying today, we live there today because the environment is very clean and good, conducive for people to express themselves. No intimidations. That is why we survive and enjoy wherever we stay today. Even here in Ghana, the environment is good. People came in here to attack us in our land here. But if there is nothing my president did for chasing them out, so many people were killed in Agogo, in Ashanti Kingdom. So many old women were slaughtered in Ashanti, Agogo village community in Ashanti Kingdom. The president did what he ought to do. And that is what is lacking in Nigeria. If the government fails, I will not blame any individual. If you decide to sit down and fold your hands and they come for you, the government is not ready to come after you or to help you. This is the reason why these things are going on. If not, you won't see these things going on. The Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB you see today weren't there 2010. He was busy in London campaigning for restructuring of that country. And they failed. And you can see the results now coming out. It's not just Biafrans that are opting to leave that country. It is a calculative, let me just say, how do I put it? Long leadership, bad leadership in that country that made people to begin to take laws into their hand in order to protect themselves. Whichever way, whichever limit they go to it, to go as far as obtaining that, I don't think that anybody will fault them because they waited for a constituted body to help them, and they are not helping them. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Let's because we have a lot of people, we have to make it. Let me try to narrow down the conversation so you don't start from where everybody has been going to. What do you think happened here, where the lawyers of Nnamdi Kanu came out and said this is not something we support, and we are saying that people should ignore it, and then this is happening? People are going around enforcing the sit at home, and people are dying. What do you think happened here?
Okay, personally, there are some things I wouldn't want to say, but this is what I see there. The lawyers lied. Nnamdi Kanu did not issue any warning. And this is my reason for saying that. The Biafran agitation isn't a family business for Kanu's family, right? It is a collective responsibility for the Igbos especially. So it is not a family business. So whereby some people decide to be paying themselves salary through the contributions that have been made by Biafrans. It is a no-no. And these lawyers, in collaboration with those people that are now being paid salary, the likes of Mazi, Chike, Doziem, those that call themselves DOS are receiving salary. So they are actually fully employed, working for Biafra. Is a no-no. And this is what Nnamdi Kanu will never support, right? So Nnamdi Kanu, he himself instructed that whatever you will be able to do in order to make sure that we gain Biafra, you should continue to do that. And that is exactly what Simon Ekpa is doing. So Nnamdi Kanu did not issue any warning. Nnamdi Kanu is in captivity. So whomever that comes out and say Nnamdi Kanu issued warning, you should ask that person, how will somebody that is under captivity be able to say things on his own volition? This is like somebody saying something out of duress, right? So let's assume he did say something like that, but I don't believe he said anything like that. They are just liars.
Okay.
They are criminals. Okay. They are just deceiving Biafrans.
Okay, Kenneth, thank you. Let me say this before we continue. Let me say this. It's important to know that I spoke to Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, one of the lawyers, to come on this show. He's still thinking about it. I reached out to Edoziem to be on this show. He said that he will not do any show other than Radio Biafra until Nnamdi is free. Okay, so we are making efforts to hear from all these actors to be on this show. I also heard from people who support Nnamdi Kanu say exactly what you're saying, Kenneth, which is that he's in captivity. We don't believe he's the one saying this. We believe that some people are just attributing things to him, that he's not the one saying this. Let me go to Ovie, and we'll come back and continue the conversation. Ovie, go ahead. What's your take?
Yeah, sorry, while I was waving, it's not that I was trying to distract everybody. Somebody actually saw the show right now on TV and called from London. It happened that the person, our senior colleague, when I mean senior colleague, as I said, me and Ekpa don't do sport for Nigeria before. Somebody was ahead of us. So he's just telling me that, say, okay, don't join IPOB. Why you did IPOB TV? I was like, so that's what I was explaining to him, that this is what is happening. He was shocked because they are not going into details because he knows Ekpa very well. You understand? If I went from Nigeria, when Ekpa left Nigeria to Finland, he actually take a stop. He stopped for where the guy, stopped for where they and you know. But that might just be a personal stuff. Well, for me, I said it before. I've been saying it for the past since the first day I come on this platform. Say all this thing is for me. It's just somebody's put it in a very best way to put it. That is, it's a cheap way to live for power, right? And I think that's where my phrase comes from. That honor politics, right? I understand it by a businessman. It's unfortunate that when I hear Oswabody talk that people are dying. No, people are not dying. Igbos are dying. Put into context. You understand? If you are angry with Nigeria and you decide to kill your own people, guess what? The Nigerian state will just leave you. But what is I'm more particular about the oncoming election. Obi was in Taraba, where he visited the emir of Muri, and the man spoke concerning exactly what is happening. He say that is unfortunate that even though Obi qualified, possess everything, but a situation whereby Obi younger brother would tell me not to go and do business in the north, in the east. It's a no-no. You understand? I think that is what I was trying to point out here the last time. Contrary to what people are saying, well, I don't know about the Biafra land or the Oduduwa land, but the zoo is going to have an election and it's going to be very peaceful. That's one thing we should notice here, because that's what the guy is trying to do. In an attempt not to make election where we are killing your own people. It doesn't make sense to me, but I'm happy that he has supporters and I'm rooting for them. Let them keep going. Kill as many as you can. That one will be, if people believe that is a good thing to do, carry on. But as I said earlier on, we are focused on the election that is coming up in the zoo. So we are focused to make sure we elect the best animal to rule our zoo. And I think that's we have seen this from.
All right, thank you. Before I come to you, Prince, let me show this to our audience. Tomorrow on the show on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Dr. Franklin Obunweze. He's coming on the show to talk about the insecurity in the East, the case of herdsmen attack on Enugu, communities in Enugu. So we are focusing on some of these things. He is a very an expert on human rights, civil rights, genocide, and things like that. So we're going to zero in on that particular aspect of what's going on in the Southeast. But there are other things going on there beyond the conflicts that we see. Okay, Prince, go ahead. Prince, unmute yourself.
Okay. Dr. Damages, thank you once again for this opportunity. Let me start with Vine Maswell. I would say that first and foremost, let me thank him for his service to humanity. You know, if it's in US, we always tell people, you know, those who are in the military, thank you for your service. Thank you for what you did in order to protect humanity. Yeah. One thing I just want to make very much clear: two wrongs never make a right. No matter how you feel about whichever side you are on, two wrongs never make a right. Why the kill of the innocents going about their business, looking for what to use in feeding their family? Why the kill of those policemen? They are paid to work. They're working. And then my thing is, why is it that it's almost election period that these things come up? Somebody have a hidden agenda somewhere. And why I'm saying all this is, when we talk about, oh, we want freedom, what structure do we have in the Southeast? I'm from Delta State, but I was born in Onitsha, raised in Enugu, so I understand Igbo land very well. What structure do we have? What are the things, like every other country, we use in order to govern their people? What are those things do we have in the Southeast? I give an example of Central African Republic. I give an example of South Sudan. South Sudan is suffering today because of lack of planning. Oh, we want our freedom. We want to leave Sudan. Today, Sudan that they even left is even better than them. Because the person who took the mantle of leadership, the two people who are supposed to be leading them, are now at each other's loggerheads for selfish interests. Left for me, like Ovie said, why don't the Southeast let us allow this election to go through and then see we have someone in the person of Obi who is saying he will do things. Other tribes are supporting him. Why don't they support him? The Southeast support him. Let him get in there first and see if he gets in there and it's something that he cannot do, or he's not able to do anything, then let's go for referendum. But forcing people to sit down at home, at their own disadvantage and killing them is so pathetic. And whoever whose idea is this, that person needs to be held responsible.
All right, thank you.
That's
Paul,
all
you're next.
for now.
Okay, very easy. Okay, doctor, somebody came here and was talking about there is killing here and there is killing, but this is that. The question I'm asking, somebody also gave order for 5 days sit at home. And the person also ruled one part. He didn't spell it out completely. He said there is a consequence if you don't sit at home. And somebody is also telling us that we don't need to blame the person who gave this threat. Do you know what is threat? Do you know what is threat? Threat is a serious offense. If I threaten somebody here in the United States of America, I lose my privacy. You understand? From that place, you just lose your privacy. They'll start following you and the likes. So what is the consequence? That's why I said Simon Ekpa will come out today now and deny. Like he said there is an unknown gunman. The people that Simon Ekpa is using, did they register in the CAC as a corporate entity? Of course, they didn't register in the CAC. So they are unknown gunmen. If somebody want to take them to court, they can use that aspect. I know it sounds weird, it sounds anyhow, but I feel for him. If you are a leader, sometimes you want to lose the consequence of your utterance, because people will take so many things you do out of context. That is one. And people will also take advantage of what you are doing to benefit themselves. Like I said, that country, it is the poverty capital of the world. Some of the things some of us have done before we get here, we were so lucky because there is nothing like background check back then. You understand? That's why when we are doing well, very well here, because we understand so many errors that we've made, that we have second chance to correct everything. That's why it's easy for us to easily, sometimes some of us, we stereotype in some other race here in America, failing to understand that we must have also made some of those mistakes. So we should be very, very careful with our utterances, because it's going to come back and hurt you. I still don't get it, but I feel Ovie said it, and Ovie said it clearly. Who are the people dying? It is the Igbos. Let me say it well. Doctor, where I'm from, that is where DSC is, Delta Steel Company, Alaja. Ovie, no worry. After that crisis in Warri, over 10, 12 years, till today that I'm telling you, military is still there. But for 12 years, military is still active, lucrative there, taking advantage of the people. I lost my dad 7 years ago, and I lost my mom last year. 7 years ago, when I lost my dad, to buy a cattle, I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it well, to buy Malu, make I call an Yoka way. My brother, you go pay 1,000 for soldier to carry Malu enter your community. When I lost my mom last year, I pay 5,000 to carry Malu enter. Soldier, but they need to give us receipt. These are the consequences. And soldier is still there. I will say another thing. Somebody like ROMD, we were related a little bit here and there. Is my brother, ROMD, the Mufe Damijo. When he lost his dad, they've been calling him to participate in the struggle. ROMD did not agree. We were having these issues with Warri South local government. That is where Tinubu went the other day, where Tompolo come from. It's called Obijo. We are fighting these people all the time. They don't have roads, so they pass through our place. When my people really take advantage of them, I must say the truth. Whenever they have somebody in power, they have more power to toggle us. Like during the Jonathan's time, they have people in power. Right now, the deputy governor is an Ejiofor person. They have more power. What am I saying? When ROM, the father, died, it took ROM almost 1 year to bury his dad with his influence. Do you know why? The people from my community said RMD was not in the struggle. You know, to be the struggle, contribute money more, will go buy gun to go kill the job people. RMD say, I will never do that. They frustrate him. At the time, RMD was forced to also use that same soldier to overpower the people for him to bury his father. My brother, these things what they do for the East. Now that's what they do. I am telling you where RMD is fighting his own people to bury his own father, who was born and lived there all his life. RMD also grew up in Delta. You understand? All his life, his primary, secondary school, all in Delta. He grew up there very well. But they punish him because he don't want to fight. For fights that don't make any sense. So these things that my Igbo people are doing, my brother, made them borrow precedent from other places that are these issues like this have happened. We know the story of Modakeke and Ife. You understand? I think today they've managed it very well. It has come down. So this fight, or you are fighting, and now only your people, they die. My brother, your snake and ladder way they play, now only snake you they get. You just they lose. You need to climb up at all. Please. Thank you. That's all I will say for now.
All right.
Let me leave so that others will contribute. My
All
food
right,
don't
thank
cold.
you.
I dey hide the chop am small since.
All right, Paul. Thank you.
All right.
H.O., 2 minutes.
The truth is this. You can't be killing your people and you think that is how to get freedom. What you are even crying about, the injustice. The people you call minority, and they're not still facing the same injustice. And killing your people will make the Nigerian government to listen to you. Is it what Nnamdi Kanu wants? Is it what he's fighting for? To kill his own people? Please, we know everybody are hot. The atmosphere is charged for fight. 2019, I have been telling people Nigeria is sitting on a time bomb. And if we don't manage the situation, the time bomb will blow. And us that are here, that are safe, we are the one putting fire at home to kill our own people. How do we justify that? Those of you think is right, please pack your load from where you dey. Go sit down for Nigeria, make you join the fight. If you can't do that, what the people are doing is callous, is wicked, and those blood of those innocent, it will haunt you and your children from generation to generation. Simon Ekpa, if you don't stop this madness, and that Mogo Charity will come after you. Did you hear me? We will come after you. You can't be killing our own people and think what you are doing is okay. If you want fight, pack your no government, go to Aso Rock and fight. Not in the East, not our people. Enough is enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you, H.O. Scribe, you're next.
I think Prince Akwachi has already mostly said what I want to say, and I look. I just feel we should find this is not right. And I don't support it. I mean, I can find the strongest terms, but the thing is, they are hell bent to follow this path. And from what we've interviewed, when we interviewed or asked Simon Ekpa questions, he kind of tacitly accepts and acknowledges that he understands that the consequences that will be down the road. So there's nothing else we can do. We can only just say, look, we can keep talking, or we can find other ways. I'm not a diplomat or anything. I've been scratching my head. How can we bring all these guys? Anybody that knows, how can we? I think the solution, we should be looking for a solution. How can we stop them? I feel like the Nnamdi Kanu lawyers, they are doing the right thing, even if based on speculation, it might be that Nnamdi Kanu is with Simon Ekpa, but the context is that the lawyers will not say anything to jeopardize his case. So those Biafrans are very emotional, and they need. I listen to Kenneth sometimes, and I struggle to kind of see how you actually say those things and without objectifying them. The lawyers will never ever say anything. They are officers in the temple of justice, right? Even if their client, they would say things that will help, or they would advise their client to say things that would help build the structure. So if you're now, if people are now building all this propaganda, be careful. Don't be, sometimes I read some of your comments, some of this Biafran people's comment against the lawyers, and I'm like, come on, man. Like, what's going on? Are you really understanding what you're doing? So we should all kind of put things into perspective and understand what's going on. You understand? I still repeat the words of Oliver Cromwell. I became what I fought against. Simon Ekpa, you are watching this. Biafrans, you're watching this. Be careful. No matter what you will reap what you sow. Just be careful. No, go and read the Bolshevik Revolution. No revolution that is forceful ends with the initial intention. It will not end with the initial intention. It is lives that are at stake here. And that is why we are shouting. We're not saying that you do not have the right to to fight for your agitation. We're not saying you don't have the right to do for it, but there are other avenues. There are other avenues in the United Kingdom. The evolution of the Labour Party. Look at it. Look at it. It's not. Some people say, "Oh, the Labour Party is communist. The Labour Party is socialist." It's a lie. It's more of a methodical, incremental way of fighting for the proletariat. It's more. Go and read the history of the Labour Party. It has nothing to do with Karl Marx. It has nothing to do with Lenin. It doesn't have anything. It's a methodical, incremental way. People came together, sat down, and say, "Okay, how can we add our voice to the debates about the polity?" That, in my opinion, should be what the likes of Simon Ekpa should be doing. Fine, we don't have a perfect system. Nigeria's structure is flawed. Yes, we agree. But we can debate that, but we can also put actions and things in motion where we can then become or present ourselves in those environments and form those policies. And that's all I have to say. I can keep going.
All right, thank you. Let me go to you, Proudly Biafra. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Dr. Damages. How are you doing?
Good. It's nice to have you again.
Thank you.
So what side are you? Where are you on this?
Well, as my name says, I'm proudly Biafran, and I find it very funny and silly for anyone out there to generalize that all Biafrans are the same. You cannot blame all Biafrans because Biafrans are scattered all over the world. I'm not in Nigeria and I don't give orders. My father fought in the Biafran War and he lives with the scars, which I have seen and still in my mental health. Okay, so if anyone is killing people in Biafra land, I definitely do not support such heinous crimes. And I believe the Nigerian government should actually arrest those who are responsible for murdering because it's a murder. They should be jailed for life. They should face the consequences. But you cannot generalize and say all Biafrans think the same. A group of people behave the same, think the same. There are 1 minute. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
No, hold on, guys. If I will have to remove people, I will be.
Just stand
nice
still
now.
and let me finish.
Let people finish, then I'll call you. Then you talk.
Thank you.
Please. Okay, go ahead.
So we have this. It's like now you have an organization, although they say Biafrans, you have to vividly separate the people you're trying to label. You can't label the whole of Biafrans that they're the ones killing. I do not know the people killing, but I am a proud Biafran. I'm a Nigerian as well. So if Simon Ekpa is out there causing havoc, he should be held responsible. But for someone to come and label all Biafrans, that I do not accept. And I have not killed anyone, so I'm a Biafran. So please try and coin your words carefully so that you do not, stereotype every Biafran who are absolutely innocent. I definitely condemn this act. And I believe that people who are committing these heinous crimes should be punished severely, be it Simon Ekpa or whosoever that is involved. I do not support violence, and I support freedom. If people are fighting for freedom, there are many ways you can go about it, but not by killing your own people, your blood. That is absurd. That is wickedness. That is evil. I totally condemn that. That is my standard.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rory. And thank you, fellow panelists.
You don't look like you're a Biafran, but what's your take? What's your take on what's going on?
On which one now?
We're talking about the sit at home. We are trying to figure out what is actually going on there. In the
politically,
sense that,
it's good for me. So politically, it's good for me.
How is it good for you politically?
You should know that. Politically, you know, if the camp of the so-called people who have their own brother should have a say in Nigerian government now will fight themselves, and somebody call himself a coward in another man's country, who will give a small naira or whatever to his people to go and kill themselves. Politically, it's good because it's Politically, I don't want to go there for now. I want to go straight to whatever I have here. But politically, summary of it is good for me. If they would choose to be fighting themselves, that is good politically. As a Nigerian and as a human being, I don't want anybody to die because there will be an election in any nation. That is not a civilized way to go. But when you have a bunch of ignorant people who like to colonize their own people's mind and use them for their own game and popularity, what do you say to them? And we have people on this platform who also endorses such an evil of 21st century going around. When I see a young people saying things like this, oh, Simon Ekpa is not this is not that. Oh, a young man will come on this, especially my young brother. I don't pretend that I'm not a coward. I'm not born like that. I'm from Benue State. So if you know Idoma people, we are not cowards. Not that we are best. But when you see people like Kene, will be going around, and you see so many of them. Some of them even put masks to come here and talk all those rubbish. Go to Nigeria, go do anyhow. We all treat ourselves anyhow on the street. If you want to abide by the law, if you have learned something from the Western world and you think it's the best way to live, then we settle. If we think we are a fellow citizen of the world, I'm talking about being a human being that whether you are a black or white, if you see your brother or your sister, you treat them with dignity. Then we talk like that. If we're going to talk about politics of, okay, Igbo people need their own freedom, fine. Then go through the political way of doing it. But the way of somebody call and be telling people on this platform, and no, I'm not going to answer you. The other day I was so disappointed that you do not remove Simon Ekpa right away when you say, I'm not going to answer this person. Speak like this. Speak like, who are you? Are you feeding somebody? You only get the mind of the ignorant people that you are using for your own popularity or for your own propaganda. Go to Nigeria. Nigeria is good for all of us. When the Bible says all things are possible, it's in Nigeria. They can go there. Let's go do it.
All right, thank you. Can I can see you, but I won't let you speak yet. No, sorry.
They've called me.
You have to go. No, I know. Just remember it. Write it down. Write it down. When I come back to you, we have to get people who are here. They've not said anything to speak. Mohammed, welcome to the show.
Much for giving me opportunity to be on your show this day. I've been your follower for so many times, and first of all, I'm coming from the face of love. Though I'm from the northeast, so to say, but peradventure, I have been following what has been happening, particularly in the southeast, due to the fact that I'm a co-follower of Ejile speaker, Blessing them and Heritage Music, so to say. So I have the full knowledge of what is happening in the southeast, so to say. But it's very, very unfortunate that we found ourselves in such circumstances in Nigeria, particularly in Southeast, that non-state actors will be the ones controlling the so-called educated people in the Southeast. It's very, very unfortunate. I see nowhere or know how I will be sitting in Nigeria, suffering the heat in Nigeria, and someone will be living in Finland or America or UK or whatever he is, and be controlling me here in Nigeria, giving me orders to be killing my own people. It's very unfortunate, and I don't know what kind of propaganda or lies or utterances they use to corrupt the mind of the so-called people in Southeast or ES and also to see. It's very unfortunate. That is number two. They are fighting of the so-called Biafra. The question here we should ask them is that there are procedures and steps involved in getting a new country. Which of these steps have they achieved? It's the question they should ask their leaders. Which of these steps or procedure? I'm coming, please. Let me drop my point. You can maybe backfire me or counter-intude me with facts. I'm saying the fact here. There are procedures and steps involved in getting a new country. Can these bingos ask their people or their leaders which of the procedure have they achieved? Can you just be coming online and be giving orders to buy anybody that is not against you? If that is being done to them, will they be alive to be talking this nonsense? They are calling Nigeria zoo, calling us zoo. At the same time, they are in another man's country calling for the killing of the same people. It's very unfortunate. And I tell you, if things go out of hand, I'm telling you, this South is going to be worse than what happened. That is the fact. The governors, the senators, the House of Members, the elders, the elder statement.
All right, Mohammed, I think, I don't know where you are, but your line is broken out. We can't hear you anymore. But I thank you for your contribution. Let me say this for everybody here. What happened last week didn't go down well with me. I know I didn't say it that during the...
Please, let me complete my point, please. A simple question was asked to Simon Ekpa last time. What do you have on ground? Can you hear me? What do you have on ground for the people you are asking to sit at home for 5 days? What do you have on ground? He ran away. He could not answer the question. And at the same time, you see some idiot confused people following him, hailing him a hero. What hero? Can someone tell me the single achievement of these criminals in Southeast? None. Rather bringing sorrow and killing of the innocent people in Southeast in the name of fighting for freedom. Which of the freedom? Which freedom? Who bundle you? Which freedom are you talking about? You are watching around everywhere in Nigeria doing your normal business. You're calling of freedom, and you're there in Finland doing your normal business. You're calling of which freedom? It's very unfortunate to be sincere. I'm very, very angry and pissed off with this kind of nonsense happening in this era, 21st century. That a minded person can be confused with from one idiot outside Nigeria, while you are the one suffering in Nigeria, and someone is there controlling you in the name of Biafra. Which Biafra? It's not even on the horizon. It's not even on the horizon. Go and check the 1933 multinational vision of a convention on how to get a new country. None of the procedures they have there achieved. None. But how many lives have they lost now in Southeast? How many lives? How many people they want to die before they achieve their stupid Biafra, as they call them? It's very unfortunate. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you so much. Let me just point out something. So last week I wasn't happy with everything that happened, and I heard from so many people. And today and moving forward, one of the things I have to make sure happens here is that people have to abide by the basic rules. When somebody is talking, you don't talk. I have the right to remove people. I don't like to do that because I want everybody to have a say. But if you are going to disrupt what's going on, I have to do that. So RBL, I'm talking to you, and I'm going to bring you back in. But if you interrupt anybody again, I will take you out entirely. And that applies to everybody. All right. Must Law, go ahead. You're next. Must Law, unmute yourself, please. All right. Sometimes, okay. I'm not sure. All right, I don't know what's going on with him. RBL, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Hello?
Yeah, good. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Listening to some of these people on this platform is very hard. I'm telling you, it's a struggle. You have to get this into... Hello, you going to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say that. I wanted to say, hold on. You said it's a struggle to listen to them, but that's how democracy works. No, Muslim, hold on. Okay, we moved on from you. Muslim, hold on. We moved on from you. We'll come back to you. I'm talking to RBL. That's what democracy is about. You don't listen to people that agree to you every day, every time. You listen to people.
Democracy.
Hold on. When I'm talking, then you listen now. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I want us to make this flow. You say that it's difficult listening to people here. Yeah. The reason is that they are different people. They have different views. Their opinion is valid. So you listen to that and you wait when you are trying to present your own opinion. You're not going to come here and hear everybody saying exactly what you think. If you don't come here and you are not ready to learn from somebody, then you are in the wrong place. The public space is not where you go and everybody will sing the way you sing and agree with you. No. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of people here seem to come up with this, that this Simon Ekpa is part of IPOB. He's not part of IPOB. He's not a member of IPOB. He is a one Nigerian agent set up by the Nigerian government. All these killings, unknown government, are done by the Nigerian government by this man in Finland, Simon Ekpa. He is a Nigerian agent. He came on your platform, was it last week, and he said that they will use force to enforce this sit at home. If people do not comply, they will use force to comply with this sit at home. What you are seeing is by his actions. Do not underestimate what he just said, that they will use force. Who uses force to enforce people to go by your directive? I don't hear anybody come out and mention any of this thing. He is a Nigerian agent. Listen to me. This man is a Nigerian agent working for the Nigerian state.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. I hear your voice. I hear your opinion. I know that when I sent out a message after the show last week, and I said he's the leader of the factional leader of Biafran faction, something like that. Wait, hold on, guys, hold on. People were back at me saying that he is the actual leader of the Biafrans. You are disagreeing with Kene here, right here. You are disagreeing with Kene, and both of you believe that.
Hold on. Wait, you said factional. Where has IPOB under Nnamdi Kanu has had a faction? There's no factional IPOB. He has never been a member of IPOB that was set up by Nnamdi Kanu. So why did you come out with this factional IPOB leader?
So he's a freelancer. What is he? You just called him an agent of the government.
Yes, by the Nigerian. All this killing is done by the Nigerian state. He's not IPOB. Stop this factional. IPOB has never split it.
But did you hear him say that he is raising money for ESN? Did you hear that on this show?
Yes, and he's.
You see. Wait, hold on, guy. Is he raising money for ESN?
Hold on. No, he's not. Not for the ESN set up by Nnamdi Kanu. The money that they are raising is to sponsor the hoodlums in Biafra land to stop all these killings, all these kidnappings.
So are you saying he has his own ESN or his own whatever you call them? He has people he's
he set up ESN with the same name as Nnamdi Kanu in order to commit his crime. When his hoodlums are caught, they will say ESN. Then the Nigerian government will go around telling the international community, see, these are ESN, these are ESN. Have you asked yourself, why is it that every time he sets up a group, it will always be the group that Nnamdi Kanu has set up? Have you asked those questions? Because whenever his people are caught, they will say they are ESN, IPOB. That straight away, when you say IPOB, who do you think? You think of Nnamdi Kanu, who is held by the Nigerian dungeon contraption. Is it not Nnamdi Kanu? They want to jail him. Are you not putting two and two together?
My friend, hold on. So you agree with people who are outside the organization who are seeing these things? You are saying there is two ESN now. There's one
they are not.
Hold on. You just said that Simon has his own ESN and you guys have your own ESN.
Group. Remember,
he called. Wait, hold on. But he called it ESN, is it?
Yes. In order
okay. Well, calm down. We are having a conversation. So for us outsiders, we don't know what you people are designing. All we know is that everybody's calling. Hold on.
Okay.
Everybody's saying I have my own ESN. I'm sponsoring them. I'm telling them to go do things, and that's what we hear. So as far as a normal person is looking at the situation, there's a faction. There's one supporting Nnamdi Kanu. There's one supporting Simon Ekpa. So you are not going to come here and force us to believe your story because Simon is saying, this is what I'm doing. I have my people. Do you understand that?
Wait. So why does he call them ESN, not a name that he has set up himself? Why you calling? No, remember Simon Ekpa. Hold on. Remember Simon Ekpa was the same man that set up M Branch. Who has set up M Branch? Was it not Nnamdi Kanu? He has set up Radio Bio. He calls his Voice of Biafra. Why is everything similar to what IPOB has set up? Why?
All right. So this is the thing. I think the conversation should be within the groups. Have your own conversation. What I'm trying to do here, facilitate a wider conversation. And I've invited Chika. Hold on. I've invited Edoziem. I've invited the lawyers. Okay, I'm extending that invitation.
Which lawyers?
I don't want to mention name.
Okay, also invite him as well.
All right. All right. Send me his contact. I will invite him. We want to have this conversation. This is
Yes,
what I
we
think.
must have
Apart
this
from
conversation. But hold on, please. I must make this clear. I will keep saying it. This killing, this unknown government, are Nigerian government people. Simon Ekpa is the one sponsoring these people to commit all these crimes, all these kidnapping.
But is Simon Nigerian government? Simon is not saying he's Nigerian government. You are the one saying it.
Government? What do you mean Nigerian government? Does he have to be in order to commit crime? Nigerian
So are you saying
I need to make something clear, Mr. Damages.
Yeah.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mr. Damages.
Go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Hello?
you. Go on. All right.
Mr. Damages.
I have to move out. We can hear you. If you can't hear me, then that's
Hello?
unfortunate.
I cannot hear.
All right. All right.
We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. If you can't hear us, we go to someone
Hello?
else. All right.
Mr. Damages, please let me clarify myself.
No, you will. Kenny, you will.
My body is hot.
I know. I can see that. I can see that, but I want you to calm down first. Okay, so Mohammed is okay. RBL, hold on, okay, stand by. Kenny, we have a minute. What do you want to say?
Yes, somebody was referring to Nigeria as a zoo. Nigeria is not a zoo. Nigeria is not qualified to be a zoo. Nigeria is a jungle. Now, it is quite unfortunate that a lot of us here lack, sorry, I have to use this word, critical thinking. We are accusing Simon Ekpa has been the one to form the unknown government. Remember, Nnamdi Kanu was accused of creating unknown government. Today, it is not longer Nnamdi Kanu, it is Simon Ekpa. A lot of us here are crying more than they breathe. If I have a wound on my body, I know how it pains me more than the doctor providing care on the wound. Some of us here, my big brother John Abba, in your state, Benue State, I think Simon Ekpa is the one killing people and putting them in IDP in Benue State. My brother Mohammed in Southeast, where you come from, I think Simon Ekpa is the terrorist killing people and pushing them out from their ancestral homes, right? When we refuse to tell ourselves the truth, this is how we jump into people's business without having an in-depth idea of what is actually happening. I am from Anambra State. I have a root in Anambra State. I have my people in Anambra State. My parents, my siblings are in Anambra State. My relatives are in Anambra State. Should anything happen to them, I will not be happy. Every day I stay awake thinking about them, finding a way to get them out of that place. So I know more than you think you know. You only come on social media, on Nigerian news, garbage newspapers, and Channels television to listen to their nonsense, concocted nonsense about our people. We are feeling the pain. Now, let me tell you, Simon Ekpa was here last week, and he made it clear, and I believe him, that ESN cannot kill Biafrans. ESN cannot kill innocent people. And I will swear to that, ESN cannot kill innocent people. What ESN is doing is to go against Fulani terrorists that are being imported to kill our people, to kidnap our people, to rape our women in the farm. Last time in Enugu State, Fulani S-men were being recorded. In short, it was the video was going viral, that Nigerian Army helicopter was used to bring arms to Fulani S-men. Nobody talked about that. Now, few weeks after, a whole community was wiped off in Enugu State. No Nigerian Army, police, DSS, nobody spoke about it. No Nigerian garbage newspaper or news media talked about it until ESN went against them and killed them. Nigerian Army chiefs, police chiefs, DSS, all of them are now investigating the matter. Now they know that they should condemn killing. I, for one, will never support shedding of any blood.
I will never support killing of any innocent soul. But you see me, if you conk me on my head, I will find hammer and hit deep onto your head so that you know how painful it is. I will never support killing of any form, but I cannot sit in my house and crush my balls. No, you can't.
All right. Can I
to that?
Thank you.
Simon Ekpa is not killing anybody. Simon Ekpa is protecting our people, and the likes of me are supporting him to protect our people. Ebubago was created by southeastern governors, politicians, to go against anybody that is talking about freedom. So Ebubago, in conjunction with Nigerian army,
can I thank you. Let me hear from other people. African Queen, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Please, I would love you to skip me for now. Let's hear from Blessing. I think she's more on ground.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say that. Blessing, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, Blessing, where are you now today?
I'm in Onisha.
Oh, okay. You move around every weekend. Okay, so
what a peaceful country you live in. What a peaceful country you live in. I don't know what you're talking about. Gambalati, your country, free of charge.
All right. Blessing, give us an update. What's going on in Onisha today? Are people abiding by the sit at home?
People everybody is out and about. I mean, I stopped at Opiweka. Opiweka it's Christmas season. It's the Opiweka I used to know. Everywhere is just bustling. So unless they are observing it in any other way, I don't know. Everywhere is just bustling.
Okay. Are you aware of anything that happened in Enugu today?
Oh, I haven't heard. But yesterday, was it yesterday, right? I got an information that there was a shootout on Numuchibu, Nike axis. Anybody that knows Enugu Adoration axis, that some gunmen blocked the road for over an hour and we are shooting sporadically. Nobody came to the rescue of the residents. Nobody. People were hiding in fear.
Okay. So, but what do people think about this sit at home that Simon ordered?
Doc, everybody is tired. That is just the truth. There's no way to sugarcoat it. People are tired. People are tired. At this rate, I am just scared that it will become a case of do your worst. People are tired. We've been having this year has not been good for people that do businesses. So lots of people will know that this has been a difficult year for business owners. I have a couple of friends who run small businesses and they've been complaining bitterly. Now, anybody that knows the Southeast knows that the Southeast comes alive during Christmas festivities. Money no day, no before Christmas for Southeast. People go commode that money enter markets. So for you to now come out of the blue, market no day, season don't come. Tell people say they sit down for a house. No, you have to do something else. It's not going to work. And I was actually scared when I heard the sit-out. I was supposed to leave earlier than today, but when I heard about the sit-out, so I had to postpone my trip until after the first day of the proposed sit-out because I need to weigh the ground. I was supposed to go from here to Enugu direct, but I decided to make a stopover at my sister's in Onisha to see how the place is, because when you have family in these volatile areas, you have to do your bit to make sure they are okay. So that was why I stopped over in Onisha. And from what I can see, people are tired. Everybody's just going about their normal business, although a bit edgy. Yes, a bit edgy, but people are going about their normal businesses. I don't know about school. Did these children go to school today? They didn't. My sister said the children did not go to school today. People are a bit skeptical about sending their kids to school in case anything starts to happen. Her kids have not been to school.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. African Queen, are you ready?
Yes, Dr. Damages. I'm gonna be brief. Good day, everyone. I just came here. I just came on because I needed to make my comment. You know, after watching Simon here last weekend and seeing what's happening in Igbo land, and I see some of my brothers throw the support behind him, I'm very, very disappointed. And I just see it as a level of ignorance that can actually be destructive. How can you possibly support a leader without empathy? If a leader has no empathy, do you think that leader is qualified to be a leader? Echo asked a question here, and this guy could not answer it in a decent manner. He has no empathy for his people. Even if you're leading a struggle, you must have the love for your people, the love to protect your people at all costs. That is when you're a leader. That is when you're worth following. That is what makes you someone that we should follow. You cannot be callous. You cannot be callous. He is a callous man with no empathy, no care. Even, let me tell you something, even Nnamdi Kanu is not even this bad. Listen, let me tell you something. This guy is very callous. Even if you're fighting, you must protect your own. So when you decimate your people, when your people are all gone, what are you left with? A graveyard of Biafra. Don't we have enough deaths? Don't we have enough attacks? Okay, yes, look at what happened at Ehamufu. You are here telling us that they did what? What happened? Wasn't it at Four Corner? Was it at Ehamufu? Did I hear them go to Ehamufu to help the people? If people are being attacked, no, don't nod your head, Kenneth. No, they did not.
They did. I can send you the video.
I'm telling you, don't forget what you're saying. They did not. Please go and investigate and don't stay there. Please go. Don't stand there. Don't stay there and just sipping everything you see. Please dig deep. And please, today, you see what happened in Enugu today because they are trying to enforce their seat at home. How can you? There are people, a lot of people, look at how bad things are in Nigeria. You in diaspora should know how bad things are. How many people, even the people that usually will not ask you for anything, they ask you for funds now. Imagine the woman that depends on this little season to feed. If you don't do it now, if you don't do that sit at home now, won't you do it again? Why do you want to hurt your people? Hit your people where it will hurt them most. Why do you want to inflict the most pain on your own people? Are you inflicting pain on the politicians? Do you think it's their business? Do you think they're not still sharing the money? Even if they have to print it? Even if they have to print excesses and share among themselves? Do you think you're stopping them from anything? Do you think you're stopping Abuja? Who do you think you are inflicting pain on? And you're here supporting this guy. Let me speak to some of you. Maybe you don't hear English, but you are here on this platform. Kedu otu nwoke a ga-echi mgbe ndị be anyị na-achọ ihe a ga-eritu ndị agadi anyị na-enwe ihe ha ga-eri ọgwụ ọ ga-asị ha nọdụ n'ụlọ o nwere ihe ọbụla kedu the plan e nwere to inyere ndị aka kedu how different is this guy from the so-called government that hit the palliatives now? Even when America had their people sit in here because of the COVID, do you know that food was shared to everybody? What is different about this man and the so-called politicians that you think you are fighting? How does you, the average person, Igbo, sitting at home. How do you feed? What do your politicians care? Don't they still kill their cows? Are they not still making merry? Are they not still traveling around? Are their children not on vacation? Uluwundala, Uluna Wachiche. Kedika Dagasa Wunago. Walk out on Finland. Not ofuma. Not ofuma. Yeah, there's no there. Kedika Kusia Bundaga Yang. Stop it right there.
Before you know Morocco,
no, okay, because they were hurt. Near Mahad Nandaga Agajana was it. Unachule was in Igbo. Unachule was saying before they wanted Biafra. I am for what?
All right. Thank you, African Queen.
Thank you. I need to leave.
Doctor, I want to leave. I want to say something because I just
no. You are not. You can't leave. Nobody can leave. I have to lock the door now. Everybody has to be. You have to be here. No, you can. No, African Queen, you can go. You can go. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just telling Janaba he can leave. Ijele speaks. Welcome to the show.
You are muted, my brother. Thank you so much for having me on your platform. It's a pleasure to be here. And I've been a follower for long, I think from 2011, 2012. So I thank you and I appreciate all that you do. You see, Mohammed Aminu said something. You know, I don't want to talk about this hit at home without going deep down into why it was instituted in the first place. People can just go around the issue, jump around it, but one thing is for certain. As at today, 10th of December 2022, there has never been a single Igbo man or woman that has made a single move to achieve Biafra. Let's start from there. And please, some of you may love Biafra too much, you may cherish it. I have nothing against you. But don't try to rob us of our identity as Ndibo. There was never any place called Biafra within the current territory of Nigeria. If you pull up that 18th century map, they are peddling. Go and check where that bite of Biafra is. And the place is in current day Cameroon. If there is any part of Nigeria that would claim that, it will be the north. And that name, where did it come from? It's not an indigenous name to Ndibo. Let's even start from there. I don't want to go back into the history because anyone who knows the Portuguese history of exploration, they will know exactly where the name Biafra came from. It is just the new Mafra. Those guys, those Portuguese, they came from Mafra. You can research this name I'm giving you right now. Biafra, Biafra. That is second, like you have York in the UK and you have New York in the USA. Like you have England in the UK and you have New England in the USA. That's where that name came from. Meanwhile, all these things about Biafra, I guarantee you there is nobody. Let them bring the document. Mohammed Aminu made mention of the Montevideo Convention of 1933. Go pull it up. See everything that was stipulated over there. 4 articles. 4 articles. And one of them, the most important one, is that before you get a country, it must go through the parliament. And in Nigeria, it will involve both houses of parliament. Then if you are going to demand Biafra, at least you should have someone in the House of Reps and have people in the Senate and make sure that they have to introduce referendum first into the Constitution, of which it was raised this year. All of the senators turned it down. Everybody. Now, if actually anyone is fighting for Biafra, the first thing is set up a political party that will go demand for it. The other way is war. And more nations have been created by war than not. If you check it, since that agreement was signed in Uruguay, 1933. Check every nation, and before you go to war, you would have been prepared for everything. Most of the countries that got their independence through war, check Venezuela, Colombia, all these guys, how they survived, they were partitioned. It was the Spanish, and then after the Spanish and American War, then the U.S. Empire, and one of the secret societies that championed that was the Knights of the Golden Circle. Go check those things. Those things. Do you have that backup? No. So you don't have the power to do it by war. You don't have the power to do it legislatively. So why are we destroying our land? Now, going to this sit-at-home issue, there is nothing Simon Ekpa is saying now that Nnamdi Kanu has not said. There is nothing Simon Ekpa is doing right now that Nnamdi Kanu has not done. Our sister African queen, when you see her speak, she speaks passionately, but these voices should have been out there long before now. So many of us saw what was going to happen. And I know exactly every step of the way. This thing they are not saying, oh, the IPOB doesn't have this, IPOB doesn't have that. Nnamdi Kanu on earth anointed Simon Ekpa as his successor when he had problem with Uche. Are they going to deny this? They are not going to deny this. He anointed Simon Ekpa on earth. Now, this boy Simon Ekpa is using, it was after Nnamdi Kanu was arrested and the console issue raised so many things that were hidden in the group. Some of these guys, they saw that the money was not coming to them. Tina Sanwo-Olu the other day was crying, was lamenting that those boys followed Simon because of money. Now, why was Simon able to petition IPOB and ESN? He started paying those ones and made them know how much everyone was making. That was why you saw Double Lion, War Wager. War Wager was apprehended 3 to 4 weeks ago. Now, those two boys they killed at our mama 3 days ago, those boys were War Wager's boys. Now there is a serious crisis amongst them. Go and check. Those of them at Osu and those of them at our mama, they've been at war. They've been at war long before now. This has been claiming the lives of so many Igbo youth. And we are here playing chicken. We are here pretending as if this is about anything. One, there is nobody fighting for any Biafra anywhere. Quote me, let them bring the document. IPOB itself, how was it set up? Some of you IPOB members live in the UK. Why don't you take a trip to the UK company's house? Go to the fiscal office and demand every document, and they'll tell you what that thing was registered as. IPOB Worldwide Limited. And people are giving their lives for this. People are giving their lives for this. Doctor, you said Chike Dozem refused to come because if you push hard on him the way you push on Simon Ekpa, he's going to disappear and he wouldn't want to disgrace himself that way. So let's just stop pretending as if we don't know what's going on. And this thing they are shouting, Fulani herdsmen killing. The Fulani herdsmen killing that happened at Uzo 1, those 5 people that took back there, they are still languishing in prison. Go to any prison and you see them there. All these things, they are shouting Ihamufu. Doctor, contact Chiagoze Wong, the guy from BBC News Igbo, and he will explain to you. You know his place is not far from there. All these places, before their camps were invaded, at Osu Yutukwa, all those things happening there, they were shouting Fulani herdsmen, Fulani herdsmen. We know the people doing this, and we are pretending as if it's coming from their side. Now the chicken has come home to roost. The politicians are now divided. Don't you know that Simon Ekpa is laying stake? He's taking his claim to the throne. With this action now, do you know how many politicians that will be making arrangements to use these boys to work in the next election? And somebody here is saying that he was paid by the Nigerian government. So the Nigerian government will pay him to destroy the Southeast. To gain what? To gain what? You now want to give him a bad name.
Quick question.
You want to extricate him from everything about IPOB. When this guy was anointed on air by Nnamdi Kanu, what are we saying? Don't we know what these people have done in the past? Have you checked about? Have you asked your question? What made Clifford Iranya leave IPOB? What made Omi Uchenna Sebu leave IPOB? Why did those people leave? Did you get the real story, or you just got what The people who send them away told you. Just like the Igbo history of today is built on lies, starting from what happened between Ifajuna and Ojukwu.
Damages, can I debunk
Why
these
was
lies? It's getting too
pardon?
much. The lies are just
No, hold on, everybody. Let me. We're here.
Ijele, I'm going to take you next week. Where can I meet you?
Please, the lies are just getting too
I
much.
can't hear him well.
You guys are just not paying attention. Just listen to me. Let me. I see you. Put your hands down.
I think I will have to change my device because I can't hear well from this phone.
Okay, Ejele, change and come back. Okay, I'll wait for you
Pardon?
to come back. Now, to come back again. Change your device and come back. Okay.
So, Damage, can I ask a quick question?
No, hold on, guys. Ejele, when he comes back, you can ask a question. I see you, but let me get OC to weigh in first, okay? OC, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you so much. I am just joining, so I'm not even sure exactly what is being discussed. So maybe somebody else will go on. Let me get the feel of what's going on, and then I can chime in.
Okay, all right. Thank you, OC.
Thank you.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Please, this Ijele speaks, right? Maybe some of us don't know him. I know him too well. I don't want to go into his personal problems that he had when he was in Turkey and he was deported to Nigeria. He has been an ardent enemy of IPOB and Biafra. Can I talk?
Hold on, guys.
So, personally, I wouldn't want to go into his personal business.
Your brother,
he has been an ardent enemy of Biafra and Nnamdi Kanu specifically. He was in Turkey. He was deported from Turkey, and ever since he came back to Nigeria for his criminal case that he had in Turkey, he has been against Nnamdi Kanu from day A. So forget the pretense that he came here be doing, trying to pretend as a good person. He is against Biafra. So whatever he's saying today is actually against Biafra. But this is it. He made mention of a parliament. If you want Biafra, you should go to the parliament and have referendum and nonsense. What is the ratio of the representative in the parliament there? The injustice is what we are fighting for. The injustice is what Biafrans are calling, to be addressed. So you cannot have 300 against 200 people, and you think that 200 people will ever win any argument. They will always, vote against them. So the injustice is what we're fighting for. He said why Clifford Iranya and his group left IPOB.
Okay, can I hold on? Can I hold on?
Yeah,
I'm down. RBL. You see, let me. I have you down there. I know you can hear me. If you cannot be calm to listen to other people, if you think you have to say something when people are speaking, it says a lot about who you are. And I don't know if it's something that will work in a kind of public space where we want to hear from everybody. I put you, maybe this is what they call in timeouts. Maybe next time I will just have to remove you, please. And can it for your own, not just you, everybody here. I would rather that we when we want to talk about what people are saying, we talk about the issues, not go personal and start attacking them. I don't know what you are saying, whether it's true or not. So you rather answer him, respond to what he's saying if that's what you want to do. Not to talk about somebody. Hold on. Not to talk about somebody being deported or somebody. That has something to do with what he's saying. If he says that Biafra has no basis in history, that's discuss that. Not about who he is, whether he's married or not, or whether that has nothing to do with that. Okay. All right. So please, we wanted to have this for 1 hour, this conversation. We have so many.
Biafra
make it 1 minute, please, so that we can get it.
Biafra existed for 3 years. So Biafra, as an entity, existed for 3 years. So for him coming here to tell us that there's nothing like Biafra, trying to quote some books and whatever. No, it's a country, and some of us love it. So we love our country, and we are fighting for it. So if you are not pleased with that, can you respect our own view? Can you respect our own choice of choosing to be on our own? We've fought to have that country, and we were defeated in the war. We lost so many lives. We went to the parliament that he is talking about. We were defeated because the numbers outweighs ours. So the
wait. Can I hold on? When did you go to the parliament?
We have the likes of Abaribe trying to address the issue, but he was always shut down in the Senate.
That's parliament. Well, hold on. Can I hold on? That's parliament. You can be sure that somebody can say we oppose you. The question is this. If all the leaders, all the people sent to National Assembly from the East, if they all go there and say we want Biafra, that would be a different conversation. Even if they don't have the numbers, hold on. Even if they don't have the numbers to make everybody to vote for them to have Biafra, that would be a different conversation. So that's what I want you to address. Wait. That's what I want you to address, not to say that because Abaribe says something, I don't even know what you said. Abaribe said
this is it.
That's why you shouldn't think that that's an option.
Biafran agitation isn't leaving our leaders, the Southeast leaders, out of the equation. We are fighting them as well. They are not representing us. For example, in Imo State, the people of Imo State voted for Ejiofor, right? That is their choice. But Ejiofor was removed and was replaced by someone that came forth. So our choice are not being given to us. We are being denied of our choice. We are being denied of the people that we want to represent us. So the people that are representing us now are not actually working for us. The other time,
can I thank you? We have other people. I could actually take issues with you on this because you are right. What happened in Imo State, you're right about that. The question is, are you saying you have to first acknowledge that everybody representing the Southeast in the National Assembly are not the choice of the Southeast? So you shouldn't be saying that people that Biafra were presented to the National Assembly and they lost, because the people that are there are not even your choice. So why don't you first get your choice to go in there? That's a different, let me not take any position, but the point is this, what I'm trying to make is that let's discuss the issues instead of throwing this attack on people. The guy raised some issues that are important. All right, let me, Osi, I don't know if you are ready. If you're not ready, let me hear from those here.
Let me go before I leave now, bro. My brother.
Okay, hold on. Let me free John Abba. John Abba, what do you want to say? What's that important that John Abba? Are you going to pray for us?
Today is Saturday of all days that a pastor prepare for Sunday, and I come here to honor you, honor your platform, and you gonna
thank you, John Abba. Thank you.
My wife will think offering will not come.
I appreciate John Abba. Go ahead, John Abba.
Thank you, my brother Ken. There's nothing personal. What we want and what I'm trying to say before I leave, I want you to know, love conquer hate and every agitation. I love you. I don't want you to see anything different. If you want to talk to me about Benue people and what Autumn is doing, you talk to me. Go tell Autumn, before Fulani henchmen, before Boko Haram, before bandit, whatever the political language they are using to form that what is called talking point, tell him to go and pay his people, because they will be in better position to fight whatever is coming to after them, if they have even food to eat. So for you to come to this platform to tell me, to remind me that, oh, Fulani is attacking Benue people, whatever and whatever and whatever, that is the message I'll give to you. I know you are not up to there. You are a young man. I'm older than you think if I know my date of birth. But where I come from, our date of birth is written. It's written on the wall, and when the house is burned down, your date of birth is gone. So I'm older than what you think. So whatever. What I was trying to tell you is that, my brother, the issue, you are entitled to agitate and all of that. The last time I heard you say, even your own children, you will not talk to them about racism or issues. I'm a racist in this house. That's what they believe. But it's okay for them to believe that. based on me. My second daughter, my first daughter was crying in school. I live in Denton. Denton is north of Dallas Metropolis. Dominate is it's all white people. My first daughter went to school. Please, Dr. Damages, excuse me, please, for 1 minute. And he was crying because one person told her that she's a black in that school. And they called me from the school that your daughter is crying, my first daughter. And my second daughter went to her. I said, what is the problem? And said, they call me black. And my second daughter told her, her name is Michelle. And I said, yes, you are black. And you are a proud black. And you are very intelligent. So what is the problem? And she stopped crying. And the teacher said, don't come again, because I always go right away. I walk in this place and I attend every meeting of my children and I go everything. The point I'm trying to tell you is that my brother Ken, I love you. I would like to have a dinner with you when you come here and all my good friend here. But brother, relax.
Dallas, right? Dallas.
Dallas.
Okay,
I'm in the.
I'll come very soon. Don't worry.
Please,
Next week.
my part.
I'll
No,
be in
don't
Dallas
come.
this week.
Don't come very soon. If you come very soon, you will not see me.
Okay.
Dr. Dame, don't come very soon. But the point I'm trying to make is that my birthday is coming next year. We're celebrating. Dr. Damages, when I say my birthday is next week, that man is trying to have audacity to tell me like I'm like Tinubu. Say everybody have birthday on every year anyway. I say okay, but I say I'm celebrating it. It's different. My ass is gonna be old. Excuse me, I'm a pastor. I don't want to say my ass, but I want.
All right, Janaba, thank you.
Please, what I'm trying to say is that I'm rounding up now. We are one people. All those propaganda, all those agitation have been there. But the message I want to tell you is that tell Governor Otun, and you are trying to tell me that Benue people are suffering. Even if they are suffering because when you can't get the person you are looking for, you go after their interest. Let him also tune down all this rhetoric, and Benue people will be fine after he leave in May. He say he's 62. He look like Tinubu to me. God bless.
All right, thank you, Janaba. All right, so let's go to Dozie. Welcome to the show. I could see you.
Thank you.
Osi, are you ready? Oh no. Okay. Osi, step by. Okay. Eugene, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone.
And Femi, welcome to the show.
Good evening.
I know, Eugene, I know you've been trying to join and you come in and come out. I don't know what's going on. Where are you? Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining for Italy.
Italy. Okay. So I'll let you speak because I don't know how long you'll stay. Okay, go ahead, Eugene. Go ahead.
Okay.
Eugene, go ahead.
I want to say something. What I want to say is that we may and someone have argument concerning this blaffer of a thing. Know that what is happening in Nigeria, even me myself, I like it. Or what are those people, the way they are treating the South or the whole South. Even me, I don't like it. So the argument was that now there is a problem in Southeast. You are ordered, what the Simon Ekpa is doing by this time is not the right thing to do. No matter how you are fighting for freedom. If you want to fight with freedom, you fight with brain. Know that even if that's okay, is the army killing people or the police killing people in the Southeast. But even if they do now, maybe for instance, so I've just said for instance, they do. Is what you are doing, what you are opposed on your people. That is what they hide on under, be doing what they are doing. You cannot impose something on people as Nigeria is hard as it is now. Because for these 5 days, there's people that are going to give birth. They will be afraid. There is women that will go to maternity to go and treat themselves. There is people that are very sick. They want to take to hospital. So you impose, so you are killing your people by yourself already. Tyrant. That is tyrant. Killing your people by yourself already. Okay, now everybody are from Edo State. Everybody is clamoring now. Okay, let's fight these people. so that a good leader will come. As a sensible people now, what they're supposed to do is that me, myself, I even like to be braver when the time comes with sense. Not that the way they are doing it now. With sense. Now, election is coming. We are fighting. Okay, now they say they did not give Star East power ever since. Okay, somebody stand now, of which almost all the old Sasat, they are supporting him. Almost everybody are supporting him. And your people now, the Southeast itself, most of them now, they are fighting against the person that evil coming out. This is where, this is the fight they're supposed to even fight for the person that's come out now, that will even bring freedom to everybody self. When they do, maybe when something wrong, the person win, and they try to manipulate things in a wrong way. This is where will bring really division in Nigeria. But they are not using it, they are just doing anyhow. Use it, they are not trying to use sense, use common sense. This is not the right thing. Let's support this person that even in the Southeast first. Let's see. Let you people vote for him massively. Let him try to win. We know that he really win. This is something that will even be freedom easily. Because it will not be only Igbo. It will not be only Igbo that time. Almost all the Osasat, almost many people will be joined that time to fight this fight. The freedom will become easily. But they don't have that say. They are just doing anyhow, this one we talk, this one talk. How will you be killing your people by yourself? Impose things. People that want to go freedom, do things. Pregnant women go hospital for this season that is hard, very hard. Nigeria that is very hard. Nah, it's not good. It's not good. That is not fair.
All right. Thank you. Eugene, thank you. I just heard that Morocco just defeated Portugal in the World Cup, so that's really big story. All right. Welcome to the show, Austin. Welcome. CM, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Welcome. Yeah. Does it? We wanted to do 1 hour on this sit at home.
Evening,
We are now in the second hour. Yeah, CM, welcome. We are now in the second hour. We have to round it up. So what I'm going to do is to hear from Dozier, Femi, CM, and Austin. Then we move to the second topic. So Dozier, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Well, I'm glad Morocco won, just to get you away from a little bit of the Biafra talk. And another thing, I saw Proudly Bia, the lady, and I was asking myself, can she carry a gun? And eventually I heard her speak. She was so intelligent, completely unlike the mobs. So I saw like that. The only thing is that her eyes are covered, so that's okay. Going to Biafra, I don't like talking about it. I really don't like to talk about Biafra.
Does it hold on? Because I want to challenge you a little bit. Don't you think this is part of the problem? You know, the elites from the Southeast, nobody wants to talk about it, but it's happening. People are dying. Things are happening there, and we keep saying we don't want to talk about it.
That is true. Things are really bad. In fact, somebody said when you start seeing people who are never used to asking you money begins to ask you money. When you see a lecturer call you on the phone and say, my kid can't eat. I mean, I don't have money for this. I don't have money for that. You begin to notice that something is really wrong. Well, it's not necessarily because of Biafra, it's because of Nigeria. But the Biafra issue is the route in, and it's a big problem. What should I say about Biafra? Well, the only thing I can tell the agitators, because I want those who are not Igbos to understand that not all Igbos are Biafra. I emphasize that. Not all, even in the 60s, not all Igbos were Biafrans. Go and read it, it's true. So my only thing about Biafrans or those who are agitating for it is simple. There are so many things within the Igbo land to fight for. If your purpose is to have food on people's table, have people go to school, develop the economy, and have life, people live it to the fullest, there are so many things on the ground to fight for. The first fight you can start, there are 5 governors you can take a fight to. Ask them to open the balance sheet, and you're going to see the real sheet in the balance sheet. That is a big fight. In fact, one of the easiest way to win a lottery is to become a governor of any of the states in Nigeria. Forget about the rest of Nigeria. Fight your governor. If you succeed in fighting your governor, you will leave Germany, you will leave America, and you will live comfortably in the Igbo land. They are the gateway to whether you are alive or not. They are the gateway to everything wrong in your state. They are the gateway since 1999, even far before that. So I simply round up by saying there are so many things we can fight for. If you really want to see the blood of your brother, go to your governor. Period.
All right. Does it? Thank you. Femi, you have less than 2 minutes. Let's round up this topic and move to other things.
Okay, so what I would just add to this is I continue to believe historically that even before the advent of the white man on the black man's land, we had divisions anyways. I mean, real history tells us that. And that's why I've always thought no matter how we look at it, even if we try to infuse the fact that there are foreign powers in play a part in a lot of what goes on in Africa generally, and in this case, Nigeria in particular, and with emphasis on the Igbos right now. We've had the history before, we had a prehistory before the white men came down here. Now, the reason why I put this here, let me quickly round up, is that as much as I'm kind of ambivalent about the fact that, yes, even as a country as it is, that it's either we go the way of restructuring or we let people go their own ways. The fact remains that there will still be issues anyways. And people are not always going to agree, even within Igbo land, as we learned from the Uguleri and Amuleri war that happened previously. So that's where I rested.
All right. Thank you, Femi. CM, welcome to the show. I thought we prayed enough that CM's line will be good this week. And what else can we do? CM.
Yeah, I get a better network on my computer in Maiduguri. You know, I don't know. This is obedient network. It's always like that.
All right, let's talk about CM. Augustine, welcome to the show.
Good day, everyone. Really, I don't know. I want to say that when I went for youth service in Bauchi, there was this. I stayed in the Catholic family house. I don't know. Is it the one place they call Fada Mamada, somewhere like that? There was this time. That was when Boko Haram was very strong. When Buhari just took power in 2015, 2016. So some military men were chasing somebody they suspected to be a Boko Haram person. This guy jumped into a particular house. So the military men entered the house and said they should produce him. But the residents of that house vowed that they didn't see anybody jump over the fence. Even me, who was there, I saw the guy jump inside. They said they did not say that you cannot search our house. I started thinking, if the Boko Haram then thrived, it's because some people supported them and they thrived very well. That means if you need to fight any war, those beside you will need to support you. And that is where these IPOB agitators are going wrong. Some people know the fighters. There's no way you tell me that people in the villages don't know the IPOB fighters. If you start killing your brothers, there will come a time where the military will say that, who are these people? And I'll point that is where they stay. This is where they are located. Because everybody in the community surely know where one person is staying. And that is why I criticize the way they are going about it. I just saw, before coming to this show, I saw a status on WhatsApp, one of my friends, where a KK driver was killed in cold blood because of the sit at home. He was killed. I just saw it now within the past 5 minutes. I don't know the town, but I am sure it should be in Anambra State. So
It's Enugu. It's Enugu.
It's Enugu. Okay.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, If that is the case now, you tell me that tomorrow the military or the police are asking about these people, and I know where one of the fighters are, I will not point it. So if they go this way, what I'm trying to say is that it will not stand because the indigents will be against them. And once the indigents are against you, you cannot make it. You can only succeed in a fight if those at the grassroots are with you, because now them know where you sleep, where you dey. They will even tell you that go by 12 o'clock in the night. This is where he's always there. So they will know. That's why I always say that don't do evil things. Because if you like stay in the middle of the night, in the dead of the night, one person must see you. So that's just the whole thing I always say. The way they are going about it, I criticize it. It is causing mayhem. It shatters the economic hope of the East, make people run away from their homes. And trust me, you just give Buhari or the government the reason to send more military men to bombard you, and even still support the headsmen, which you don't want to come. So come on, let's try to be reasonable for once. Let's just be reasonable. That's what I would say.
All right,
Dr.
thank
Damage,
you.
can I say something, please? You see,
Who is this?
my brother.
Hold on.
Easy,
Today we said you don't speak until I call you. So hold on, okay? I know you are there. We get to you, okay? So Uzo, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Uzo. Okay. Uzo will take it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I greet everybody.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody from here, this part of our town. I'll be listening and working today, and I'll be listening to everybody. Everybody has talking to their own side of the whole thing. Yeah, it's good we discuss. When we discuss, we can always find a solution. But before you find a solution, you must go back and know where all this begins from. You can't just jump at the end and try to sort a problem which you have started before now, you know. Yeah, listen to everybody on their own comment. I don't support the sit at home, 5 days sit at home, there's this. I don't support it. Yeah, I'm a liberal guy. I know everything going on. But before now, we all here, we only talk about the Southeast. All of us are not from Southeast, number one. And all of us that cannot go to our villages, even in the Southwest, North, all over. We can't go to our villages. The same problem is all over. But Southeast only is different because the agitators, the IPOB, you know, people see them as the whatever they call them. But my own side of the story is that this thing didn't start today. IPOB are carrying flag from 2012. They kill nobody, they make no noise, they're not making noise singing for 4 or 5 years. Nothing. We Nigeria, we are the one also condemning them for carrying flag. Police, we are killing them. Army was killing them. Everybody was killing them. No revenge. People we are talking, stop killing this. Nobody is talking to anything about it until you get to this point. No, on my own thing, I know one of our brothers said that, you know, that will be able to bring them out. I travel last year. I'm a butcher, one of my little brother. Is not IPOB. They time over the back. Let me say, they murdered him cold-blooded with a rope. They draw him like, you see how they kill somebody, picture was everywhere. That is so bad. So on my own point, what I'm saying, yeah, let's not stay here to say Obi or Obi. Yeah, Obi win, he good for everybody. But he has time to put hands together to fight all these people that you tell IPOB now, stop. After election, you begin. Someone like our brother here on our politics, we say because Igbo didn't get what they want, they started again. So that here the whole thing we got. If they stop, if they stop the agitation for Biafra, support will be lose. Then they come back again. People say you guys are not serious. It doesn't work that way. So on my own point, what I'm saying, let them do it. They are free to do it. They sit at home, I don't support it. Killing people, I don't support it. In my own community, I don't know any IPOB member in my own community. And the only guy when I traveled they was murdered by the military, tie his hand on the back, use a rope to drag him on the floor. The guy died just like that. Only person I know the little one when he was little. So my own point of view is this. Nobody even knows the IPOB. If you come to my community, I don't know any IPOB member. I'm from Ngogoma, I don't know anybody. So they are where they are. On my own, so let us talk about Nigeria together. Not here, I will come here. Last week, we always talk about Biafra, Igbo. In Benue, people are dying. All that nonsense, people are dying. Nobody can travel easily. My son to go to the village. I got to fly him through and flow. That's over 200,000. I tell him, I don't go through the road. You know, you're affecting everybody. Let us stay here to condemn only Igbo, Southeast. And the whole Nigeria is burning. The whole Nigeria is burning. So let's drop this IPOB or this. Let's talk about, general Nigeria's problem. The problem is all over the place, please. I have my own contribution on this. Let's
all right.
Yeah.
So thank you. Let's hear from Easy, and then that's it. We will move to another topic. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Please, Dr. Damage, I will take a little time to explain a lot of things. Okay, let me start from the Constitution first before I go into.
Hold on. You can't take a lot of time. We have only 2 minutes.
Okay,
and we've been on this topic for a long time.
Let me just cut
2
it.
minutes.
Let me just cut it very short. Okay, thank you. Okay, the Constitution of Nigeria. Somebody talk about for our representative in the Biafra land to go to Abuja. Nigeria has been restructured. That's one thing you have to bear in mind. In 1960 Constitution, what you have is from each representative, Hausa, Igbo, or Yoruba, which is what makes up Nigeria. What you have is 12 representatives. You can Google 1960 Constitution to figure out exactly what I'm telling you right now. It's only the Senate president then that can make changes from any bill or whatever in the past. But now, gradually, they started creating state, and which is against the agreement before the independence. They said before you do anything, everybody has to know. But they did not let anybody know. This is what leads to creation of a state, Midwest, from a Biafran land. Before they create, when Ojukwu tried to succeed the first time, they create the core state. Go on say if he tried to succeed, that he will create core state. That's why he created the Cross River, Cross River then. Okay, let me get to very quickly. Sit at home. Remember before this sit at home, when Simon declared sit at home, what happened? The people that sold Martin Nnamdi Kanu out, that collected money from Nigerian government, that allowed the Anambra election to hold, started kicking against it, both Ohanes and Igbo and everybody. The Nigerian papers, they started doing a counter order. Okay. When this sit-at court kick up on the 9th, what did they do? The same thing that happened in Lagos and SARS. They send their political talks and everybody to start killing. So these are political talks and they are them, which they used to kill people in Imo State. These are the people that are committing all this mayhem. Stop blaming IPOB. IPOB doesn't have any hand in this. All IPOB say is a sit at home. Then because these people don't want it to succeed, they started fighting it. So that's what you're seeing. Then let's for Hamufu, I'm gonna move there because I'm just taking it brief, not to take much of your time. In Hamufu, this is the killing. Have you seen any representative or any governor that that was there to represent or speak against the Fulani killings in our land in Hamufu? It's only IPOB, the same Simon you're here criticizing, the same Simon that went there, said the ESN there, they killed the Fulanis. What did they do? Nigerian military, they send in repentant Boko Haram members to start killing people. Now when the people defend themselves now, you will say, oh, it's IPOB this, IPOB that. If you want peace, everlasting peace in Southeast, remove the terrorists in military uniform you put in there that come from Niger, Mali, everywhere. And you guys are not aware that Nigeria has been Fulanized, that the Nigerian government are bringing military all over Africa, and the Fulani terrorists are sleeping inside the barracks in all the Biafra land. You guys are not aware of what is going on. That's why from there, they go and attack the cities. They go and attack the villagers. Nobody will say anything. The governors will not say anything. Do you expect our people to keep on dying and we are keeping quiet? You're telling us election. Obi is a distraction. And Obi was a frustrated Nigerians. That's why, everybody was channeling on Obi, because everybody is frustrated. That is the truth. Nothing is working. That's why everybody is channeling to Obi. We said no. We want independence so that our people will live like a human being. We are facing existing threat. We want to live like a human being. Marginalization is not a problem. The type of killing that is going on in Southeast especially, no place in Nigeria that kind of killing is going on.
All right.
In Southeast.
All right, it's easy. Thank you so much. We have to move on to other topics. Okay, we appreciate.
Look, as he finishes, please, I just want to say that Toby is not a distraction.
Okay, thank you so much. We have to move on to other topics. Thank you, everybody. All right. Let's see. How do we introduce this topic? Just a minute. All right.
This is going very well. I'm very, very confident that this election, free and fair, I'm the front runner. And that is why I'm getting many arrows.
We'll talk about one or two of the arrows in a bit. Let's talk about your priorities. If you do win the elections in February, and you're sworn into office.
They didn't do it. But we won't attach everything to destiny. You grab it. We are struggling for it now. What? Power. Power, political, power, electricity. Electricity is the most important discovery for humanity in the last 1,000 years. Wow. Go and study the anthropology of it. Where are we? No. Political power is not going to be served in a restaurant. It's not served in a la carte. It's what we are doing. It's being determined to do it. At all costs, fight for it, grab it, snatch it,
Yes, sir.
and run with it.
Yes, sir. Jagaban.
So far, so good.
Oh, all right. Ovie, I know you've been talking about this all week, and so that's the front runner in the election. He went to the UK and made a presentation, and I mean, by now everybody knows what happened there. I just want to get your take, Ovie.
You see, when the elites are dancing, I try because I'm about to make a no it's anybody way to progress, So, but yeah, I know there's a lot of backlash against the move that they made in choosing to go to London to speak to people who don't have electoral value. I understand that, but as I always say, this is a party democracy. It's a game of the elites. What can we do, right? And when any of them decide to be innovative, I can only watch and say, let me see the end of the result. If this man win, guess what? Everybody will applaud that move. If you lose, then say, hey. But so, as far as I'm concerned, I like how you choose to go about it. Hopefully, it worked for him. I don't personally. I seriously don't have anything against that move. Even him decide to delegate his question and all that. It's a teamwork. I personally, I don't really care about who the number one person is, but what are the forces that is bringing that person to power? That's what matters to me. So it doesn't really matter if it's Obi, if it's Tinubu, whatever, but who are the people around him? Who are the financier? Because those are the most important people. Because this is a multi-billion dollars business to become a
Okay,
president.
Ovie, who were the forces that brought Buhari to power?
Oh, of course. I mean, you cannot take out. You can. If I should narrow it down, the class of citizens as they call them, they are still very much in charge of the country. Now,
so who are they supporting? Who are they supporting now in this current dispensation?
This current dispensation. I mean, the four front runners. They are the front. They are all divided among the four front runners. But now at this point now is about who is in a better position to beat their bid. Right? I'm not just talking about the military now. Let's look about the business elites, the likes of a Dangote, all the billionaires. They are not saying anything. Do you think that they just keep quiet and allow the riffraff on the street to determine who becomes their president over their billions of property? No, it doesn't work like that. So I can't say if I want to go one by one will say, okay, Obi. But the truth is that what is happening in the South is it is going to be very, very difficult. And with the same thing that happened in the Southwest, it is going to be very, very difficult for you to take power to these two zones. I don't know, but I'm not making a final call. You understand? They can still do it, but it is going to be very, very difficult. You're at this junction. But again, if you look at the other two now who are coming from the northern zone, the question you ask that why is it that for the past 30 something years that Atiku has been running, they are not looking inside, right? So there's a lot of things to look at there. So if I want to focus on Tinubu, yes, it's the front runner, whether I would like it or not. Nigerian party in power. And I think I said it here before. There's no part of the country you will go today. If there's one human being or two, you will see PDP logo or APC logo. That's a fact. So that's why when they claim front runner, you have to give it to him. They have all the apparatus at his disposal. But is Buhari going to go out as a hero? I think I want to believe that until he prove me otherwise. So that's why the Tinubu thing is shaking. But as far as he went to London to do his career at Shenanigan, I mean, it's interesting to me. It brings more fun to the game because I always say we, nobody will go determine the president. That's why I don't follow it, the emotion and all that. It's beyond that. In as far you are not among the primary, that is when the delegates. If you don't have a say among the delegates, because those are the people who actually elect the president. They select the president, they push them for us to vote for. Whoever comes to power is a win-win for them. It has nothing to do with me and you. It has nothing to do with us. Because the question you ask yourself, how much are you putting into the process? Now, only noise will they make follow them. So those who are criticizing Tinubu, we can only criticize him. The man has made his move, and let's watch how it's going to play out.
Okay, thank you. OC just joined us again. OC, are you there? Are you frozen? Okay.
Yes, I'm here. I just joined, so let me hear a little bit, and then I could chime in again.
Yeah. Okay, all right, good. Mr. Scribe, you used to live in England. What happened there? What can you help us understand? Is that how?
I don't know, but like I already said most of what I wanted to say last week. It's not a surprise what Tinubu did. I actually was a little bit kind of nodding my head when I was watching it and seeing how he was distributing the question. His handlers are clearly thinking, so they're working his way around. His medical staff are doing amazing, I must say, and his outing. I think it is what it is, right? So we'll leave it for the people who are going to the polls to decide. But my position has always been that the agenda, whoever is going to rule Nigeria, has to fit with inwardly and outwardly. You know what I mean? Like, so it's most important. I genuinely feel, okay, the obedience, everything, it's emotional, I get it. But you can't just deny the fact that somebody who had so much scars in the build up to this Chatham House pride themselves to be a think tank, right? Even the guy who was running the thing, he clearly had read. He made a statement about, I heard something about your approved US visa and something like that. So clearly, Chatham House is aware of the drug, everything that's been going on with Tinubu, and you still invited him. So it still fuels all this speculation and conspiracy theories about the real owners of Nigeria and how whoever is going to rule Nigeria is going to fit in whatever plans that they have. I was reading something yesterday and said, look, the most recent coups in Africa, about 6 of them, are as a result of the post-Obama military setup, right? So what are we? Why are we actually? Where are we going as this thing? Let's, it still goes back to this thing I said with the IPOB people. It's high time, and this is the reason why I normally don't come to forums like this, because I realize one thing, that moderates like me are the problem, because we're not coming out to talk. Dr. Damages knows me very well. I mean, this is the only platform I contribute to, and so like I found out one thing, that moderates like me don't talk, and that's the reason why something like the Biafra thing is falling apart, because we allow people to we're not joining that conversation. We're not making it heard, our voices and our disdain for what is happening. So that's one of the reasons why I decided, what, I'm going to be trying to chip in my own side. Howbeit, very, very, the people in the comments will just, I'll leave it to them. They like to say what I'm saying is rubbish. But however stupid, please just accommodate my opinion and how I look at it.
You subscribe. You're still you're still new to the business. That's why you are worried about
no,
calling
I'm
your
getting
names.
But let me make one more point. Please, the Igbo elite, please, I'm begging, because whatever is going on, we the kids, we are now, we are the kids. We are doing what kids are supposed to do. It's not the right thing that help me with this, my Igbo. Right? It's wrong. The Igbo elites are keeping quiet. Simon Ekpa is overriding this thing. It's not good.
All right. You are taking us back to we are talking about.
I know.
Tinubu,
Sorry, doctor. Sorry.
Okay.
Kele wants to mother me now.
So no, we're talking about Tinubu, right?
No, I've not reached. I'm still coming to you, Kene. I don't know if you see the lineup. Yeah.
The conversation.
Biafra,
sorry, please. The conversation now is about Tinubu and the election. Let's not go back, please.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the point. Yeah. Proudly Biafra, welcome. You are next.
Please,
are you impressed?
Dr. Damages, call me Proudly Bia.
Oh,
I know the full name is Proudly Biafra, but the Bia just abbreviated that way is much more sexy. Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. All right, Proudly Bia. Yeah, next.
Yeah.
I was wondering, if there was okay, go ahead. Yeah, next.
Yeah. Okay, for me, when I saw the headline, I was perplexed. And I said to myself, this is not happening in this day and age after what Africa had gone through, Nigeria had gone through the slave mentality. How long are we going to continue to walk in this path of the masters? Can't we determine our own future? Tinubu is presenting himself like a giant. He's traveled, he's a strong man, he can take any force. Why don't he begin this preposition or let him position himself and say, no, the way we used to do things, to bow down to the power, external forces, we are not doing it like that. I am actually going to listen to my people. That is the problem I have with Tinubu. It doesn't matter where any of them come from. I've said that the past of Tinubu, he did well, a little bit, but now he's a bit frail. That is one main major problem I've got with him. But when I now listened to, for the fact that he's been avoiding any kind of questioning with the media in Nigeria, he played them down, he looked down upon them. It's like, for me, in the eyes of the world, he's actually made
Nigerian politics to be belittled that, oh, I want to serve my country, because what he's going for is a job application. He hasn't gotten the job yet, and he's already, I know that you can dream big, try to fit in the shoes of the kind of shoe you want to wear, but he needs to humbly fit into those job descriptions by going to the media just like any of those other candidates and answering questions. And then when he went to the Chatham House in London, trying to disrespect the media in Nigeria, his people, the voices of the people in Nigeria that cannot even access internet to watch that Chatham. I don't know why he went there, but it's not for Nigerians. Basically, it's for business. And when he got there, the questions addressed to him, he kind of sublet them to El Rufai on insecurity, and insecurity in Kaduna is nothing to write home about. El Rufai did nothing. Then he now seconded another question to a communication personality of APC to answer on oil theft. I'm like, do they know who is stealing that oil? Does that person into communication knows who is stealing those oil? Why is he delegating questions? If he actually wants to be the president of Nigeria, it is a job description to serve the people. And one of those qualities, or one of the characteristics he needs to fulfill in that role, is to go through the processes of answering questions. And then when he gets the job, he can now appoint people who are going to do all the bidding for him. He can now go and rest since he's getting, frail. That's the only problem I have with that, Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kenneth? Go ahead, Kenneth.
Yes, we were talking about Tinubu's visit to UK, right?
Yeah.
But just give me a minute. Let me respond to my brother Ovie. He asked that I should join the struggle for Biafra. Now, this is it. Somebody like me, if I'm to head the struggle.
No, I didn't say you should join. I say you will do a better job if you lead than Ekpa. Because you are more sophisticated than Ekpa. I've met you, I've met Ekpa. You have more substance than Ekpa.
Yes,
Ekpa
actually, I will do a better job. And this is what I will add to it. I will not only go after the Fulani terrorists, right? I will make sure that I go for a special training on how to deal with the southeastern politicians, give them the run of their life, make sure that they don't exist again. So that is what I will add to it. Now,
that's why I say you're smart.
Talking about Tinubu's visit to, I don't usually like to discuss about Tinubu. I see Tinubu like my grandfather that should be resting and will care for him, right? But see, since he insisted on going to bring himself out to the world to see his weakness, it is okay. I think he did more harm to his campaign than good. Someone that could not attend to any one-on-one interview in Nigeria to tell the people that he is aspiring to lead, what he has for them, but he's quick to run to the UK to stand before a teleprompter to pour out garbage, because as far as I'm concerned, those things that he was saying doesn't make sense. We've had a lot. Buhari said sweet things more than he is telling us now. So to me, I think he's good. In as much as a lot of people would disagree with me, his visit to UK did him more harm than good, and the world is now seeing the kind of people that Nigerians are rooting for. It's so unfortunate that a well-thinking person will be rooting for somebody like Tinubu.
All right. Thank you. Doze, you're next.
My first point is that those who are, not that we're going back to the point, those who are agitating now, if it is not for extortion, they should simply get serious with the politics that exist. What they are doing is not politics. The politics that exists now is you are either going to go for your Biafra, or you simply keep your AK and simply go for the campaign and make sure that Toby wins. You cannot be for both. What I'm going to say is simple. If the BVAS is going to work, if the BVAS will work this time, Obi has a very good chance of winning, in spite of the Chatham House, in spite of the Buga nonsense that old man is doing there. But I'm afraid the beavers may not work. The reason I say that is because there is no law that has existed in Nigeria to which any law enforcement has succeeded in keeping. There is no law. Nigeria is a place where you just look for the loophole, follow the loophole, have your money to defend it, and that's it. So I'm really afraid that the beavers will not work come the day of election. But if it works, Obi will win. That's
All
it.
right. Thank you. Femi, you're next.
Okay,
Femi, can you hear me?
yeah, I was just struggling. Yeah. So according to Tinubu, he said he asked us if it was for Eba or for Gary or for beans and Dudu. At this point in time, I think I have the answer. It is for Tinubu. So there are some talking points really that I found quite interesting. He spoke specifically, and I paraphrase, about the number of continuous years of democracy, 25 in total, that we've had. And he sort of tended towards what some people would consider as though it's progress, just because we've been in democracy, as if there's anything really worth celebrating. Now, I found that kind of interesting, especially when you juxtapose it with the fact that at some points, he now mentioned the fact that he said something about the diaspora votes that was put to him, whereby he had alluded to the fact that there were some things that were complicated by the system and so on and so forth. And I found it kind of interesting, because we already know that we can't vote in diaspora, but yet you prefer to go and address the people that are going to vote from diaspora. But anyway, that's on the side. The other thing I found quite fascinating and just amusing, basically, is the fact that we like to talk about cabal. At least in his own case, we are having an idea of the kind of cabal that is going to take with him that are going to be helping him rule. Because in the case of Buhari, this is Buhari 2.2. I can't emphasize this enough. We've seen this before. So in the case of Buhari, it is during Buhari's time we started hearing new terminology, not necessarily new terminology, but became ingrained in our dictionary. The presidency, meaning what's his name, Femi Adesina, and the Garuba Shehu, and the rest of them. No, so very soon, Nigerians, prepare yourself. I guess all I'm saying. Not only does it look like they're going to put him in there, whether we like it, maybe whether it's a combination of our masters, our so-called masters, and the owners of Nigeria, like you like to say. Prepare yourself for the second coming of the presidency. I'll keep it there.
All right. Austin, you're next.
They will say that the greatness of any nation lies in its people. If you destroy the people, that nation is on its way to doom. Look, I always said these celebrities and politicians are behaving like that because we allowed it to be like that. That's just the truth. Why am I saying so? He did that, and people rose to the occasion to defend him. He went to the Chatham House. I'm a teacher. I give my lectures, and when my students want to ask me a question, I bring another teacher to come and answer the question. And others will hail me, you have done well. Now, I want to say this. If everybody, let's say on social media now, criticize what he did, he will have a rethink. But some people are there jeering him. So he knows he has followers. If you ask me for good governance or a change of government, you should shut up. And people jeered. One thing we fail to understand is that once the people are angry about something and state their mind categorically, the leaders can't do anything about it. They must do it. I'll give you a very good example. When they were talking of beavers, electronic transmission of results, they wanted to remove the clause when they were passing at the house. People rejected, civil societies criticized, and they allowed it. But when you see I will not always blame Tinubu because I remember my grandmother. When we go to the farm, he will say that cut the lichens, those crops from the ground, it will die up. Don't go and start removing it from the cassava. You break the cassava. That just cut it down, it will die up. So I used to blame the people who always jeer at him. I wish there was a way we can test water. You know, when you won't bath that time we cold, you put your one leg. If it's cold, you know, if there's a way we can test the presidency, come, stay for 2 months. You test them, you know, works, no go, could have been better. So that we could have tested Buhari. But one thing I always look at it, I always say, let's all of us try to be matured. If I commit a crime or I do anything wrong, I'll tell myself, nah, me do am, and I'm sorry about it. You see all those people who are supporting Tinubu, all those supporting MLB, all those supporting this. When he enters there and doesn't do the right thing, beat your chest and say, yes, I made a mistake. But you go waiting me at the talk and say, when this will be over, Tinubu becomes the president, you will see those supporting him crying. You will see those supporting him now crying. So please, Nigerians, we are not ready. And one thing I want to tell you, please, we all studied history over and over. Go to the 1840 revolution in France. If the oppression keeps on going and people become more hungry, there'll be more insecurity, and there will be a day we go take matches, light and burn the country. Let's stop all these things now. If we don't want, history repeats itself over and over. When you read other people's history, you know what happens. When people become so poor, so hungry, and the rest, trust me, they will one day get so much angry that they will move into the palaces and they will do things which are despicable. So if we know what is right now, if we know that we know what is good for ourselves, make the best choice. Let the person go and give us even small food on the table so that there will be peace. Because if you like, bring your so-called, how they call it, cabals and the rest and put it. If those at the grassroots are still collecting money, because I know that some people support because there is money to collect. Collect the money, do the wrong thing. You will burn yourself at the end of the day. That's just all that I'm going to say. So if you want, my Reverend Father will always preach. After preaching, he will end with this last sentence. You do good, you do for yourself. You do bad, you do for yourself. So that's just my own point.
All right, thank you, Austin. Rohan, you're next.
Well, I don't have much to say.
Rohan, you have to say something. Let me help you. So we saw El Rufai in a video, an old video, where he was saying in Hausa that Tinubu, they confronted Tinubu and said, "Look, you are getting old. You are not feeling well. Can you let a younger person take over?" Of course, Tinubu said no. He wanted to go and run. And El Rufai is dancing beside Tinubu now. He's one of the team that Tinubu is presenting to us. If things go bad, if they win and things go bad, El Rufai will come out. What will he say?
Yeah. That video you're talking about was not a complete video. The full video is not actually talking about Tinubu. It was actually talking about him. They wanted to over him position. He said, no, that is too old. He can't do that. But they were able to cut the old statement out. So yes, I think if you go to Aisha Yusuf, the lady that
No. I watched that video, Elvia. I watched the video.
It is not the full video. There's
it's
not
the full video.
Yeah, it is not the full video, but he was referring to Tinubu.
No. Let me explain.
Tinubu wants him on the cabinet. He said no, that he's too old.
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
Aisha explained
it's a longer version.
Aisha explained it more. What happened was they were asking El Rufai why he was not going across the places campaigning with Tinubu, and then he said he's 62 years old, that he's too old to be running around, that he has people he can delegate to go and help him campaign. That is the point there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It's very important. This is why we have this open forum where you don't know everything and people can make corrections. So,
but Rohan has to say something. You cannot.
No, yeah, he has to. He can't run away. Even in that context. Okay, even in that context. So, if El Rufai is too old to go around, and now he's following someone who is obviously tired and older than him. You know, I'm just trying to point out because we have videos of El Rufai saying things and when he was not in government. And he got into government and now he's He can't do anything.
No,
So we go ahead.
Mr. Konkwa, before Rohan goes, I think the point is that he's not tired. You can see him dancing in London. He's not tired. He's ashamed. He's very
if he's ashamed, why will he go to London and dance?
Well,
and in that video, in that dancing video, there was someone. In that dancing video, there was a comment someone was making. This is what young people want. I don't know if you guys.
Well, the thing is,
handlers pushing him.
Scribe said he said that his doctors are doing a good job. So they are seeing him dancing around now. The point is that no matter which medication that exists now that you're giving him, in 2 years he won't be able to dance in spite of the medication. Okay? So that's the fault. So El-Rufai is now seeing him dancing and making some slight rationale. But the fact is, it's all deception. He's not going into just in 2 to 4 years now. He would not be able. He would not be able to do it.
All right. There's a hold on. Okay, so Rohan. So let's get back to this. What in general? What do you feel if what they did to us? I don't know about you. Is to pull a kind of cover our eyes, present a candidate. They knew this. They were part of this plot that the candidate will not answer any question that anybody will ask, and they will point at. And they think it's all right in their mind that this is all right to make Nigerians see this and make Nigerians accept this as we are electing a chief executive, is it not? We're not electing the ministers or people who will handle. We can't even impeach them after they are made ministers. So what do you think about that?
Doctor, let me just say something real quick.
No, Femi, not you.
Okay.
Femi,
okay. All right.
Rohan. Rohan, go ahead.
Can you reframe your question, please? Dr. Rudolph, can you reframe your question again?
I'm saying that, do you feel like some Nigerians feel today that the person we want to elect is the president, and we want the president to be able to answer to us? Now, the president is not even taking questions from us, delegating it to other people. Are you comfortable with that?
Okay, if you want a straight answer, of course not. I'm not comfortable with that. That's a straight answer. But if you look at it from the other angle, we're already in a mess. We're already in a mess. Let's just be frank with ourselves. We're already in a mess. Because for any president in Nigeria to be able to overcome the challenges we are seeing, one, that person will be in tune with the businessmen in Nigeria. Now, what is the mindset of the businessmen in Nigeria? Are they really thinking about the masses of Nigeria? If they are not, then we are also in problem. Then number two, no matter how good the president is, if you don't have the like minds, not having that spirit to work for the nation, there's no how it's going to succeed. No way. But the only good thing about it is that we are having young, vibrant Nigerians that are also trying to test the depth of the ocean, which is a very good thing I like now. Let's just include like Konkoso, like
Mustafa.
SDP president, presidential aspirant, like Peter Obi, and yes, and Adebayo, Prince Adebayo, and this professor that has a university somewhere, about 3 or 4 or so. So we are having those young guys trying to test, So for me, it's a good sign. But with the crop of people we have, if they can't come together, because it's a war, I just have to tell you it's a war. Because there are people that are outside there, very powerful than us. They have all the military might and what have you. I've heard a lot of people complain. Anytime we talk about the Fulani, even though the Fulanis are not there, no matter who comes, the way I knew Nigerians, we will still complain. We will still complain.
Can I just ask a
but
quick question to him, to Rohan?
Okay, go ahead, Austin.
Now, no matter the best man who comes for the job, there will still be a problem. Is it true that the president appoints his chief of staff and his ministers?
Of course.
I have no answer to that question. I'm sorry.
Good.
Yes.
If a good president appoints good chief of staff and good ministers, don't you think the number of good people will start increasing?
Sorry to interject you.
If
The
you
good is
want me
relative
to,
now.
if you
To
want
him,
me,
it's good. To you, they are not good.
if you want me to go in that direction, we'll be going into a thick forest that we can't find our way back.
All right.
Because
all right, thank you. We don't
yeah.
Okay. We don't want to go to the forest unless we want to be able to find our way back. Osi, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll meet yourself, Osi. I know you've been in and out, and go ahead. Osi, go ahead. You muted yourself again. Go ahead, Osi. We can't hear you. Okay, there's a long thing someone wrote. I think we'll find a way to read it. Osi, what's going on? You're not connected? All right, we'll get back to Osi. Someone wrote, Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State for 8 years. He did very well. Tinubu has veered and organized, built the CNA, took... Okay, it's not even what I thought. But it's very important to have conversation about what happened at Chatham House, because we know that OB is going there on the 16th of January. So whether we think is the right thing to do
is also
or
going
not. When is he going? When is he going?
I don't know the day, but it's between the two of them. One will go after
Honestly,
another. But the two of them are invited.
They should go together and share it.
Honestly, if I should like say something about this Chatham House nonsense, right? I don't see the impact of going to that place. I don't see the economic impact on Nigerians. It doesn't make sense to me. I've never seen any foreign candidate coming to Nigeria to talk to us, right?
We don't get money now.
Why must we always run to these people? It is okay.
No, we don't get money.
We don't get money because we intentionally made ourselves. See, I've never seen any of these.
No, there's a game. It's a game plan.
It is okay to come to like US, UK, go to foreign land to talk to your people over there, not to go to talk to Igbo people. For what? It doesn't make sense to me. See, if Nigerians should try to learn to respect themselves, respect yourself in your house. If you sit down in your house, nobody is going to come and beat you. Stay there, talk to us, talk to the people that you want to come and lead. Not running to Chatham House, running to all those.
All right.
Additionally, that
Right.
BBC interview, I believe that BBC interview was compromised. The interviewer,
the
it was
interview.
purely
We all know.
compromised.
We all know it's a stage stuff. It was arranged.
No, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Hold on.
He spoke with Channel this morning.
Answering questions on security. El Rufai that his state is not secured, but he's the one.
He spoke with Channel this morning.
Okay, hold on, guys. Who spoke to Channel?
What's his name? Tinubu. Well, he interviewed him when he landed there last night now. So
let him go to Arise.
They approached him and they put mic on his phone. He asked him a few questions and he responded.
Let him go to Arise.
Okay, all right.
Hold
on, guys. Osi, welcome to the show.
It's not business.
Let's hear from Osi. Let's hear from. Oh God. Okay, Osi. Okay, Osi, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've had a very terrible connection this morning, so I apologize. I see you guys were talking about Tinubu and his showing at the Chatham House, right? Is that?
Yes.
So, and I listened to the last speaker. Is there any utility value in that? I don't know. Let me just say I'm a little bit indifferent to whether they go to the Chatham House or not. If anything, I just take it like any opportunity to talk to people, especially when we have a good population of Nigeria and the diaspora in the UK, that probably, if you see it in that light, that's probably not a very terrible idea, but not from the standpoint of, them influencing the policy decision of, direction of Nigeria and all those things. It's for me, it's a little bit depressing that, the front contenders, we have two individuals who, in a sane place where things should go the way, at least semblance of order, they could never be in that. Tinubu is the worst of all, because I believe he's the most flawed candidate in all this. Let's just even forget about the past, about drugs and all those kind of stuff. But all we've seen is somebody who is sick, somebody who can't even articulate his positions, but is being teleguided into, it's like a show. It's like a big circus show that we are witnessing with him. But unfortunately, he's the guy who's to beat. Why? Because the ruling party belongs to the ruling party, and we know how it is in Nigeria. So it's very unfortunate. But like they say, in Igbo na Mbada Daribi, Buru Dinta, many of us are able here, so I don't need to interpret it again. But basically what he's saying is that, what we see as a huge disadvantage to some people is a huge advantage. Just like what we see playing out with the Buhari presidency, whereby he's almost like the figurehead, but we know those who are behind the scene making all the decisions. So these people can make decisions from behind the scene without claiming any responsibility. Yeah. So if you have to stretch some conspiracy, some are saying that, the North is supporting Tinubu because they know his state of health, and they know he has a Northern running mate, who incidentally is not even somebody who is favorably disposed to other parts of the country, especially the Southeast, based on what we have seen. So there's always going to be that enlightened self-interest going on. So this is a situation whereby some people will, behind the curtain, they will say all kinds of things. But when they come out in the open, of course, what they say is totally different from what they feel. And I could tell you this, it's not something that is unique to Nigeria. We are in the US here, and we know what is going on with Donald Trump. The Republican Party, they are biting themselves and say, what kind of nonsense is this with this guy? They don't like him. Oh, man.
Keep talking.
Hello?
We're listening.
Oh.
We are hearing you.
Okay, yeah. So they will say all those kind of stuff, but they know that they cannot come out in the open because of the same enlightened self-interest. They don't want to compromise. They don't want to say something against Trump for fear that the base may vote them out. Again, they are looking out for their own interests, even when they know that Trump, for example, is not good for the country. But first, they have to secure their position. And securing their positions means that they have to go against every norm of decency. They have to go against it. So that is basically the problem we're having with people who are pushing Tinubu and people who are pushing Abubakar. They know that Atiku Abubakar, they know they are not the best for the country, but it might be the best for them and their pockets. Now, for the rest of us, what I'll say is this. At the end of the day, people say Vox Populi, Vox Dei. I think there is a very big truth to that. Because at the end of the day, you have all those so-called power brokers doing all those kind of things. But if people can actually come out, be very determined and consistent and fight the fight, and that means everybody doing their own part in whichever way. If you're in social media, if you're talking to people and all those kind of things, let's all continue to do that. Because that's the only weapon we have. We don't have the tons of cash they have to move things. We don't have everything, all the armors at their disposal. But we have that conviction that we know what is good for us and that we know that these people are toying with our future. See, there's at the end of the day, again, the so-called power brokers may do all they want to do, but nobody in this world can sit down and predict exactly what things. You might make all your plans, but it doesn't mean that it will work like that. We know with what happened with Abacha. Nigeria faced that kind of unprecedented problem, but we know how nature, for some reason, took care of it. You know, the way that Jonathan ended up being the president, nobody ever thought that somebody from his part of the country would become a president, but he did. You know, so what I'm saying in essence is that we as a people, we just have to do our own part. Okay? I like to think that, you know, when we do all we can, if we all believe in God, he's going to fight our own, but we have to do our own part. You know, I like to say that let my hope triumph over my experience. And that's what I'll say for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. One man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good to be here, Rudolph. It must be some form of. I'm trying to position this way. Okay, let me just sit up straight. So it must be.
Hold on. One man, hold on. You are a professional
what is
by
it
now. You know,
what is it now?
You're a professional. When you come on this show, you should be ready, and everything should be all.
What do you mean ready? It's just a casual space where people.
You know, when Dr. C is having problems with his connection, I know he's a doctor, you know, but you are a professional in this. You know, you should go ahead, one man.
Oh, all right. Good to be here. You know, every time I come here, I just promise.
I said I'm using China phone or what?
Well, no, I'm not actually using a phone. I'm using a laptop.
Using an obedient network.
It's a technology for the future we will come across very soon. It's called a laptop. Look out for it. Coming to a village near you. You know, every time I do come here, I think to myself, is it really worth lumping myself in? But then anytime I do listen, I find myself somewhat feeling the need to lump myself in. So I've lumped again. It's only really the conversation, and I'm not sure if you've seen the movie Groundhog Day. It's like Groundhog Days. Sometimes when I listen, with people just looping around in a circle wagon of you know, so ostrich type of.
That means it was.
Sorry, yeah, with people. So let me just go straight to it because really, I know you're pushed for time. It's all of this narrative around Tinubu, and I would invite people to actually look at the tea leaves, and rather than just stay within that narrow loop of the narratives that regurgitate, look at the tea leaves. Tinubu is fast propelling himself towards the presidency. The final hurdle, almost certainly, was that Chatham House interaction that he had, which a lot of people were expecting to be a stumbling block for him, but which he scaled excellently. So as Ovia was just pointing out to you, these clips going around making the rounds of another interaction with Channels Television. So you can abandon the Agbado now, and you can abandon the Buloba, or you can stay there. It's entirely your decision. So, but really, the narrative is propelling this guy to govern you for another 8 years. He's not going to die. He's not going to collapse. It will continue to make faux pas and gaffes because that has always been his speech pattern. But anytime I listen here, it's people doing all this tribal circle dancing around fire camps, bula balu all the time. So you have to get with it, though. You can't stop this guy if you focus on where he's propelling himself to. But if you continue to loop around just the bula balus and the bula balus, because it seems to entertain you, and that's just really it's like Groundhog Day, just looping around the same tired narrative.
I'm getting impatient with you. Round it up.
Sorry.
No, please, there will be questions. Please, Rudolph, there will be questions.
You know,
I'm going to Rudolph, I thought you said you were going to be running a more disciplined thing. That's what you said.
I muted them. Go ahead.
So yes, I just lost my train of thought. So yeah, just come out of the bula balus. That's really where you need to be, or you can continue to subsist in that because you cannot find a pathway out of it. But then of course, this guy propelling to be your president, and that's just the facts as obtained, independently, verifiably. That is what is happening. So you can continue to loop around in the bula balus.
Thank you, one man. So let's give.
When are we going to rant, Dr. Damage?
That's next. But I want people to question one man because he has a wonderful viewpoint. I will start with
intelligent, no personal attacks though, because I'm still
about the issues
from when I first came in here and they were hurling abuse.
Come on, you've just spoken.
Does it know? Please. I think everybody, what I want people to learn to do is to listen to people, whoever they are, whatever they are saying. You can't pick people you want to listen to and have them everywhere you go. So we have to learn to listen to people and ask questions and make it the issue, whatever he presented. He likes what Tinubu did, the presentation, ask him about that. Proudly Bear, you're first.
My question to you, one man, because your statements are highly biased and personal, but you are highly entitled to your own opinion. Don't you think, as a Nigerian, that Tinubu is not above all other candidates, regardless the game he's playing, to get to that seat? Whether he comes to Chatham House or not, don't you think he should go to the channel, the television, sit down like all other candidates have done and let Nigerians question him? Yes or no, one man? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
So can I address? Is hardly ever
go ahead.
Or no? Yeah, it's hardly ever a yes or no anything in life. Life is in the gray areas, as I'm sure you know. So I'll ignore the first half of that space. But the second half of it, Tinubu is not above all candidates. It's the front runner, though, in this election. Whether you like it or not, whether it's your preference or not, that is what all the objective assessments tell you. Tinubu is the front runner in this election. Now, his interaction with the... let me go to actually a comment that was made by Kene or something earlier on, that he should go to Arise. So it's a case of moving the goalpost, isn't it? So first, this guy was not the thing was he wasn't speaking, and then he started to mount the rostrums up and down the country, and then he started to speak, and then we mutated into Bula Balu, and then he has now had this interaction at Chatham House, and then we transmuted into farming of questions to surrogates. Now he has had and not speaking to Nigerians. Now he has had an interaction with Channels Television, and we've moved the thing to our right. So it's just Tinubu is not above anything, but Tinubu once said, "I don't know what you are running for, but I am running to be president." And this is what we see playing now. So all of this hooplas and brouhaha is entertaining, but it doesn't stop.
Okay. One man. Thank you. What I would do now is to get other people. Hold on. Can I hold on? And I saw Dozier frustrated. Dozier, don't be frustrated. Come on. I wish everybody would be a lecturer.
No, reality frustrates.
Listen to people. Reality, you don't. One man. All right. So what I want to do, one man, pay attention, okay? Because we don't have a lot of time. So I want to get all the questions and then you respond to them. Okay. So it won't be one after the other. So Austin, you're first.
So I just want to ask some first question. Number one, I like going to now on a scale of 100%. How will you want to rate Tinubu? That maybe you can note that down. The second thing is that
what are the parameters of the rating?
That's you are a professor. Your student are presented, and you're supposed to give him grades.
I'm barely literate.
Pardon?
Yeah, carry on.
So you are a professor, and your student.
He said he's barely literate, and I see that.
No, it's just giving an example.
Maybe let me just go so that I want to be fast. Please. So just from what he said, everything, the question he delegated to people and everything, then just grading. How maybe which percentage? That's the first thing I wanted to ask. Secondly, he doesn't grant interview to the Nigerian media. Let's say tomorrow he wins and becomes the president of Nigeria, and something happens. He doesn't come out to talk about it. He doesn't address the nation. How will you feel after that? That's the second question I want to ask. Then the issue where he mentioned that he doesn't. Let me not paraphrase. According to him, he said that power is not being given; it must be taken. What do you feel about that statement? Those are the three things I want to ask you
Uh,
about.
all right, you might well want to talk me through it again. But the first one was an assessment of his Chatham House interaction.
Yes.
I thought that was probably one of the most inspired things that I have ever seen politically. I thought it was excellent. I thought it was ingenious. I thought it was creative. And I thought it was futuristic.
Sorry, as a Yoruba man, you mean?
Oh, no.
No, please. That means if I'm the professor, I can liken what you just said to about 90%, right?
What's that?
So if from your response, as a professor, I would say that you are talking of 90%.
I am saying that what is done is the way of the future. You will see this repeat in the United Kingdom, in America, all over the place. Already happens in America, by the way. It gave half an hour the keynote speech, and then he had a question and answer session. He took 4 questions out of 10, which he answered directly himself, and then he subordinated 6 questions to individual surrogates. So I'm not quite sure. If that is not genius, then I want to know what is.
So the next question I had there is that he doesn't speak to the local media. I'm just trying to remind him.
Sorry. Yeah.
He doesn't speak to the local media. So when he becomes president, unless it's something happened like the flood, or maybe something that you expect the president to speak, and my big man is not there to speak, how will you feel as a Nigerian?
Well, I wouldn't feel anything if the president doesn't speak, but I will certainly feel a lot if the president does not act. So I'm not, if I want to listen to oratory, I will go and listen to tapes of Wole Soyinka. He's the speaker. But if I want to see action, I want to see it. I don't want to hear words. I want to see action. So if I'm seeing relief materials being dropped in, if I'm seeing the army building shoring bridges to insulate the flood, and I'm seeing the Red Cross service going in to hold babies and comfort them, then I don't really care what the president has to say. Actions, not words.
Okay, the last one.
No. So here is my question.
So he said I should repeat it. I just want to complete the last one. The last one, he says that power should be taken. What do you think about that statement?
I think you need to go and rewatch that clip and remove your tinted, biased glass and listen to it again. Patently, power is taken. Who has ever given power to anybody? I mean, come on, man. This is the Agbado thing that stymies. This is the space that was inviting that you should leave. That's Agbado right there, isn't it? That statement you just made. Agbado and Bula Balu. It's really, they're scraping the barrels.
So
let's go to no, Kenny, not you. I'm not coming to you first. Dozie, you're next. One question, please. Make it one. Just pick the best question you have.
Mr. Conquer, I'll do exactly that. One man does not. It's not. Listen, if it was Osibajo or any of the Yoruba gentlemen, I would respect that. I am not supportive of this. What's his name? Asiwaju. I'm not going to give Mr.
Why so?
No. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna give Mr. One Man this pedestal that he's standing on, taking our questions because he's being sarcastic. I'm simply gonna ask him one simple question. How long have you been in the UK?
All right. Okay, so we're going back to your mini-me Nnamdi Kanu guy. I thought that was rich, actually.
Answer the question. It's so simple.
No, hold on, Dozier. You don't get to pick the question and the answer as well. You ask, and I answer as I
delegate. You delegate.
Yeah, yes, and I delegate.
Delegate it to me. Delegate it to me.
Let me just.
I am one of your disciples.
Okay. Can I just have a moment? Since you've opened that window, let me just walk through it just for a brief moment. I thought it was quite rich, actually, for a guy that has transmuted himself into mimicking and cloning another man for profit to accuse me of being pretentious. So I thought that was the irony was lost on the space, but it wasn't lost on me. The person that in both in tonality, texture, and mannerism, Ovie knows him. Ovie is here. Ovie knows him as an athlete. He used to be some lily-livered little
Dami, this
element,
is
but
not
he has
answering the question. He's
so,
not
One man, you're going
answering the
personal
question.
now. Grow up now. Come
No,
on.
All right,
just
guys.
answer the
Okay,
question.
hold on.
all right.
Give
But that was
him
a
the
personal
Let,
question.
let's
That's a
let's
personal
move on.
question.
Let's
No,
move
hold
on
on,
from
everybody.
there.
Hold on, everybody. One man, hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
This is really an exercise that I enjoy because it's easy to think, and I see some people writing comments, and I want to make
Kick
it
him
clear
out,
to
kick him out,
people.
Abby. Kick him out,
Yeah,
kick him out.
no, not that. You know, I'm disappointed. Somebody is brought to the platform, and no, this is have your say. If you don't want to be listen to anybody, you can tune off. Go and watch a soccer. Go and do something. You know, people should be able to have their say. It's not everybody. I don't know the idea that you want people that you like, people who share opinion with you only to talk to you. It frustrates me.
It will be a boring life.
Okay. Now the other thing I wanted to hold on, guys. This is also this an exercise in terms of, you know, sometimes we have guests and we interview them and people think they are saying the wrong thing and you are not asking the right question and all these things. You have the right to ask a question. The guest should say whatever they wanted to say and move on. There's something you can do. You can't force them to answer, give you the answer you want. So this is something good. I think most of you potentially, maybe next 5 years, you are a politician, you are a minister, you are, you know, a big time writer, big time whatever. You face this, and this is something that I think is an important exercise. All right, can I honest?
Okay, thank you, Mr. One Man. I don't know, you know, why One Man or how he turned out to be a guest here, but this is it.
No, but okay. Let me. Can I hold on? One more, hold on. I know I said this that by next year we're going to have proper sections of this show. It's not going to be just free flowing this way. And one of the sections I want is this, where everybody can be a guest at any point. We do this, and you have opportunity to hear their view in full, asking questions. You know, because it could be you next time. Go ahead.
Congratulations, One Man, for being the guest.
On
this is it. Initially, I was thinking that you were very smart until you stated it here that you are barely smart. So I'll begin to wonder, I begin to like put things together. But this is it, right? You said that Tinubu is the front runner. So I want to ask, what parameters did you use to come up with that positioning? And secondly,
we said one question.
Yes, just they are connected. So you've been to, I think you are in UK, right, or US? You are not in Nigeria, right?
I mean, no, you are laughing where I come from.
Okay, so you went to the embassy to seek for visa. So when you went to the embassy to seek for visa, you were questioned. Who did you appoint to answer those questions for you? I'm asking these questions. This question based on the fact that you support Tinubu's appointing surrogates to answer questions for him. So did you appoint someone to answer questions for you at the embassy?
So sorry, what was the first question?
The first question: what parameters you use to?
Okay. So let me just disregard. Let me just cap off the last question. I've never had to go to any embassy to seek any visas for reasons of birth. But to the Tinubu being a front runner in the elections, if you don't have an understanding that Tinubu,
but you've been to a job interview, right?
Why would I have been
to job interview?
Can I let him answer so that we can move on? We don't want to go ahead, one man.
Yeah, but to Tinubu being the front runner in the elections, I'm not quite sure. I hope that was a tongue-in-cheek sort of question, because it calls into question otherwise. But obviously, patently, Tinubu is the front runner. Tinubu is the flag bearer of one of the top two political parties in the country. Tinubu is the flag bearer of the incumbent government within the country. Tinubu is the most widely known politician in the presidential race. So note those words so you don't conflate. Tinubu is the most widely known, not to say that he's the best loved or the most popular, but the most widely known. In terms of name recognition, Tinubu is the most widely known. Tinubu, in terms of propelling towards that, as Orok said, he has combined all of the presidential candidates, all 17 of them, he has put in twice the efforts of the combined totality of them twice over. So he did say to you that it's not, he doesn't know what you are running for. He is running to be president. But just to, sorry, I hate to be the harbinger of bad news, Kene, but you know, Peter Obi is not going to be the president. So and I think you know that. I suspect you do. It's hope over reality, isn't it? It's but I do understand the optimism, but I think in your private moments you do know that Peter
No, I
Obi.
don't.
Of course,
Okay.
you are not an
Okay,
idiot.
one man. Okay, wait, one more question and then we're done. We go to rants. OC, Yones. OC, go ahead.
Please, Dr.
OC,
Damage, can I just take that spot, please?
Okay. Mr.
One
Scribe,
man,
take it.
it's a pleasure to talk to you again. In a parliamentary setup, the Prime Minister will take questions every Wednesday. Given this backdrop and the delegation that Tinubu did during his Chatham House, this thing, would it suffice?
Well, I'm not sure if you watch the Westminster, when the Prime Minister takes the rostrum, he delegates to the Secretary of this and to the Secretary of that, which very much go and watch it now. So
listen, I'm a British citizen like you.
One man, you're lying. You're lying. You're lying, one man.
I've never seen that
You're
happen.
talking rubbish.
Well, I say it all the time.
Yeah, you're talking nonsense.
No. So
You're
sorry.
not.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
No, that's just that's really much ado about nothing. That's neither here nor there. What when I look, this is what let me just make this wider point, and I do hope that this wider point resonates. You know, all this clutch, this is what that question sends to is clutching at straws. This is clutching at straws. The guy had the interaction. He did not give the full power that the raw meat eaters were waiting for. And that was the end of that. So whatever happens in the parliament, in the United Kingdom, etc., the guy had an excellent presentation. He came up, he was partying after that. You saw them all dancing Buga, which was a dance of victory. So, you know, you can continue with the Agbados, as I said, when I first came in.
All right.
You have to agree
Mr. Scribe, no.
You have to agree with us that you have to agree with us that it is very painful to listen to this guy. Let's move to another.
Okay. One more.
Before you move on, let me just
say one man. No, hold on, one man. Hold on. OC, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, OC, go ahead.
So I'm not sure I want to respond to one man.
Okay.
You know,
all right.
I'm just talking to every one of us. You know, and it's about the importance of the election we're talking about and Nigeria as an entity. You know, it's not a joke. Okay. And I just want to make a point that when people criticize a presidential candidate or any candidate for that matter, is not born out of a provincial interest, or maybe because it's not from your tribe or doesn't share the same religion with you. We are talking about real facts, and that's what we want to hear about. I am an Igbo guy, on that, no doubt, but that doesn't mean that.
Well, you all are.
That doesn't mean that if all Jews or Kalu or Rochos or Korocha should come out, I'll say, hey, let's go with him because he's an Igbo. Because at the end of the day, that's
a post-hoc fallacy. What you just said there.
We were all patient to give you opportunity here.
That's
a
straw man. That's a straw man.
Nigeria
keep it down to him. How do you want it to shut up?
Leadership in 1999. They did not. Okay. They did not grab it and run with
why
it.
is it?
No,
is it difficult?
Forget all of that. What was said is just there. That's a straw man argument.
One man. If we ask people to keep quiet when you're talking, I expect that you let them speak, please. Okay, OC, finish what you're saying.
Yeah, so like I was saying, no, it's not something so not everybody is that biased, because at the end of the day, what is going to save Nigeria is not if an Igbo man is the president, or a Yoruba man, or an Hausa man, or anybody from that matter, but the individual who is there on the seat. Because I could tell you that if all these people I mentioned go to Aso Rock for any reason, I don't see how they represent me. And I don't see how they're going to make my life better, And so we should try to come out of that provincial mindset. Now, we're talking about somebody who, one, starting from his background, is all shrouded in secrecy. We don't know. We don't know if the age is correct. We don't know if his name is correct. Okay? We don't even want to go into his drug history, but that's even a part. Okay? Now, during the APC convention that threw him out as the presidential candidate, the guy couldn't even go to the stage. He had to be helped out. And while he was there holding the flag, he was shaky. Okay, that's a part. Now, this guy came in. Of all the other presidential candidates, including Atiku, including Obi, including Kwankwaso, they've all been having series of interviews, listening to Nigerians, ask them questions. Each time we call you to give your own perspective, either you say this news organization is biased. Okay, there was an interview series also done by Kadari Ahmed. I've been searching for Bola Tinubu to see his take on that. You don't find it anywhere. Now, what we ended up seeing is a guy who goes to London, choreographed, and then give a few things, and then ask others to answer the question, And then the whole carried about how he talks about the other presidential candidates, So, I mean, we can decide to be erudite and try to pretend like, oh, we're pursuing a jet, but see, we all know when you're genuine, everybody knows. I'm not trying to impute motive into what you're doing. But the problem with Nigeria is the enlightened self-interest. Because somebody sees, oh, this guy is from my tribe, or this guy is from this, I'm likely to benefit from this guy's government. Then he forgets about what happens to the generality of the people, which is the problem. And I expect that those of us, all of us in this world, most of us who are outside of this country, at least by God's grace, thank God that at least we're able to find food and shelter. That should unshackle our mind to those primitive instincts. We should at this point in time, even if, no matter what, stand up for what is truth. Somebody mentioned Osibanjo. Osibanjo is classical. If Osibanjo is in that shoe, many of us will vote for him. Because he has shown this guy has age on his side, he's mentally alert, he answers questions correctly and all those kind of things. So we'll follow him. So if this race were to be, we are arguing about P2B, Kwankwaso, and what's his name? And Yemi Osibanjo, that's a different thing. But for somebody to stand here and focus on the fact that some distractors are saying blah, 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 and all those kind of things, those are distractions. There's nobody in this world that, you don't have innuendos thrown at you. P2B, they call him Mr. No Shishiman. But we're not dwelling on that. We are dwelling on the substance. And that is what some of us expect you to say here. But if you come here and start spewing the fact, oh, people hate him because he's a Yoruba, because he's not from the other tribe, then we are going back to the same thing that we are condemning. That we are going back to the same problem that is.
Sorry, I never said that. I never said that.
Let me finish. My suggestion, Dr. Damages, is please let's not make this discussion about one man and the rest of it, because we cannot. I can sit here and talk all days. He has had his time. Let's move to some other things more important, because I mean we've heard him, and we respect his position. That's good. But let's move on to something else, please.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Doctor, I need to address one man, please. I need to address one man before he leaves.
Don't put his hand. Let him not put his hand in his mouth. In California,
Doctor, I haven't spoken. I haven't spoken. I need to address him.
No, but if you want to use your time to address him, then you're not moving forward.
Hold on, I'll have to call. We have to end this. Okay, we have to end this.
Yeah.
And part of ending it is also I want to give one man a chance to 1 minute to round it up. Okay.
All right.
I've not called you. I've not called you. I've not called you. I just want to make sure that people understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. Make it clear. We'll give him 1 minute to round up. It's not fair to mention. And I know that if I tell Ovia has something to say, Victory, I see you. I know you have not said anything. We'll continue the conversation at another point. But one man, just 1 minute.
All right. I have to say I take exception to what that last chap just said. There's absolutely nothing I said here that is not entirely about what he thinks he was trying to move me to. What I was inviting all the way through when I came in was to invite that we leave the parochial pedestrian space and come into where there is substance. And he's talking as though he is inviting me to leave parochialism and sectionalism to come into where there is substance. That is what I am inviting you to do. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe you are listening with prejudice, but entirely what you were saying is what I came in here to say. So I don't understand quite what you are saying. But sorry, Rudolph, let me leave it there. I do attempt to have a conversation with your audience, but I'm not quite sure that the space is for the conversation that I want to have. So let me go prepare for my session, and hopefully,
thank you.
I'll listen in the background. Maybe I'm not sure that I can. Maybe this is not my conversational space.
Thank you, one man. We appreciate you. Let me say this. Ranting is starting. Yeah. Let me also say this, that maybe next week Ekene will be our guest for 30 minutes. So we can time it. So every week one person will be the guest. We ask the person question. All right, ranting. Ovie, you're starting first.
You mean next week Saturday?
Yeah.
Oh no, I will not be around. I'm having no. I'm having a guest from Nigeria, so I can.
Oh, okay. All right, don't worry. We'll find.
Maybe week after.
No, the next one. Okay. All right. Rant. Ovie, you're first.
We Nigerians. When I say we, regardless of where you are, it's funny because we wake up overnight. The eve to the election, we start asking, "Why do we have Tinubu? Why do we have Congress? Why do we have that?" That's not how it works. We have lived, it's a democracy. We have left our own part of the bargain for the elite. When I use the word elite, people say, oh, how did those billionaires, those who really have stake in the country, they cannot wait for you to choose who lead, who control their assets for them. No, it doesn't work like that. Mr. Osi cited a classical example by using Donald Trump. What people don't understand that Donald Trump, as we speak today, just as he rightly said, 35 to 40% base of the Republican hold him tight. Where is these people coming from? You have to go back to 2007. A man called Steve Bannon, he co-founded what they call Breitbart today. That is the foundation of that movement. It stands the test of time. We will go just wake up overnight, we say we don't want to do, we don't want this. It doesn't work like that. Until we take a deliberate attempt to start getting involved from the grassroots, we'll keep having the likes of Tinubu, the likes of the current president as our leader. It is not by wish. People are working. Bola Tinubu know they sleep. Konkoso know they sleep. This thing is crossing. What are you doing? Now to come rant.
You did very well. Thank you. Mr. Scribe, you're next. 1 minute.
Yeah, my dear one man. I've just been on parliament.uk just to refresh my mind though that these questions can't be delegated. But I don't know, one man, I really respect your right to... I accept my rights when you also accept your rights. So please do your research properly and answer my question properly. The UK, as long as the UK Prime Minister is there physical, no one else can take those questions. My rant, as usual, I'm sorry, I know Dozier, you won't want to go back to the Biafran thing. But it's one of the reasons why I mostly attend here is mainly because people like me, I consider myself as a moderate, have refused, and also our elders have refused to confront this Biafran question and everything. It's eating us, and we better take it seriously. And my advocacy is that we try and appeal to our brothers that a political solution or a political direction can work. And historical precedents. I come with historical precedents that if you look at the formation of the Labour Party, doctor, okay, I bow out.
But before you start, you have to know that it's 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'll just bow
But
out.
I had you. We'll get back to you. Just think about that and keep it. We'll come back to you. Proudly Beer.
Well, I don't know how to rant, but I'll try. Nigeria, as of now, should have been better than what we had in the past, but it's getting worse. The likes of an unfit man coming to rule us again will be running from Nigeria to abroad, to the Western country to get his medicals. I believe is foul. He shouldn't have even won that ticket in the first place. I hope he can buy life because he's buying everything. And I really hope that people in Nigeria vote their conscience, regardless that the incumbent parties are going to try everything humanly possible to win. Tinubu, I wish you all the best and long life and prosperity. That's mine.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't have to worry about you making the time. Thank you. Can you're next?
Ranting, right? Sorry.
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay. For Christians here, I want us to look at this. The 9th of the 10th commandment, which is, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor." We oftentimes lie against people, trying to say what people are not doing, and we take it so serious. Why I made mention of this is because of what the accusations or baseless speculations that we are having against ESN and the activities of IPOB and Simon Ekpa. This is it. Nigerian government, Nigerian politicians, Southeast politicians are the ones doing the killings. They are using Fulani terrorists, Ebubago, to do the killings in the Southeast. I bleed each time I see people die unnecessarily. So the killing going on in Southeast has nothing to do with ESN. ESN is protecting Southeast. And people like me will support ESN morally, financially, and any other way that I will support ESN. I don't want to know what you think, because what you think is up to you. But what I know is what I know. So please, before we lay all those baseless accusations, we should try as much as possible to make verifications. ESN is not killing our people. ESN is protecting our people, and that is the fact. Go and make findings. Stop relying on what you see on social media and newspapers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kene. Dozie, you're next. Dozie, unmute yourself, please.
A few years ago, a childhood friend was at war with me as to why I supported Buhari. I was completely crazy for Buhari. I watched everything that existed in Sahara Reporters. I was crazy for Buhari. Today is about Obi. I think my response to him, and eventually he came around and understood my issue. We are looking for somebody who can institute a country. Nigeria is not really a country right now. It's something I can't describe. We are looking for somebody that will make the country work. That's what we are looking for. We are looking for somebody who will make the country work. And I will repeat what I said during Buhari's tenure. And that is simple. Wherever the person comes from in Nigeria, the person is acceptable. Today, it is Obi. Let us be rational. Let us be reasonable. Let's give this man a chance. Point. For now.
All right. Thank you, Dozie. Thank you so much for that. Austin, you're next.
Look, what I'll just say is this. I'll always say this. Evil is always evil. See, if evil favors you today, you are happy. Know that tomorrow it will not favor you. So let's avoid all this issue of favoritism or this. We have presidential candidates to consider. Let's select the best. I will not force something on anybody, but let's not be sectional anything. Because one thing, as I said, if you do the good thing, you do it for yourself. You do the bad thing, you do it for yourself. If you think we can collect 1 naira or 2 naira and put in our pocket now, Later, after the election, the money go finish. And when it finish, don't forget, I always say we are teachers. When I don't train my student well, and my student become a thief, when I'm riding my Rolls Royce home, he will meet me on the road. Then I'll know that my action yesterday is coming from my head today. That's what I would say.
Okay, Austin, you went the wrong way, too far. Your student could become a doctor if you don't teach the doctor well, and then the student will treat you or your family members. So you don't have to go
Thank
to
you.
the thief.
Those are the many
Yeah.
things we can say. So do your job well. Don't say because they gave me money or this. Do your job well and do the right thing.
All right, Victory, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I think I was listening to the former Minister of Education speaking on Channels TV, and she said that if good people don't come into politics, then what do you expect? The talks is going to take over the politics, and the talks will end up ruling you. And that's the case what's happening in Nigeria. And I will encourage every Nigeria here, if you really have interest of Nigeria at heart, you can call Chatham House, you can send them an email. When they get serious blowbacks from Nigeria that really want to take back their country, then they will know that it's not a joke, right? You allow the man to come to Chatham House and is delegating people to answer his question. I was going to ask Warman, where has he seen in this world where a presidential candidate goes on stage and is delegating, asking people to answer questions for him? It has never happened anywhere that I can remember, right? So the man Tinubu is incapable of going through a thorough question and answer session without him throwing out something that people will just know that this man is unfit to become the president. So anyone that is really concerned, you can ring Chatham House, you can send them an email and run to them.
All right, thank you, Victory. We appreciate your inputs. Sydney, welcome to the show.
Thank you, guys. I'm just coming in,
so
but I've been listening.
We are ranting.
All right,
now.
all right.
You have a minute to rant about anything.
I just have 3 things to say. Number one, the issue of the IPOB. There are a lot of unseen forces, and I want everybody to calm down and know that that's happening. With Tinubu, I think he's a master politician. Basically, he wants to be in the narrative, and he has achieved that. Whether we like it or not, he's the discussion of the week. And so we must give him that, irrespective of whatever we think. Number 3 is that, not that I support what he did, but I mean, that's who he is. And what he's telling us is that he doesn't really care. The third thing I want to say is that INEC is the dark horse of this election. Tinubu is trusting that the election will be manipulated. And if it will be manipulated, then he doesn't really care. But now it is either the Nigerian people rise up to the occasion. But INEC is the dark horse of this election. If INEC succeeds with what Nigerians want, then we'll see a new change. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your contributions today and the rant. We have to move to a different topic. Let me play a video so that will help us to introduce the topic. But before then, let's watch this. This is Abubakar Atiku at Chatham House.
Nigeria has the potential to make that leap.
Is this 4 years ago?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Phone goes off, we'll be in deep trouble.
Can you?
I think we got a technical. We got a technical.
Yeah, there was some interference.
Who was that went up there to see? Do you guys know him?
That's Reno.
Okay. So that's very interesting, that was 4 years ago, I believe. He went there and he spoke people remember the moment where he lost maybe his line of thought, but they call it the missing 63 seconds, where Atiku was quiet, he couldn't say anything. So no matter what we think about going there to answer to the colonial powers, essentially, but it's part of that conversation. You know, we have to accept
the mecca of politicians.
Yeah, it's part of that conversation, and it's closer to home. And most people in Nigeria, they can get visa to go to the UK, because there are other institutions like that in America. But I don't think that they care about Nigerian politics enough to make room for something like that. All right, my computer is not doing very well today, but let me welcome CK. CK, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Felix, welcome to the show. Felix, can you hear me? All right. Felix is frozen. The other two topics we have today left is the military. The military, they are warning us that they are under pressure. They're under pressure to compromise the election. I don't get it. Maybe somebody will help me understand. What are we going to do? Are we going to beg them not to be under pressure or not to yield? Who understands this? Anybody? I don't want to go.
I can go.
Okay, go, Scribe. I'll go to you first. Okay.
I'll just use history. I've never been a proponent that Nzogo just acted on his own. Right? I don't believe that Nzogo, Ifajuna, and the rest, they acted on their own. I think if you look at the build-up from the fraudulent census down to the 64, everything that happened between Nnamdi Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa, where he refused to call Tafawa Balewa to form a government, and then from there you look at the Operation Wet here and everything. It suggests, and everything that had to do with Awolowo going to prison and everything, it suggests, and then you marry that to how a Kwame Nkrumah would, all of a sudden turn into a dictator, somebody who was carrying everybody along. How a what's his name, Mulumba, Patrice Mulumba. So when people like after let me not miss this point. After the Danjuma did what he did, he immediately went to the UK. There's a video of this about him, and he there was a guard of honor and all that. So I think as chief of general staff. So we need to understand that in Nigeria, nuggets like this are reflective of the junctures where we are. That if he's saying that he said they're under pressure by who? And my only I would say speculation. I think speculation to using history to backtest is that he might be alluding to, say, some kind of MI6 CIA kind of thing, which now with declassified documents that we've read tend to suggest. You see, if you please follow me very well, okay? I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just using, what has happened in the past. The aftermath of things like the Sankara coup, Blaise Matuidi, Blaise Compaoré, and the rest. I'm using that to equate to what that statement might be alluding to. And if you follow, current affairs, I think these things, they don't just say it like that. It's something that we need to take seriously. I know I think somebody said he has already retracted that statement or something like that. But things like that, people in the military, they don't just say things like that. They're very well disciplined. And Irabor is, I would say, in my opinion, a good soldier. I do like the way he speaks. So and I just feel like that is the angle where that is coming from, based on back testing, not totally speculating here.
All right. Thank you. Let me go to Austin. I know Austin has to go, but Austin, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, you asked me to go ahead.
Oh, okay. Can I go?
So this is it. Nigerian army trying to deny. Yeah. Okay. Not denying. They are just confessing. People like us, we know them. I've been involved in the election conduction in Nigeria. There was never a time they want to conduct an election in Anambra State that I don't get involved, right? And there was a time we were picked because I have somebody that always makes sure that I participate in the conduction. So I respected the person. And towards evening time, we were picked from our polling unit somewhere in my local government headquarters. And the people that gave us security were Nigerian Army and police. Not only my unit from my polling unit, no. Everybody from that local government converged in that house, a politician's house. And there was a deity there. We were meant to rig the election before the deity. They wanted to make us scared, like to be threatened. So you have to do what they asked you to do. This is happening in Anambra State. Nigerian police, Nigerian army were giving us security. So they've been involved in the rigging of election. That election was rigged. And that was when OBJ, Obasanjo, was the president. The election was rigged in favor of Obasanjo, right? So it is not today. They have been getting involved. All this confession that they are doing, they're just trying to play games. They will still be used to rig this election. That if Nigerians give them the opportunity to do that.
All right. Who wants to go? I don't want to go line by line. Austin, go ahead. Oh, okay. Austin, go ahead.
See, when it comes now, the Nigerian army, maybe I don't know, had to cry foul that they want them to rig the election. When I was serving, there was this time, I served in a military barracks. We used to go for road work. You march with the military men. So they always sing a lot of things and would cheer and make noise. There was this military man beside me that when Buhari came to power, he said that he would change Nigeria. He would change Nigeria. So we thought it was change. We don't know that it was change. What I'm trying to say here is this, that sometimes we do things, after doing them, we don't know that there will be consequences. Now, some of those military men, some of those who voted, some of those who aided the rigging, as Kenneth is trying to say, saw that it didn't go on very well. And one thing I like to speak for myself independently. I'm looking at all these big boys, all the Obasanjo, all this Ango Abdullahi and the rest. You see them talking and looking around. I remember the time where Obasanjo gave his seat to Obi. I asked myself, why are you giving your seat to Obi? Some of these old men know they are closer to the end. And since they are closer to the end, they know that we don't have anything to lose. We just need to make it better. So my own stand about this is that they are crying foul now because they know that even if the next administration come in the way it may not still benefit them. So if I were them, it's just try as much as possible. If you are supposed to provide security, provide your security. After the security is being provided, you can go home. And what makes it a little bit difficult is this issue of the beavers. Even if you want to stop the ballot boxes, if we accredit voters electronically, it will counteract what normally happened. One of these things happened during my time, during 2011 election in my village. There is this guy who was very proud. There was a time where he won the election and they denied him the ticket. So his people went right to Abuja for a court case and finally won. But when he got to the House of Rep, he became a tyrant to his own people. So the next election, they waited for him. The polling booth in front of his house, he lost. In the polling booth in front of his house, he lost. So the main thing about all this is that the beavers are now becoming too strong that the parties who will not benefit from it are trying to knock it down. And that's where you see the military coming out with this. So we should just take we should take what they said serious. We should take it very serious. And this is the opportunity for the people to do what is right. Because if you do what is right, everybody will be happy. If they win you free and fair, you go happy. But if they win you by tricks, you go happy. Simple.
Okay. I'm coming, Sydney and everybody else. Let's frame it a little bit. If this were just regular things that used to happen, like military getting involved, like the way Austin and Kenny were talking about, I don't think the chief of defense staff would be talking about it at that level. This may be something bigger. What do you think?
Yes, I think if we actually listen to the man carefully, it's not necessarily talking about the hierarchy of the military, but even though at the state level, because one thing we need to understand is that I think we they look maybe because our country is now working the way we want it to be, so we just look at as if it's a nonsense place. No, there are so many interests, not just in Nigeria, all around the world. That is so much interested in that country that we they take for granted. You understand? Talking about rigging election, I never see any election where they never rig around the world. If you pay attention today in America, somebody was accusing me, somebody was saying at the comment section that Trump is saying that they should suspend the constitution so he can continue. Why is he saying that? If you pay attention, when Elon Musk take over Twitter, he was able to release the untabody laptop that the Twitter suppressed it. And if you look at the permutation that is going on, even the Democrats, they are agreed that if they allow that laptop to surface, the election would have been different. So they are seeing that too as election rigging. So just different way. Yes, beaver they there. No be people make the beaver. Now people go operate the beaver now. So let's forget this. I keep saying it. When I say it's a game of elite, I know what I'm talking about. It's expensive to become president of Nigeria. The question you should ask yourself that how much is your contribution? And the way we are going, we the people might not even get the president we want come 2035. Because obviously we are not going to get the president we want 2023. 2027 is already gone. 2031, we are not even talking about it. So until we start mobilizing ourselves all across the country now, that's why when I bring Trump into question, Trump movement started 2007. They just adopt them. And that movement is so strong that it split to the Brexit through the likes of, what's it called? Now from Niger or whatever they call that man. All the way to Urban of Hungary. It's a movement. Trump not just wake up overnight and become president. If we actually want the people's president, we have to start working now, mobilizing people across the country, not just one section of the country. It's a big deal. Now we just they take our country for granted. A lot of people are interested. Pay attention to Al Mustafa, what he has been saying regarding our oil. So yes, we should pay attention. I'm not really actually they say, okay, the military is not going to comply because as I said, there will always be their bid. Maybe the people where they approach them is not the person they want at this point. So we can disagree with your police sentiment that it's this elite. At the damn minute, guess what? They will come together because they have one thing in common: power. What do we have in common? Nothing. Instead, we come here and say, my people are Majila, my people are Majila. That is not going to get us what we want. We have to find a common ground. And our common ground here is that the elite. They are in our house, they are in our community, they are not just in one section of the country alone. If we don't mobilize and work hard, it's a marathon here. We have to say in the next 10 years, we will get our president and start working now. Nobody say we just wake up 3 days the election. Oh, we want Kokozo on. They will just allow. That's why I asked the question. Those that actually invest billions in the economy, what are they saying? They are mute. But we come and talk. So the military are speaking out now. Maybe people where they approach is not what they want. So Nigeria is a big deal, whether you like it or not. It is a big deal. And it's not where we can just wake up that minute and start chanting, this is my president, this is my president. When I use that Trump, I know what I'm talking about. From 2007, now the people they now call the deplorables started working. And they were not making noise. They were underground doing their job. When they see somebody that spoke their language, which is Donald Trump, they jump on the train, they jump on him. So that's what we start doing. We start consulting ourselves. We the poor people. We start investing in ourselves and start mobilizing. I hate 2035, not even 2037, because it's gone already. It's gone.
All right.
Now we not take it all, man, and a lot is at stake.
All right.
Can I say something?
Sydney, go ahead.
All right. First of all, I want to dovetail on what Ovia said. Like I mentioned last time, I told us that the military will make decisions concerning this election. And I want to say to Ovia that we have already started all these underground agitations from the NSAS. Those questions, what we see in the OB movement, whether we like it or not, is an offshoot of the NSAS. And we believe that it will continue, all right? As we keep talking, as we keep discussing issues, people will start getting more, for INEC to tell you that the lot of registrations came in, it means the people are beginning to say, wait a minute, let's see what happened now. With this election and with regards to the military will always be part of our political process. Nigeria is at a boiling point. This election is not going according to script. The normal script would have been a two-horse race. We decide what we want, and the decision will be the elite, military elite. But for now, this election is not a two-horse race, and that is the truth. Nobody, none of them factored an OB in this election. Nobody factored a Kwakwanso in this election. So, there's pressure on the military. There's pressure on INEC. Like I said, these two bodies are critical for the election moving forward. So when the military is telling you there's enormous pressure on them, what they're looking at is if we go into a runoff, what will be the security implications? If we go into an election and an underdog wins this election through technological input, what will happen? What will be the state of Nigeria? So there are a lot of factors going on, issues in the southeast, issues in the northeast. We're seeing a lot of these things. So the military is saying we need to now begin to take a position. So that is it a position to secure the nation? When do we move in if there's an issue? So he's just voicing it out to say, look, there's this pressure on us. But I believe that finally, the military elders, the 1%, will sit down and they will need to make a critical decision for where Nigeria has to tie to. Do they follow what the people are saying, what the feelers of the people are saying, or do they play along and see how it goes? That's what gives somebody like a Tinubu so much arrogance and confidence that this election will be manipulated. But we have to look at the body language also of the man at the top, Buhari. His body language is telling me something different. Something different. I mean, I may be wrong, but the body language I see from the top man there is not with his APC. He's slowing the man down through the monetary policies, through different things. So I think the military is just saying we need to be aware. Every time there has been a military incursion after a civilian rule, we should check what have been the parameters for that to happen. It has been that there has not been a consensus. There's always been maybe in the Awolowo, this, all converging. And we're at that same kind of point where we have the three major, ethnic groups converging. Religious groups, there's a divergence. So when it's at that point, there's a lot of issues. People complain about Chatham House. Chatham House is a tool for the Western society to look at the candidate that they will back, the horse that they're going to back. So people complaining Chatham, why should they go to Chatham House? The truth is that the UK has to know who to back. Not that they don't know, but they need to see who are they going to back. At the end of the day, it's not about us. There's something else sinister happening. So, but like I said, the military has always been part of our elections, will be part of this election. The challenge is, I don't think the military wants a situation where Nigeria will go into a lockdown and there will be a lot of crisis, because they are fighting crisis of the northern crisis, the southeast crisis. They don't want a political crisis, and so they expect that come January, which I believe by January, the 1% of the military will decide the horse they are backing. And based on all the indicators, I think they know where their backing is. I think they know because they won't want to cause bloodshed here because the country is on a boiling point. So the best is what will hamper European interest? What will hamper the American interest? The oil, the oil in the Niger Delta. That oil has to keep flowing. The resource has to keep moving. So the British and the Americans will do all it takes to ensure that the country does not implode. So that's
All
all
right.
the pressure. So that's what I think, that he's just voicing out some concerns for Nigerians to begin to take precaution and to see that we go into this election not as do or die. We should enter this election not as do or die, but INEC is the underdog, is the people that must deliver this election. I think so.
Can we ask
All right, thank you.
Sydney some follow-up questions?
No, he's not playing the guest now. but along the way, when I come to you, you can say something. Go ahead, OC first.
Yeah. So if I don't know if we're still ranting because I want to talk about what we were before. I want to.
Okay.
Go
ahead. Yes.
And I'm talking to every one of us, but I'm also hoping to address Kene because going by some of the comments, he probably may be a little bit closer to the IPOB leadership than any of those. And when our mutual friend Dr. Damages Chidonma, he wrote the book "We're All Biafrans." I think part of the narrative that is trying to sell is the fact that no matter how divergent our opinions are, at the end of the day, I think we all believe in one thing, and that's the fact that the Igbos, as Igbos, and not just Igbos, a whole lot of others are shortchanged the entity called Nigeria. So when IPOB started to lead this agitation, a lot of people actually keened into it, intellectuals, those that are at the market and all of them, because what they represent is what we have all been, actually fighting for. And because of that, the followership got bigger and bigger and bigger and strong. And that's how Kanu became a rock star today, But that said, let us all acknowledge there's a problem with Ndibo, with IPOB, with the leadership. One of the things is always how to manage success. Because yes, IPOB has succeeded in doing those massive mobilizations, creating the awareness. And now the problem we're facing is how to take it to the next stage. And that starts with the leadership. Right as we speak now, we cannot, pretend that all is well with IPOB leadership, because if it is, we will not be having the likes of Simon Ekpa. When they started this sit at home, for whatever reason that it was instituted in the first place, I guess nobody factored that somebody like Simon Ekpa and his group, the other pilot, will come and hijack the whole thing, and we'll see where we are now. And so every now and then we see all this directive from Ima Powerful, speaking on behalf of the IPOB leadership, of which Nnamdi Kanu is supposed to be head. It will make all these pronouncements, ignore this, we don't sanction it. But how did that change anything? Nothing. Our people still get locked down every Monday. And then we see this one that I'm sure you guys have seen all the footages of people shot in Enugu because they came out. Another lockdown. I can tell you with all certainty that I don't believe that Kanu and any of those people around him likes what is going on. But the movement has now muted, what is like, something that, a monster that nobody can now control. And I'll make one projection. The way Simon Ekpa is going now, in which, flouting all the others of the mainstream IPOB, I can tell you that if Kanu should be released today, from that detention, he's going to face a very harsh reality, because Simon Ekpa is going to go for the leadership. Well, that is what he's been angling for all this while. If we listen to carefully with what is going on, because each time there's a directive coming from Kanu and all, they say no, we cannot trust it because he's being held by Nigeria. He could have been coerced into saying what he said. That's not him. By the time Kanu comes out, his next move is going to be, oh, I don't trust what he says now. They may have injected him in the Nigerian cell, so that what he's saying now is not coming. So we have a huge problem in our hands with the IPOB leadership. So to you, Kene, and everybody who has some influence in them, I think we have to go back to the drawing board, because what is happening now is an ill wind that blows nobody any good. If you're launching a fight, if somebody should, which we agree that Nigeria has not been fair to us, but if I am 6'1", but if a giant, big, weighing 500 pounds now should come and slap me, kick me, and probably take my wife, emotionally, everybody will say, oh, go and fight him. But if you take a second and sit down and think through it, you know that when you face him head on, he's going to crush you and crush you beyond recognition. So if you're wise, what do you? And look for the way.
Okay, OC, we can't hear you anymore.
Yeah, can I respond to him? He called me out several times.
No. You can't respond to him. Whenever I come,
I don't know how else to fashion this so that people understand my position.
No,
right? I strongly believe.
Can I know? We don't want to go back to this conversation. OC, hold on. I know that OC put us back there, but let me welcome Felix. Felix, welcome to the show. Have you said anything today, Felix? I think you are coming in and out, no?
Yes, I was. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yes, I was having internet problem. I really wanted to come and speak with what is his name? One man, whatever. That was what I was trying to come in, because I was having internet issue. Then I changed my position. I really want to thank you, Dr. Damages, for this, for this platform. And I believe that is actually getting to the people. Permit me to quickly refer to one man, whatever. That man is being biased, is tribalistics, and is, I don't know how to put it, because he put aside the reality on ground. At the moment, Nigeria is immense. Nigeria is sinking, and Nigeria is dying. Having that kind of mindset is not something that we should be talking about. Even you giving him that audience, to me, I wasn't happy. Because what Nigeria is passing through right now, you cannot sit down in the comfort of his house in UK and begin to vomit all these kind of things that he was saying here. The problem we have right now, Tinubu was strongly behind Buhari. He brought Buhari to power. Now look at the condition that Nigeria is in today. For the 8 years of Buhari government, Nigerians have taken 50 years backward. And the same man who told us in 2015 that Buhari is going to help us, now turn around and come out and said, no, I want to start from where Buhari stopped. He said it publicly. And somebody will now come here and begin to defend that man. I think it is obvious, and it's the highest nonsense I have heard, in a recent time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Felix. So you still have something more to say?
Yes. Anyway, if you want me to stop, I can stop to allow others. The one you brought about the military, the statement made by military personnel. It is always like that. We should expect something of that nature to happen, because these are still the old people that are in the system. You understand? So, buying these our first men has been the system of our politics, and at the same time they will still try to use that system. You understand? But we do sure that at this time INEC should be able to stand on their ground and help the nation. And let us vote. If at the end of the day, whoever that win will be at least it has been voted for, and people will sit back and watch the dance. So it is not a surprising thing, but we do hope that the new system that been brought about by Buhari should work. And if it didn't work, everybody will still dance to their tune. So that is what I have to say at the moment. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you.
All right, thank you, Felix. Let me just point out, not anything like defense, but it's very important that Felix, you said that you were not happy that one man came on the show and spoke. The same way, there are people who might be watching and they are not happy that you are speaking. So the point is that we want everybody to be able to say their own, and maybe you hold on. Maybe you will convince some people by having this opportunity to speak. Otherwise, you may be speaking to people who like you, your friends, but you have an opportunity now to convince a wider audience. So the goal of this platform is to give people a wider audience to talk to. And you might be a champion in your own corner of the world and whatever you are doing there. But come and see the world as it is, a representation, something more than what you believe in, and convince them. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to shut down anybody, because you can't even shut down one man or anybody else for that matter, because one man has his own platform. Ovia has his own platform. You can't shut down anybody. Not in today's world. And anybody can reach anywhere. I can stay in my house, and even if nobody's watching, put out a video, you get to somebody in those states, somebody in Kwankwaso hometown. This is a different world. I hope people understand that. This idea of shutting down people you don't agree
with. What I mean was this. Everybody begin to ask me a question. This is not a host. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know. I did that intentionally, and
okay.
It's not the first time we did it, and it's not going to be the last time. I'm hoping that
there's no problem. Not that I respect it.
No, it's not, Felix. It's not just you. I'm just saying it in general. I just wanted to use this opportunity to also expand that conversation. That's one of the things I want to see us do. Someone like Proudly Bear, maybe 2 weeks from now, we put on the spotlight, ask our questions, because it's easy. Like Ovie talks about all the politics every time. People get angry.
That's my platform, by the way. Thank you, Rudolph. That's my platform, by the way. If you don't come and join me, you understand?
Yeah. So we will be able to have opportunity to, in depth, because you don't know everything that Kene believes in. Maybe we can, by questioning him, maybe we hear something that he didn't intend to tell us, and we may understand him better. Or we may make changing by, challenging him the way he has never been challenged. So that's just the idea. Because all of you are stars now. I go everywhere and the people tell me, yeah, let's talk about this Kene of a guy. And I'm like, what happened? So before, I'm sure, maybe you don't travel a lot. If you travel, all you guys who come here every time, that's what people want to talk to me about. They don't want to talk to Dr. Damages anymore, what I'm doing. What is this forefathers? By the way, where is forefathers? Anyway, welcome to the show, Sheku. Is that Sheku? Am I? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's Sheku.
Sheku, yeah. Can you tell us where you're joining us from? I think this is the first time.
Yes, peace and blessing, Dr. Damages. This is my first time joining your live, but I've been watching you for over 3-4 years. So
thank you.
I'm joining you from Canada. I'm a Liberian by nationality.
Oh, good. I'm happy that we have, because we want to reach other people other than Nigerians. So what do you think about your president going to Qatar to see the son play?
Yeah, it was a disaster. This is what we have in Africa. The elite do not believe in the continent. They don't believe in the country they are governing. So when they come to power, they think it's an opportunity for them to steal and also do what the colonial masters did to us. So this is the mentality we have all over the continent. The people ruling us do not believe in us. So that's the situation in Liberia. I want to comment on this issue, the Biafra issue, because I've been following. I schooled in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria at the age of 15 in Niger State. So I did my primary school, secondary education, all in Nigeria. So I'm aware of this, the local politics of Nigeria, and I've been following over the years. The issue with Nnamdi Kanu, we have to be sincere to understand, first of all, that the elite in Nigeria have betrayed the people, because the battle this brother is fighting he's a freedom fighter. What he's fighting is legitimate. We almost admit, first of all, that he's fighting a just cause. It's not a gangster on the street or somebody fighting for religion that his God is imposing certain religion like a Shekau is doing. That's not the battle. He's fighting for human dignity and freedom and saying that my people are part of a federal system and the federalism does not give them the equal right and opportunity. This is a legitimate fight. It's a human right fight that he's fighting. Now, the problem is that the intellectuals in the Igbo land did not come together to support this brother. They have not come together properly and say, look, despite we don't agree with his method, but what he's fighting for is a human right, a historical right. So all we need to do is to show him the best way to do it. Every country in the world, there is a constitutional provision to succeed. It's called self-determination. To pressure.
Hold on. Stop. Sorry. Every country in the world, because when we said this, in Canada, is there a provision for people to succeed?
You have the Quebec in Canada. They are part of Canada, but they have autonomy. So
yeah, but you said that every country has a provision for anybody who wants to. What is the provision in Canada? I don't know. I'm not asking you because I know.
Via referendum.
I'm citing the United Nations Charter, the self-determination in the United Nations Charter. That's why I say when I was actually trying to say it's a global recognized human right. It's recognized in the United Nations Charter. If a group of people come together with the same ideology, they have the right to self-determination. That's what democracy is all about. We can vote and we can refuse to be part of this.
Okay.
Is there a route to this self-determination by laid down by the United Nations? Is there a route to achieve it, or just by violence?
No, that's what I'm saying. Method. The method, we might not agree with the method. Like in Britain, they have their own method. They voted. We all saw it. They voted, and then for a certain part of Britain, people to stay in Britain or not. I'm saying these colonial countries that we inherited from British, from France, from America, that we call African nation, we should mature to a point where we should allow this self-determination issue to actually take place. I think Nnamdi Kanu, I'm saying the intellectuals should have come around him to be able to guide this struggle instead of trying to kind of excommunicate him or treat him like a rebel, because the Nigerian system treated him like a rebel. He's not a rebel. He's trying to say that the system is not fair to me and my people. So therefore, I want out. I think they should have approached him, but they started treating him like a criminal. And then some of the groups supporting have to go underground. For me, I think the Igbo intellectuals have failed to actually come around Nnamdi Kanu, and that's why we are here. That's why we are where we are today.
All right, thank you. Osi, go ahead.
So no. I have to respond. I have to respond to Sekou Keller. Okay, I didn't get all the things. I wasn't there when you started, but at least I was able to get the last part. And this is the narrative that, it's just the fault of the Igbo intellectuals because they've been sitting in their behinds and do nothing. See, this is the kind of overgeneralization that we always make. Just like some people will say, if P2B should fail today, it's because the Igbos didn't do what they should do. That is totally wrong. Nobody has gotten the kind of followership that P2B gotten among the Igbos. No freedom fighter has been supported by almost everybody. Well, let me not say everybody, but they can enjoy the kind of support that Kanu has enjoyed. So when you sit down and say, the Igbo intellect, how do you know that? How can you prove that? I mean, the Igbos is not a monolith. Okay, just like you don't have it, and there's always going to be that fringe that says, "Oh, we don't agree with this." That happens in every society. So it's not just the Igbos. Okay, if in case you don't know, there's every month, at least before the COVID started, there's an Igbo think tank, okay, that does presentations every month in Enugu, circulated worldwide. I don't know if you're aware of that. Okay, that's a channel. Okay, even as I speak with you now, we try to form one, but at the end of the day, we didn't, because I mean, there's already a lot of them in existence. So we just basically, dissolved into those ones. Okay, there is the Ohanese Ndibo. Now, of course, a lot of people will say, "Oh, what legitimacy do they have?" Oh, Ohanese has faced struggles, just like Ofenifere, just like Pandef, and everyone other sub-regional groups. But if we have to be very sincere with ourselves, since Nwodo took over Ohanese, Nwodo has come and gone now, there's been a change. And if we are truthful to ourselves, you notice that Peter Obi now is supported by Pandef. Peter Obi now is supported by the Afenifere leadership. How did that come about? It was because of the leadership that was provided with Nwodo. He was also the same Nwodo that actually took them and went to the National Assembly and talked about this restructuring of the federations. So what the point I'm trying to make is, just because you don't know and just because you don't see doesn't mean that other Igbos are not doing all those things. But I'm sure you may have heard that, there's always been fight between Kanu and the rest of them. And I'm not going to blame Kanu only, because it takes two to tango. But what I want you to know is that it's not because of lack of trying and because Igbo intellectuals don't just value the contribution of God. No, that's not the case. That has never been the case anywhere. Now, the problem is this. The IPOB foot soldiers, most of them are young. And when you're young, you're always in a hurry to do things. And I was trying to give you an example. Somebody like Nwodo, I talk about Nwodo because I've actually tried to mediate in some of these things. Somebody like Nwodo fought in the Nigerian Biafran Civil War, where we lost 3 million people. Okay? I can posit to you that some of these things we face today is an outcome of that war, which was actually forced on us. Let me put it that way. Okay? But at the end of the day, just the fact that you're right, just the fact that the other one is wrong, doesn't mean that if you engage in a fight with them that you lose, that you win. No, it doesn't work like that. War and all those things is not about morality. It's about who has the superior power. And as it stands now, the Nigerian state has that. So when other people were like, okay, we know that they've wronged us, but hey, let's sit down and plan how we're going to fight them. And then you come and say, oh no, you're speaking like that because you're a Fulani stooge. Oh my dad, this one. So the problem has always been that those who tend to disagree with a method is labeled as not Igbo enough, or that they are Fulani stooge. That's the crucial matter. If you were here when if you were here the last time when Simon Ekpa, you notice that each time somebody says anything a little different from his standpoint, he gets very offensive. He attacks you. He will call you one kind of name. That is the mindset, And again, it boils down to the fact that these are all young people, and when you're young, you're impatient. You want to get things done. But unfortunately, that's not how things work in the real world. I'm coming, okay? Because at the end of the day, even if we go with the middle, at the end of the day, you still come back at the table, okay? And you don't get a brownie point when you're fighting everybody's war. But at the end of the day, the repercussion falls on you. The problem that we're facing in Igbo land is what people like in the Middle Belt, the chiefs are facing. Some part of Yorubas are facing. So we're saying, why don't we come together? Why should we make this as if to say that it's just about us, so that the federal government can now concentrate and crush us, so that the little gain we've made since after the Civil War in rebuilding, they crush us beyond repair now. It's even going to be worse, because right now we are at a much, much disadvantage than what we were during the Biafran War. Now, if we are hoping that, when, say, the war starts, maybe people like Turkey, all these people are going to come. No, the international community, they only come where they can harvest. If they have interest in that, they will come. Otherwise, even if you kill everybody, We know what happened in Rwanda. 1 million people were killed within an interval of 100 days. What did the international community do? No, the US looked at them and said, oh, what interest do we have here? Are we going to commit American soldiers to go and die in Africa for no reason? Even after the disastrous thing that happened in Somalia with the Black Hawk down. So nobody will do that. So I want you, again, I know I've taken a lot of time, but I don't want you going back and feeling that Igbo intellectuals say, no, they are doing what they should do. But then it left, which is why I was talking about the IPOB leadership, that they have good ideas. But the thing is, how do we coordinate this? Because at the end of the day, let's say best case scenario, we gain that Biafra. We still have Igbo to rule, to administer. And then you're still going to face those same people that you feel that they are sabos. They're still going to be there because at the end of the day, it's all out. It's not just going to be the leadership of IPOB. They're not the only Igbos. All of us are part of it. So you should better get every one of us involved and come at a consensus. When the South Africans were fighting for their independence, you have the ANC, okay, which is the political arm. And then you have the Imkoto with Suije. That's the militant arm. Because at the end of the day, you know, this one pushes, this one goes into militancy, this one goes into some form of diplomacy. You just cannot go it alone and feel like every other opinion anybody else has, if it is not going the way you want it, then the person is sabo. So to summarize my point, IPOB has to go back to the drawing board. You know, they have to go and say, okay, it's like debriefing, say, okay, we've come this far. Good, check mark. How do we take this movement further to be one, all-inclusive? Okay. 2, how do we rein in on even our errant members? Say somebody like Simon Ekpa. How do we solve his problem?
Yeah,
because at the end of the day,
can I come in, please? Yeah, can I come in because Sika was
I'm
interjected and admonished. Can I come in, please?
The challenge IPOB is going to be facing is actually how to bring back the erring members so that they toe the correct path. Anyway, let me not take so much of time.
So damages, please, Mr. Siko, thank you for.
Can I hold on? All right. So at the beginning of this conversation, this today's episode, I talked about my efforts to invite the lawyers of Nnamdi Kanu, the people, Chika, help me. He's been along there. Edozian, yeah. I wanted a full conversation, okay, from all angles. I think we'll still do it. I'm still talking to them. We're still going to do it. I don't think I want this show to make sense. I don't want us to keep going back and forth.
Just a minute. I just want to correct.
Yeah, hold on, Kenny, because when you do the correction and then somebody else will do another one you want to correct. But what I'm saying is it's very important that because a lot of people are watching and we have to also make sense of what is going on. So I appreciate you coming, Sheku, and what you raised, the issue you raised, and I value your opinion. Is from the way you saw it. That's your opinion. But I'm just promising people who are watching, you know, when I cut this conversation short so that we can continue in the direction we're going. There's still 2 other topics we want to talk about. To know that there's an effort, I'm making an effort to bring out 2 hours one day. Even if we have to make it a special day, maybe on a Friday, have a long conversation, touch all these topics from different angles so that it will be richer, you know, so that we don't get interrupted when we're talking about something else. We have pushed back to the Biafran thing. Kenny, 1 minute, what do you want to say?
I just want to correct Dr. Osi. The current Ohaneze leader now is not what's his name? The man you reference to? Yeah, not Modo. Is a Judge Obiozo, right? And Judge Obiozo was single-handedly imposed on the Ohaneze by current Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma. Nobody elected him. He was selected by Hope Uzodinma. So Nyamodo is not the current Ohaneze leader now.
I know.
And what Sikao is saying is the truth. Because you stated that you admonish him, stating that the Biafran elite or intellectual are actually doing the right thing, and it is for the Biafrans, Nnamdi Kanu, to come around. Nnamdi Kanu has been doing that. They keep playing us, the Biafran so-called intellectual or intellectuals, whatever you call them. They keep playing us. Last time, they went and met, for example, the most recent one, they met Nnamdi Kanu and talked with him. They told him that they were going to provide what they called political solution, just to allow the election to be carried out in the Southeast. After the election, who is talking about that political solution? These people are gamblers. These people are just playing tricks on us. They've already fixated their mind in not making Southeast work. They are criminals. They are criminals. Criminals will never give you that chance to progress. This is what these people are doing. The so-called intellectual that you are making reference to are not doing anything to change the status quo. They are hell-bent in making sure that the Southeast are subjugated.
Kenny, thank you, Kenny. Let me just point out, because that's why I don't want this to go on and on. Kenny, you are talking about intellectuals. OC is one of the Southeastern intellectuals. Is OC part of the people planning all the things you just said? Is OC
We've not heard their voice. We've not seen any.
Yeah, but you don't know what OC is doing. Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't know. It's easy to say we don't. They are not. You know. Sydney, go ahead. OC has a newspaper. Do you know that? Okay, Sydney, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I understand where Kenny is coming from, and I understand what Dr. Osi has said, and thank you, Siko. What I want to say is this: that if people that have gone through the war, that understand the trappings of what happened before the war and after the war, we understand that this issue of the Biafran state has a lot of complications, and OC put it rightly. The young people are impatient. We want a quick solution. But the reality is that even let's take for example that Biafra is given to the Igbos. You still have to have bilateral agreements and negotiations with Nigeria, because we are landlocked. We will need to move across the water to engage in trade. There's a lot. So what I'm trying to say is this: the older generation has fought a war. People like my father, they fought a war and they lost it. And there were damages done. We need to start thinking of how we can function as a nation. We are not yet a nation. Nigeria is a young country. We believe that in the next 100 years, most of these issues we are talking about will have been gone. And people can look at this video and say, there were people that came and discussed all this. So I understand the pressure of the Igbos need a stake in the plate, or they need to be let go. But the truth is that even if we are let go, there's going to be still workings of nations within that Igbo nation. So, but I don't want us to dwell so much on this topic and lose a focus of the greatest opportunity that Nigeria needs to emerge, that has come upon us in 2023. Because the 2023 elections is upon us. No matter how we think, the reason why most of us are here today is that 2020 election, in the back of our minds, each one of us, from wherever we're, we know that there's a tinge of hope that this could work for us. If not, there's no point. Why is there an enthusiasm in the nation? Because for the first time we think that truly Nigeria can emerge. So war is not an easy thing, no matter anybody. Go and ask the Ukrainians today. 2 years ago, Ukraine never thought that they would be in a serious war because of a fundamental mistake, in my own opinion, from Zelensky. All Zelensky needed to do is look. The truth in war, you have to look at the opponent. and see, can I beat him or not? And if you cannot, yes, bravery, you can be brave, but what are the damages that will be caused? Ukrainians are scattered globally. So we don't want war in Nigeria. No matter all our rhetorics, war is not easy. And I can tell you, if war happens in Nigeria, the Igbo nation will suffer greatly. Those are the realities. And so
All right.
we must tender all our agitations. Yes, we're angry. The Yorubas are angry. Everybody is angry. But we must look at it and say, okay, we come to the table. How can we come to the table of negotiations and deal with the matters in front of us? And I tell you, there are many elites, Igbo elites, that are talking behind the scene, trying to make inroads, especially for Nnamdi Kanu, and also for other Igbo interests. And like he said, Zelensky is there today. Is Biden inside Ukraine? No. Biden is in his own place. Zelensky is fighting his war. So the truth is this. The truth is this. We must begin to manage our rhetorics. Wherever we come from, we must try as much as possible to come to that table for discussions. Diplomacy is part and parcel of human history. So we must learn that art of continuous diplomacy. Yes, there's this, yes, there's that one too. But what I wanted to say is that we'll have time for all these discussions, but more importantly, let us not deviate so much from the discussion of the military incursions and what we need to do as a people to ensure that this election we can at least move the goalposts closer to the demands of the people.
All right. Thank you. Let's take a break. I think there's too much tension, so maybe this will help. When we come back, we will.
The only place they have tension around is where they do sit at home. The zoo is very free. There's no tension. Anyway, it's not the by election.
Just
Oh my God! I hope this is not Soludo.
That's Soludo, man.
What an insult, man.
Did somebody say, who is this?
Look at,
Oh my
look at his eye.
goodness.
See,
Look at his
now
eyes.
they shout,
Look at his
When
eyes.
are we
He has taken something.
when are we inviting Odumeke?
He has taken something. Look at his eyeball.
Yeah, so I have a
do not die in their war. We there they do
we-
tension. Men we get steak, they flex. They enjoy themselves.
It's
It's very important to remember. Yeah.
When I tell them, I said there are only 2 tribes in Nigeria.
Let's go now.
It's only 2 tribes.
You see
Three
Odumeje.
tribes there, nature.
Odumeje is
Tribe
even
of
better.
your press.
Odumeje
And the
is
tribe of
showing
your
us that he's a happy guy. He's happy. He's flaunting it.
And in the tribe
We
of
have a lot of them,
in the
both
tribe of
in the west,
oppressed,
east,
Yep.
they
north,
allow
and
us
even the traditional ones.
Happiness is free.
instead of
Now
uniting.
I want to sell on our own. Happiness
Zone
is
is even
free.
better.
I bet me una join me. Oh,
You now want use our own happiness. They
Proud
buy
of you.
no.
I need one of those. Proud. Oh man.
Hey, put back your glasses. You like?
I like
Doc,
it.
Daniel, can I say something?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Aisha.
The two video you just played speaks volume. We are here dividing ourselves, which is what they want. There are only 2 main tribes in Nigeria: the tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. The tribe of the oppressor come to the stage and make us believe that they are fighting each other. And we that are taking side, either we join Tinubu, or we join Atiku, or we join Obi. We are not there. They play the music, the button, they press the button of Mungu, and we go fall into run. For how long? The struggle of the Biafra is the same thing. It's the same struggle in the oppressed group in the Delta Niger, where I belong. The same thing in the north. When are we going to wake up to understand this? Violence will not give us. You see, it is either you get something through violence or you get it through peace. We've been using the weapon of violence. Where has it leading us to? We are still losing members of the oppressed group. Is that not what happened in these 5 days? 5 days sit at home. Can you show me one elite that was deleted? Is there one single elite that was deleted in these 5 days? Is it not see us that was deleted? The Western world, they don't care about you and I. They want us to fight ourselves so that they can continue to collect that God has blessed us with to become a great nation. As long as we fight ourselves, as long as the illegal mining continue, as long as we fight ourselves, as long as the illegal burglary continue in the expense of the oppressed, our children are on the street doing what? Suffering. And when they grow up, they become monsters that kidnaps us, that are into Boko Haram. How many of us can freely go to Nigeria today and enjoy that Nigeria? Nobody. So if we continue to sit, I remember there was a time, and I was angry with him there. There was a time Nnamdi Kanu asked the Eastern people, don't collect PVC, don't vote, don't do this. At the last minute, what did he do? He said they should go and vote. So how can people who did not collect PVC, how can people who burned their PVC, how can they vote? The same thing is repeating itself again by Simon Ekpa, and we are here talking what?
All right.
we mess it up, the election will still take place. The wrong person will still come to power, and our people will continue to suffer. And me and you will not be able to go home freely. For how long? Wake up, my people. Let us be wise. Let us fight this battle with wisdom and not with impulse. Thank you.
Echo, thank you. Ezioku Bundu, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I've been trying since to come in.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing me in. Good evening to you all.
We're happy to have you.
I didn't come here to speak grammar. I'm not an English person, but I believe everyone will hear and understand me. Besides, we need to talk, make people to outsiders to know or to understand what they're doing, in as much that is this thing that affecting.
Ezioku, we can't hear you anymore.
As an obedient network, you know, IB.
Ezioku, we can't hear you anymore. Okay, go ahead. Maybe face whatever device you're using.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Hear you, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I said I will just make it briefly, but I will start with Tinubu own that went to Chatham House because that is where I wanted to join from. Okay, they all went that place because they are the founders of Nigeria. Okay, nobody have never went there in as much that you want to be a president of Nigeria. So in as much that is in Nigeria, you must go there because the British and the Western world are the one owns us, whether you like it or not. In as much that we continue bearing that name as our nationality, Nigeria, they own us. Okay, I don't want us to go back to the history because that is not what I'm talking here. And about what is it? One man, we know by their fruit we shall know them. According to his words, we don't need to say that everybody have his opinion. But when wrong opinion is made, he must admit that this is very wrong. He must admit it. So it's not that everyone have his or her speech that you can speak anything. What you are looking here, what you are looking for is a solution. So if you must admit everything, you must not find a solution. So you must ignore some things, throw some things away and take some things that you want to bring to get that solution. Okay. Now, Tinubu is very old, which all of us know. Only God knows the kind of injection they gave him to start acting like he's agile, he's this and that. But it just some weeks or months, we know. Besides Buhari, we know that even something is wrong with the Buhari himself. But he can do something, he can travel, he can still travel many times than speaking to the people that is ruling. So that is very wrong. And if people are not saying this thing as wrong thing, the problem must continue. Then, if Nnamdi Kanu, let me go the part of the Black France agitation. Nnamdi Kanu have never called for war, and they have never called for war till they kidnap him. Let's acknowledge that they kidnap him, they did not arrest him, and nobody is even talking about that. Now, all he has asking for is conduct a referendum. That's all he has been asking for, a referendum. And they say no. And now, what brought the agitations? The same thing brought the agitation. So why somebody will come here and say it's not this, it's not this, it's not that, when he has had counter of number of time with the so-called Ohaneses and the politicians and the opening. We can remember in 2017. They disappointed him when he said the agreement has signed and sealed. It was the same, this political solution. Now, our sister made a statement that at the end time that he asked people to go and vote. He didn't. It was the pressure of the people that are around him. He doesn't want people to vote because
He understood these people very well, very, very well, spiritually and physically. Now, let it not be like he's doing it alone because of the people around him, which the same people have allowed the Anambra election governorship to take place. Those are the people who are pressurizing him because he's not alone. Then he said, okay, since you people don't believe me, then let's see. He allowed it to happen, and we can see how Anambra have turned into today. Even when they talked that Soludo was the savior, we see it. See, the Nigeria, in as much that we present ourselves as a Nigeria, the Western world owns it. So your true identity is what you will have to gain what you are looking for. Without that, nobody.
Okay, Ejiofor, thank you so much. I wanted to ask you the solutions, but I think you kind of touched on it. Thank you so much for your contribution.
I think you took me off. Okay, I'm still here.
Can I ask?
All right.
Can I ask
No. Who wants to ask? Okay, Scribe, go ahead.
I want to ask our.
Ask me a question.
I want to ask, our Biafran brothers. I want to ask a question. Have you people taken time to study the structure and evolution of IPOB from the standpoint of Nnamdi Kanu as an individual, his stewardship of that organization? Have you people taken time to actually look at the ins and goings out, the fights that have been going, not just from Masop, everything? My question now is, what does that reflect of? And I don't say this against the Biafran Revolution. I think I'm the only one here who has been consistently calling for his release, and my other people here can vouch for me that I accept his rights, like I accept my own rights. I accept his own right, but there's something you people are not getting from what Dr. OC said, and that is, if do you people really understand the individual and possibly the motivations there? Do you people really understand it? Have you people followed it?
Okay, Mr. Scribe, that's it. I'm not Ejiofor, you are not answering his question. I'm not going there. Austin, welcome to the show. We have to move on. Austin, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. Yeah, should I go on?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. So I've listened to the conversation for quite a while, and this, especially, although I follow politics, especially Nigerian politics closely, but I don't think I would want to dwell on Nigerian politics because I think I appear to know more of what is happening in the southeast right now, southeast of Nigeria, and it's something that is worrisome. And some persons are willfully ignorant, whereas some persons are genuinely ignorant based on what is happening. And because there's been a lot of disinformation for quite a number of years, which is almost up to 10 years. And I don't believe that all these fair brigade approach and not wanting to listen to elders would help us. I've seen some people with hot bloods that would want to follow the people that would want them to just if we are to say that, if they say that we should just destroy everywhere, let's destroy everywhere and all those kind of stuff. I think it's disingenuous and it's unwise for one to want to destroy his own house or his father's compound in order to spite your enemy. We in Igbos are destroying our house. We are destroying our homeland in order to make another person who we perceive to be an enemy, in order to spite the person. I believe that's not wise. And I would advise, especially the young ones amongst us, co-Igbos, to draw back, to just move back, reflect on this. Many things have happened over the years. And in every conspiracy theory, and in every campaign that is meant to deceive people, to disinform people, there's usually some element of fact or seemingly truth that are used to mask the real intent, so just to give it a face validity. And that is what is happening. There has been some circumstantial evidence that have been utilized to deceive people. For a person saying that Kanu has never proposed violence or whatsoever, I think they are not being truthful if they have listened to Kanu's posts or Kanu's videos and all these talks and Radio Biafra and other platforms, where he has asked for things to be burned down, where he has asked for guns and different things he has asked for. So it will not be right for us to allow people die in the East. Like me, I'm not in Nigeria, but I know people back home in Nigeria, I have family back home in Nigeria and people in every part of the world, other parts of the world. And I know what's happening in the Southeast. And I know even today in Enugu State, which is my state, I know how some persons that have died already. I've seen the videos and some of these things. So I would just want to, for the sake of not wanting to extend this thing further, but I just want us to draw back. Assuming those lives that have been lost are family members, would we still have these opinions that we have for those that want to promote this? I would just want to draw back because I know there's some hypocrisy in this. There's some persons that just take their family members out of the East and some even out of Nigeria, and then they are sponsoring these things that are happening. Let me just stop here.
All right, thank you, Austin. For those who are trying to join us, if your camera is not on, sorry, I won't be able to bring you up. And for Mr. Scribe, I think I want us to move away from this topic. That's why I had to stop him from answering your question. We will be stuck here and there are a lot of people. Okay, the final topic we have today is the money, the policy by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Can you mute yourself? There are people I can mute. Please, if you're not speaking, mute yourself. All right. So the final topic we have today is about the monetary policy by Godwin Emefiele. One of the key part of it is that Nigerians are not going to be allowed to withdraw more than 100,000 naira every week. For someone like Ovie, that would be a problem. You know, the question is the policy? Why the policy? Why now? Some people think it has something to do with the election, that it will help to decrease the influence of money in the upcoming election. I want to hear what you guys think. Ovie, start.
I think if this policy will give us a reasonable fair election, is welcome, because a lot of people are saying they are doing it because of the election, and I'm for that if it's going to give us that. But to look at it from monetary policy, I think yes, it might be very tough on people, especially those that live in the rural area or those that engage in petty trade. But on the long run, that's where we're supposed to be. We can't be in one place forever, and we want change. And that brought me to where this change everybody asks for. You understand? Change. And this is the change we are seeing. But again, because it no favors us, it's as if we are really means to it. But if this is going to actually help, because we know the electoral process at this point, so it's cash out, right? If it's just a step forward to make sure that doesn't work to the effective as a plan, I think is a welcome development. As far as I'm concerned, everybody can read meaning to it, and everybody who's reading meaning to it is because he has another hidden agenda. Now, with the electoral reform, it is going to be very hard for you to go and pay people to go and snatch the ballot box the way they used to do, or pay electoral officials. This is the best you can do is to buy people individually before they get to the poll vote. And if you don't have enough sufficient money to do that, it's be against you. So many people, especially people who are saying, "Oh, these two parties, let me call them, who are very confident in their doings," and that's because they have cash more than every other person else. So if they cannot disburse the cash at the right time, I think it's a welcome development. I don't see anything wrong with that at this point, both from the election point of view and from monetary policy point of view.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ovia. Can I go ahead? Is it money? Is it the only way you can buy people?
Is the cheapest way. Because in
It's the easiest way. You can say it's the
politics,
easiest way.
in politics, there are two currency: votes and money itself. And money is more important. Money will buy everything, including the votes. So if they are trying to deprive you of actually exercising that, I think is a welcome development.
Okay. Can I go ahead?
Okay, I think the situation with this CBN is like someone that his house is on fire and is busy chasing rats. They're talking about that the policy will aid in deterring kidnappers, right? But these people, they failed to kind of fix their financial institution, because if a kidnapper kidnapped a victim and requested for money, and the families of those victims came to the bank and make huge withdrawals, that money, that paper should be able to be tracked to know where it went to. But they failed in doing that, right? And now they want to punish the people for their failure. They're talking about election, right? For example, if an individual that we know how much he earns, take for example a senator, right, is coming to a bank and make a withdrawal of, let's say, 1 billion naira. Where is he getting the money from? For him to even have deposited that money, where is he making that earnings from? So it's a problem of institution failure. These people, they failed to fix their financial institution. They failed to fuse the country, and now they want to suffer the population. For example, I go to the village and I want to buy a cow, for example. You go to where they're selling cow. They don't have internet. They don't have mobile banking. So how am I supposed to withdraw $100? Do they sell cow for 100,000 naira? So I have to wait. I have to keep making withdrawals every week. Every week I have to wait and withdraw 100,000 naira. For me to be able to buy whatever I want to buy. Go to the villages, you see market women selling what they call it, fish, for example. They'll go buy fish, and you expect them to make withdrawal of 100,000, then wait for another week before. So these people, they are deliberately killing the economy further. They failed to fix the financial institution, and now they are furthering it by killing the economy with their useless policies. This is something that should be debatable, and now you are forcing it on people because you think you just wake up one morning, they make you CBA governor, you just wake up one morning and push out one useless policy, and then it will work for you. I don't even know what the Senate and the House of Rep are doing there, allowing these miscreants to be messing up the economy. Let them do that and see if that will fix the economy. The economy is going down every day, and they're pushing useless policies.
Thank you. Thank you. Proudly, Bia. You're next.
Okay. I didn't listen to that news, but from what I can, the work is the people in charge of money are kind of reducing the amount of money people can withdraw in a week. Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, for me,
100,000 naira.
100,000 naira in Nigeria now, what would it buy for the ordinary person on the street? Basically, the people that are going to suffer are the ones the elite are trying to continue to suppress and make them go hungry before the election, so that when the time comes, they will give them one bag of rice and then they will feel like, oh my God, what a gift. It's like placing value on their own. The elite is trying to place value on their own, on the votes they're going to get from people they have made hungry, thinking that making the hungry believe that they are messiahs. Actually, they're supposed to be the servants for the people. This is a reverse psychology towards the election period. The incumbent APC are not going to suffer any money. They have money stashed in their houses. After all, we've seen some of them with bullion vans. We've seen some of them with cash machines in their houses. So there is a lot of money on APC side. And for me, I don't believe that APC really are selling Tinubu. They want to retain the power regardless who the ticket bearer is. It's not about Tinubu, it's about APC retaining the power, and they're going to do anything Shetima is the one that is going to be ruling anyways. So that's my take on that.
All right, thank you. Felix. Felix, can you hear me? Sometimes you stay here and you look at the picture and the picture is not moving, the person is not moving, you think.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. You hear me now?
Okay, Felix, I think you have to.
Yeah, it's funny. You know, Nigeria government, they are just a dramatic people. This is a very funny policy. You know, the problem they have in Nigeria is this. Whenever they are making policies, they never put the poor, the people in the village, the masses, they never put them under consideration. How will you just come up with this disastrous idea? This is very funny and it's laughable. Okay, talking about the election, it's not going to affect the election in any way because Nigeria politicians does not even deal with nairas. They go about with their dollars. You know, they deal with dollars, and besides, many of them have money stock in their homes. So this is a way to suppress the masses, even the more, you know, and make them to be a beggar that will allow them to be bought over. The policy is disastrous to this already struggling economics of the country, and how they allow it is what baffles me. At least we have intelligent people. We have professors of economics in that country. You can't just wake up one morning and begin to make something that will not, you know, benefit the masses. It is obvious that, you know, this kind of thing is happening, and I hope that one day we get it right. It's funny. It's funny. The policy is laughable. It's not going to affect the election in any way at all. At all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ezoku Bondo, what is your take on this policy?
Yeah, thank you. Is my voice coming out now?
Yeah,
Yes.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Yeah, first thing is I want to make correction with one name, OC. OC Okwineba, because if IPOB is responsible for the insecurity in Southeast, who is the responsible for the insecurity in the north of the mass killing? You must tell ourselves the truth. That's questions for you. And you talk about Ohanese. We don't have Ohanese. The beginning of Ohanese after the war is a scam. And all this thing is what Nnamdi Kanu is trying to end. Because if the Ohanese is real, the Ohanese in Igbo, it will be occupy all the places that Igbo, that originally are Igbo. So not just at the so-called 5 Southeast. So that alone gives the enemy or the people that divide us the strength to do more against us. So that is why anything more he tried to do something to work, more they destabilize what he's doing. So we must tell ourselves the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Austin.
Yeah, the central governments,
there are two Austins. There's hold on, Augustine. I was referring to Austin first. Then I'll go to Augustine.
All right, thank you, sir. So economics is something that is a field that I'm not an expert in, and I don't really understand the policy so far.
Do you use money?
Of course, I use money, but economics goes beyond that. Yeah, it's so simplistic. Okay, I've done a foundational course in health economics anyway, because of my field. So I know a few things about economics, but I can't claim to be an expert in economics. So it wouldn't be wise for me to delve into monetary policy in such scale as a national monetary policy, because that's not my field. So I really need to understand the rationale behind their decisions before I can comment intelligently on
that's a good point. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Augustine. Let me ask you. People are putting everything together. They are changing the currency. Okay. At the same time, they are saying you can withdraw more than 100,000 in a day. And just for people who are watching also, you can still continue to send money to people in digital form. So a politician can decide to have 1,000 people. Ovie will be in America sending money to the Kwankwaso people. Maybe Ovie will send to 1,000 people. Somebody else in Kwanga will send
we've already passed that stage. We don't need plan.
So the question is whether it will work, because it doesn't stop people from sending money to other people. And all that is needed is for the money bag to bring money to Ovie and say to Ovie, this is, and of course, when we say you can't withdraw more than 100,000, it doesn't mean that the well-connected can go to the home of the bank manager, and you all understand how Nigeria works.
Okay.
Go ahead, Augustine.
So I think let me start with your concerns first. Generally, from my own point of view, I think they may have done this to just monitor how money is being moved around. So telling you that they don't want you to withdraw more than 100,000 naira, knowing fully well that you need more than 500 million naira for one transaction, maybe for a big businessman like somebody, shows that they want to know how the money comes out and goes in. According to one of the reasons they gave to change the currency, they said there was too much money in circulation that doesn't even contribute to the economy, that somebody started somewhere. So they question one of the drawbacks of people criticizing the policy was that, okay, when the new naira notes come out, I'll also still withdraw again and repeat the same thing you were talking about. So I felt that was where they now moved one step ahead to say, no, you will not withdraw more than 100,000. Now, to the small business owner and to the person who is not IT literate, it's going to be a big problem, because I'm thinking of how my mommy will be able to move the money around, maybe to pay somebody if she wants to pay up to 50,000. That means you need me to do that transaction for her. That's one thing I'll cry about. But looking at it from the bigger picture based on politics, some people claim that it is trying to stop vote buying and the rest. If I want to dance from that direction of vote buying, I'll say that the way Buhari's body language is, especially towards the election, it seems as if it's in the middle. I don't want to go left or go right. That's why I want to take that one with about 40% agreement. But notwithstanding the policy, I cannot outrightly criticize it or outrightly support it, because it's going to hurt some people, especially those who are the less literate, and it's going to fuel a lot of will I call it corruption stealing? That's electronic stealing. So you talk of somebody who is not literate, you now come to me that you want to do this and this and that, 200,000, 300,000. And sometimes some people may take advantage of people who are not literate. So that policy for me is in the middle. Why we support it? Because it will help to reduce vote buying. It will help the institutions to know how the money is moving from one place to another. And if somebody goes abroad and maybe meets me to transfer money to 100 people, no matter how you want to transfer too much, they will know that the money comes from here and the money is going here. That's
So Austin, don't you think if somebody decides to take advantage of another person electronically, it can be traced?
Yes, and that is why I said if it can be traced, so you know that this is the person doing this. And one thing I also looked at is the issue of kidnapping. If you can't get large cash to pay, then you can transfer, and the source, the way the money is going to, can be traced. You have a BVI there. But the only point is that those who can't get money, people will be killed because you can't get money.
Yeah, I had people say that kidnapping.
There's one last thing I wanted to talk about it. The central bank is contradicting itself in this policy. If you don't want cash and you want electronic, then why are the bank charges for transfer still very high?
Yeah,
if you want to transfer 5,000,
that's the only problem here.
We want to transfer 5,000. I used to transfer money to my mommy. If you want to transfer small money, maybe 5,000, you pay 10 naira. If you want to transfer above 10,000, 26 naira. So
what bank are you using? My bank is 50 something. I don't know your bank.
I'm using UBA. But the point
okay.
Well, it depends on the amount you're taking.
Question: UBA to UBA or
no? UBA is free. Other banks are being charged.
And so that's
one thing I want to say.
I force everybody to have a bank account where I bank. So I save money.
Okay. If you want to encourage people to go into electronic, you could have reduced the fee. So by the time you reduce it, people will now go naturally to that case. Think of a small business person who trades with 100,000 And I know that every 20,000 I want to send, I'll spend 26 naira. 100,000, which is 5 times, multiply 26 by 5. Do you know how much I've lost? So even though the money is small, but please, you need to look at the small business, the petty businesswoman, not only the large enterprise. So let's try to think throughout. While we are clapping for it, we also criticize it for not being okay.
Okay, Paul, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. So, Doctor, let me speak a little bit about the Chatham House. I know I left for so long. Now, talking about
We
the
talked about that
Chatham,
yesterday, Paul. That was yesterday's topic.
for all our politics. So, the Chatham House, I think what Tinubu did in Chatham House was very, very innovative and creative. I want to applaud Tinubu for that. He did a very great job. But the people that I'm so ashamed for, it is the vast, educated, and great thinkers that support that thing that Tinubu did. I am so ashamed of them. I am so ashamed of them. Because, Doctor, in Nigeria that we know today, some of us that come to America or Europe, whichever, will say, agents do my visa, prepare my application, but I still go defend the interview on my interview day. The agent did not go for interview. It is me that went for that interview to defend my interview. In fact, now because of embassy, make me learn how to speak small English. Because agents no go defend me on that day. Agents only help me do my application. So this is the height of stupidity. I am so ashamed of those thinkers. The lives of Festus Keyamo, the lives of one man, you understand, that have a YouTube show, that have great thinkers, the best minds that come to his shows, people with low life that come to these shows. In fact, these shows is Biafran show and every other thing. Then they support those type of people. I am so ashamed of them. That is the height of stupidity. You know, that doctor talking about our currency, the currency thing that they are talking about, like I said in OVA shows yesterday, let me try to be a little bit the devil's advocate. Probably maybe they will change the policy after the election. They just want to use this thing because if you look, every politician promised free and fair election, but they don't put things in place. But slowly, what we are seeing with Buhari, I think Buhari is trying to put so many things in place in real time. And if you know very well, Buhari does not really have good relationship with Tinubu if we tell ourselves the truth. So I still want to believe that this thing is working against some of them. So I just want to think like that for the monetary this thing. I believe over time, they might want to look into it again. But that Tinubu one, I give Tinubu Nike. I give a pass mark. The man is creative. Now those other people, now they shameful.
Thank you, Paul. Proudly be. What is making you laugh on air?
Buhari! Blah, 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 blah. I'm done.
You're entertaining yourself. All right, Maxwell. That's why we should. When you are drinking, you make sure that everybody else is drinking. Otherwise, we may not be able to appreciate it. We have to drink with you. Maxwell, go ahead.
Thank you, my big brother, Damages, and good evening to all of you. Hey, Sister Bia!
Hello, my darling. Welcome.
It's
dark in Ghana. So Maxwell, how is it not dark or you don't have light? What is it?
No, I am in my farm.
Oh,
my farm is about 170 kilometers away from the satellite town. And if I come out and show you in this bush where my farm is, there is light all over. In fact, behind me, there is a red light that you will see over there. It's a mask that gives us good connectivity in this bush. Where my mother comes from in Abia State, in a place they call Ndiakata area. I do not know if they have the kind of connectivity I have in this very place. That is just about, let me say, 15 miles away from Abamen town, Enyimba city. So I used to call them, even to connect on WhatsApp. It's very, very difficult to hear them speak. You see, my brother, you see this here, this phone that I'm using here, Dr. Damages, I have a transfer capacity of 5,000 Ghana cedi on daily basis, and no charges is levied against me. 1,000 Ghana cedi is 130,000 naira. That is 1,000 Ghana cedi here. It's 130,000 naira. If you multiply it by 5,000 Ghana cedi, that will tell you how much I can transfer on my own phone right here as I'm speaking to you. No charges is taken from me. This is the kind of policy, although things are not moving on fine here, when you talk of monetary policy here, but we are trying at least to make people, our citizens here, feel free to use, to engage in this cashless. You cannot tell people that you are giving policy, encouraging people to carry less cash, and you impose such, percentage for your people. That is very, very bad. Tell me, Uncle Damages, like we call here in Ghana, everybody's uncle, everybody's brother, everybody's sister. Uncle Damages, tell me, if I am transacting a business in Nigeria and I need to pay someone, let's say about 500,000 naira, how do I do that? 5% of 5,000 naira will be about 25,000 naira. If my mathematics serves me, Ovie, help me, please.
No, Maxwell is digital now. You know, because you go carry for a go give person. It's digital. You can put 1 million naira. It's digital.
Okay. Okay. You see, in Nigeria, most people transact their business because I live in Aba. Most of my time, I grew up in Aba. People keep their money in their stores. You see apprentices keeping their money in the stores.
That's what we are trying to change.
So most of those things is that when you want to encourage cashless, my brother, please relieve the people of the burden of that cashless, policy, imposing 5% on your own hard-earned money the government did not, help you to make. Is for me.
It's more than that. I think it's 10% of.
Okay. It's unacceptable. 135 million Nigerians, approximately 65 point something percent, are poor, below poverty line.
Out of Ghana, how many for Ghana?
I don't know, but things
we are not talking about Ghana now. We are talking about Nigeria.
Is
around Nigeria, not Ghana.
Obviously, water runs in my mother's house. My mother's house in Abia State, they have borehole. I cannot even remember. From 1980 something, I started schooling in Nigeria from primary to secondary. Before I joined the Nigerian Army, I never seen water run in the taps. I have never experienced electricity 12 hours continuously like that in Nigeria where I was there. I thought that it is all over Africa. But when I returned to my father's land, electricity I make bold to tell you today that electricity here, everybody is meterized. You pay what you consume. You pay what you consume. And for the past 2-3 years running, I have never seen a major power outage in Ghana here. We had issues, but the government of John Dramani Mahama did a lot.
What's her name? Yvonne Nelson, her name. She led a protest for weeks. What was that about? I'm curious.
What did she say?
No, there were a big protest in Ghana. They actually have a slam for that protest. I'm curious what it's about. It was about darkness.
Of course, there was a time when we had.
You are talking of Ghana, the one that has a Kumasi and Ghana. That's the only two cities. Or is there another country you are talking about? Is it Ghana? Because I don't stay for Ghana before.
Which part did you stay in Ghana?
No, I don't know.
Let me.
No, 2011. 2011.
Let me make my point before Dr. Damages damage me here. You see, I am not, you know, I am an Igbo man with Igbo blood running in me, and my father is a Ghanaian. But I stayed in Nigeria, and I am now in Ghana since 2004 when I resigned from the Nigerian Army, from TRADOC, Training Command, Mina, Niger State. I came in here, what I saw here in terms of electricity and development, in fact, let me just say social amenities is 79% better than what I experienced in Nigeria, my people. You see, this is a country that is suffering. Ghana, we don't have money. We are defaulting right now as we speak in our debt. They have gone to IMF. Yet, water runs in my kitchen and bathroom. Electricity is all over the whole place. I make bold to tell you that electricity coverage in this country is well over 95%. We in the town pay for the rural people. You see, this is how government works. A government that is bringing, policies, killing taxes to their people. In fact, an economist said that taxing people, taxing yourself to prosperity is like sitting in a bucket and at the same time trying to lift yourself up. That is very, very bad. Nigerians are suffering, irrespective of the enormous wealth that is seen in that country, my people. If Nigeria refuses to get it right, the rest of the African countries will suffer. Because the population in Nigeria, as we speak now, is estimated that over 5 million Nigerians are residing in Ghana. And they are having their own problems as well.
Maxwell, you say if Nigeria no get it right, all the other African countries they suffer, but you say Ghana better pass Nigeria.
No, look, let me tell you one thing. You see, when you talk about the resources and the population of Nigeria, Nigeria is the envy of every nation. If you can provide, if you can produce what you will eat through agriculture in Nigeria, the world will benefit. African countries will benefit.
Will you agree with that there's peace in Ghana today because they don't have anything? Will you agree with that?
Look, God bless every country. God blesses every country according to their capacity. Right here now in Ghana, we are the largest, if not in Africa, we are the largest producer of gold. And the crude oil, we are also producing crude oil here. But we have not killed anybody or make people feel inhumane the way they are. Our politicians, we hold them accountable for whatever they do. They are afraid of us. If you look at the news, what is happening? There is a censor. There is a censor that went on, and the majority in the Parliament House of Ghana supported that the finance minister should not be removed. And we are going to teach them a very big lesson come 2024 by the grace of God. This MPP that is here now, when they came, because of what they did, they lost so many parliamentary seats because of their pride and irresponsibility. And they are going to lose more. We have about 270 something. But right now it's an equal, a balanced parliament. They never knew that such thing will happen. And come 2024, God's willing, MPP will lose more because they have dragged Ghana into the abyss. We are suffering in Ghana. We are buying petrol a liter here, my people, 14, 15 Ghana cedi, which is about 500 to 600 naira per liter. Diesel is about 700, 800 naira per liter. That is to tell you how we are here, how we are suffering. African government has failed Africans. That is what we should understand. And when we look at people that are coming out right now, my brother, especially in Nigeria, please, it is not going to be easy. In the case of Nigeria, my people, the foundation, like I say, I will not stop talking about foundation. Foundation is the key. If Nigerians cannot be summoned to come and give themselves, tell themselves how they are going to live in that country, there will never be any peace in that country. people will continue to agitate, call it ethnic, religion, and etc. And the few class elites will continue to hold Nigerians at ransom. That is what is going to happen. Even P2B comes in there today with that foundation, my people. P2B will not make any impact. Look at what happened in Anambra State when he was there. He did great job in Anambra State on paper, based on what we have heard. He did great job there. But after P2B, what happened, my people? The evidence is there for all of us to see. Good institutions, strong institutions, strong structures outlive strong men. When Buhari was coming, it was a general. Today, you can see that the general has failed the Nigerian people. To the extent foreigners are coming in to kill the indigenous people, including my mother's people. That is not what a strong man, that is what a strong man does. But strong institutions outlive, strong men. And this policy, sorry, my brother, this policy of CBN, it is killing on the Nigerian people. And I believe that the Nigerian people, if you know what you want, it must not be allowed to stand. Thank you, and God bless you, my people.
All right, thank you so much, Maxwell. It's good that you gave us a background of what's happening in Ghana, because I know that Ghana is struggling with their economy and
exactly, yes,
all important. Let me also mention that talking about this policy in Nigeria, according to Showere, there are only 0.6% of Nigerians who have more than 500,000 naira in their account. So that's about 768,000 Nigerians have more than 500,000 in their account. So if that is the case, and they have to withdraw 100,000 every week, they can do well, withdraw 500, 400 at the end of the month. So, and there won't be any money left. So people will raise that the amount is such that it won't have a lot of impact on a lot of our people. We are going to go to Ike. And
do you believe in that statistic of Showore?
I don't know. It's from Showore. I gave you the source. I don't know. I don't think he picked it up from his head.
Because I can boldly say there are at least 20, maybe, let me say, maybe I not do over maybe 20% of Nigerians who are millionaires.
Oh, no? 20%? Yeah, that you are, the way they say millionaire.
So you have 1 million.
You have a million.
If you have 1 million, you're a millionaire as well.
No. That's what I was able to call couldn't chizo. No, I'm not talking about that. Like legit, real one.
Couldn't cheese.
No, unless they have.
Yeah,
are you saying they have 1 million in their account?
No.
Please.
Okay, so
in their house,
so you're a millionaire,
like Tinubu.
Yeah. No, have more than that. No, Tinubu is not a millionaire. Tinubu is a billionaire.
No, they have cash in their house, like those ones we saw.
Over 20% they are millionaire. And if you
who is
calculate, they are more than a country called Ghana.
Wait.
Okay.
The money that were found in people's houses that had already expired and decayed. That's part of the cookie, whatever.
All right. Let me just say this because I have to leave. And I have someone else to help moderate. But let me show you this. For tomorrow, I'll have a conversation on the case of herdsmen attack of Enugu communities. So we have someone from Enugu who is an expert in crisis management, conflict management, genocide prevention. He's going to join us on 90 Minutes Africa tomorrow to talk about the situation. What are the solutions? We're looking for solutions to these problems. So please, if you can, join us tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. No, 10:30 a.m. Nigerian time, or 4:30 p.m. In New York, equivalent of wherever you are. All right. So for the rest of the show, I will hand it over to Mr. Scribe to help me moderate the conversation. And I appreciate all of you who joined today. While I'm still here, he will continue to do the show. And then do the what keeps you up at night. I really enjoy it. I will watch the rest of the show from where I am, and thank you guys for being here, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, Mr. Scribe, over to you.
Thank you, Rudolph. So I'll just continue with the discussion about the CBN thing. So you won't hear anything from me. Who wants to go next?
Are we still on the monetary policy?
Yes, on the monetary policy. I think Mr. Ike, Rudolph was calling up on you to say something about the CBN monetary policy or other topics that we've talked about today, the Tinubu, Chatham House, the IPOB situation with Simon Ekpa. Yeah, so
I think for me, the only negative side of this monetary policy is that a situation whereby...
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay, sorry, please. I'll come back to you. Let Mr. Hike continue, all right? Please, thank you. Mr. Hike, you have the floor.
Okay. Hello, give me 1 minute, please. Hello?
Okay, Mr. Ike.
Hello?
Is on
Mr. Ike, move. Mr. Ike, move.
Mr. MC Boy 001, how are you? Welcome to the show. I don't think you've said anything.
Yeah.
Can you give us your opinion?
He's a gentleman. He doesn't like violence.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Okay, so I think I will begin with the Chatham House event that Tinubu attended in the UK. So personally, I would say I personally don't like the idea that the recent development of Nigerian incoming presidents will have to go to places like that to kind of like position themselves like they are ready for the office of Nigeria. So I feel the best thing they should do or they should be doing is to talk to Nigerians in Nigeria. Even if any international observer want to participate in Nigeria election, they should respect Nigeria enough to come to Nigeria to interview or speak to Nigeria aspirants or political aspirants on any issue they want to discuss about. No Nigerians buying tickets to places like that. To me, it doesn't make any sense. So that is why I didn't like it. Then even being there, the issue of delegating questions to other people, I found it a little bit awkward because you are the incoming president. You are the one that people want to hear about. Yes, you have your team there, which is nice. So they should just be there, listening to you. If they have to whisper anything to you, that's fine, they can do that. But the answer to those questions should come from you because the people you are trying to lead, they want to hear from you. Just like a company that is trying to hire somebody. And at the interview, they said, are you sure you are able to do this work? I said, oh, 1 second. Let me ask my cousin to answer that part of the question. You will never get that job. So that's why I feel everything that happened there, I feel it was not well planned, or well orchestrated. So, but I don't know the trick behind that, but I just feel it was not a proper thing to do. Then coming to the issue of agitation, I feel every human being have the right to agitate, but it will be wiser to make sure whatever agitation or whatever fight you are fighting or struggle you are struggling does not make your people or people you are representing to suffer. So if it's now making or going to the area of your people suffering, I will feel your agitation is kind of opposite what you are intending to do. So, but for me, where Nigeria is today, I feel everybody should come to the table and let's discuss. Let's talk about the way forward, how we can move forward, not going back to yesteryear's history of, oh, you suffer me, you did this to me, Then there are some words I was hearing from my fellow panelists on today's show on issues of we are different, we have different culture and all that. You discover at the end of the day, instead of we talking about how we are culturally different, tribally different, I think there is strength in diversity. uh, Barely there's barely any country in this world where you don't see diverse culture, diverse tribe in the same country. It is very difficult. Here in the United States, where I reside, discover that there are different races, different. Even in fact, America is like a melting pot for the whole world. Discover that different races and tribes and everything, they are all here. But at the end of the day, when we all unite together, we form a beautiful country called the United States of America. So I feel we can still work together, even as diverse as we think we are. So the issue of let's go our separate way, let's divide, let's do one thing or the other that will disintegrate us. I feel it's not to me it's not a smart idea for us to be clamoring for in 2022 that we are. You remember there was one thing one of the panelists, I think Maxwell, said earlier. He said Nigeria is an envy of other African nations. Why so? Because Nigeria got the number. When it comes to marketability, Nigeria got the number. So why don't we maintain the number and find a way to unite us together and move this country forward? And in my opinion, I'm not trying to directly support any candidate. In my opinion, I feel in this current dispensation, we know few people that will be able, maybe one or two, that will be able to unite this country and push them in the right direction. And the other ones we know they could be greedy and self-serving. So I feel this current dispensation, we should be able to choose wisely who should rule this country. Then the issue of currency, in my opinion, also, I feel it's a good idea that the currency was redesigned. But two things is in my mind. One, maybe the timing was a little bit of I have a little bit of suspicion. The timing. They could have probably just waited a little bit, maybe just after the 23rd or 25th, whenever the election of February, whenever the election is going to be done. This can be achieved, can be done without any suspicion. Then the second thing that comes to my mind is the government using this to try to regulate the amount of currency out there in the society. It's a wise thing to do. And then the idea of making the country becoming a cashless society is also a wise thing to do, because too much money in the society that the federal government cannot account for does not help any economy. So when they sap it out of the economy, they now limit the amount of cash that can flow back to the economy. That could be a good thing, So the limit is not too bad, but the only thing I would have suggested in the area of the limit would have been they should have considered considering the standard of living of Nigeria to determine how much you can withdraw and how much you cannot withdraw.
Yeah.
That would have helped Nigeria more.
Also,
Maybe I don't know. I don't live there, so maybe the amount they gave as of now, maybe it's enough for an average Nigerian to live on. If that's the case, that's a good idea. But if it's not enough, I feel they should be able to make it in such a way that average Nigerian can live and in any amount that is a limit that they can withdraw from the bank. So those are the few ideas I want to share with
that's
this.
awesome. That's great contribution, Mr. Ike. I know you were on the phone, so you can take your stage now.
Yeah, you can hear me. Everybody can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you very well.
Okay. Sorry, I'm in the office. I've been trying to join from the beginning, but I don't know what is going on with my system, but I'm knocking off now. I'm trying to get home, but I just want to share things about the Chatham House, what happened, what transpired. I just want to make a general statement to everybody that is in this panel and those that are listening to us. I just want to say that if anybody, any sincere, honest, and genuine Nigeria think that what Tinubu did at the Chatham House is the way that we're supposed to do it, I wish you good luck. The Bible says that whatever a man sow is what he or she is going to reap. You cannot sow plantain and you're expecting to reap apple. It's not possible. So if anybody in Nigeria, any honest Nigeria who wish Nigeria well, that think that what this man did at Chatham House was the way it's supposed to be done, well, each and every one of us going to reap whatever we sow in 2023. So I just want us to know that Nigeria is too big for one person. And Tinubu is not bigger than Nigeria. And I don't think that those people who followed him to London, who know the truth and decide to live on lies and deceit, you know, they're going to sow what they're going to reap what they sow. Because Nigeria is changing. No, Nigeria is changing. And the days of criminality structures is what we want to uproot by anyhow. So if somebody like the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who knows better, is telling you that what he went, the shameful act that he and his group went to do in London is the best way forward for Nigeria, I wish them good luck. He is telling me now, what Tinubu is telling me is that El-Rufai is going to be the security advisor to him, or what is he going to be? And a Kaduna state that he cannot secure, you know? And people are being killed. The people of Northern Kaduna are being, the people in Northern Kaduna, the Kafanchan people are being killed every day. And this is the governor of Kaduna State. So he is telling me.
Southern Kaduna, sir.
The Southern Kaduna, sorry. Thank you. The Southern Kaduna area. You know, so now he is telling us that he is going to be the security advisor to Nigeria. Good luck to Nigeria. You know. So listen. Let's just stop deceiving ourselves. Let's stop playing this politics of, you know, it's not what I say in the public, but I do another thing in the secret, in the closet. I mean, for how long shall we continue to deceive ourselves? You play the other side in the secret and you play the other side in the open, all because of your stomach infrastructure, or because of I am a Yoruba man, I'm an Igbo man, I'm an Hausa man, it is my turn. No, it is this, it is that. Listen, Nigerians know the truth. Nigerians like you and me, we know the truth. And we know where the truth lies. So let us stop this idea of somebody, you know, a learned man who will come here and begin to defend what Tinubu said. You know, Tinubu will say that, did you listen to the vice president yesterday, Osibanjo? He distanced himself from Tinubu because Tinubu said he made Osibanjo. But if you listen to what Osibanjo said yesterday, Osibanjo was a professor of the law already. He was a senior advocate of Nigeria. So how did Tinubu make Osibanjo? I mean, these are the kind of politics we are playing in Nigeria. So I want us to, you know, tell ourselves the truth. Because we follow other countries, we all live in a developed world where the prime ministers and the president of the countries where we live, they address their people. There are things that is left for the ministers. There are things that are left for directors. But there are issues that are discussed by the president and the prime ministers. And this is what it was that Tinubu went to do in London. He decided to tell us that we are fools, Nigerians. With you or without you, I'm going to be the president of Nigeria. Whether you support me or you don't support me, whether you like my style or you don't like my style, I am going to lead you and I'm going to be your president. You cannot do anything. And at the end of the day, he was dancing Buga, you know, because he felt that he has already won the election. And one man you call, one man come to show, one man come to more. What is it? What is it? What he said? You know, he said, you know, these are the kind of people who say they are professors, they are academicians, they are this, they are that. And some of us who didn't go to school, you know, sometimes we think we have ideas. We think better than the so-called professors with their analysis and all the papers and all the books they wrote and write, you know, all this information they give us. At the end of the day, when they want to act, they act like you can't even measure even somebody who didn't go to school. So I'm sorry, I said I want to make a general statement because, listen, I am crying for Nigeria. I don't live in Nigeria. But my hope is that I need to go back to my country. I always say it here. My children and my grandchildren has grown up. They don't want to go to Nigeria because the news about my country is not hidden. Nobody wants to go. They can't go back to Nigeria anymore because normally when we go to the village, they go to the farm, they go to the stream, they go to pluck mango, they go to pursue, they go hunting. These are local things that they enjoy because it's not from their culture. The local food that they enjoy, the ofu olubo, the bitter leaf soup, the insala soup, all those things has gone. Now I have to buy from online. You have to buy from Amazon. How much do I have to pay every month to buy Nigerian food from Amazon? But if it was the time that my family can travel back to Nigeria, everybody go home for 1 month to enjoy Nigerian food, and you buy the ones you can use for at least 4 or 6 months. Yeah. But it's no more possible. And I cannot tell you that I'm a good Nigerian. I want to go to risk my family because I want to go see my family in Nigeria. I will never do that.
No, that's good.
That is nothing that will make me do that. Because my Nigeria is not safe. So this is why I said that Nigerians, the last speaker said he's not supporting anybody. Listen, if you are honest Nigerian and you think that you feel about Nigeria, it is time you take a position. Okay. You should have a place where you are standing. You cannot say you don't have a candidate. Who has a candidate? But at the end of the day, somebody is going to be your president. And if you cannot by now make a decision, this is where you stand. And you tell me you don't have a position because you live in a better world. You just made a statement now. Say, America is the collection of what we call a nation. But at the end of the day, we come together. Everybody in America vote. Ovia voted when they voted in America. I don't know. He was saying, he talked about Trump and the rest of them. You Nigerians that live in the United States of America that are citizens, you vote. So why is it that now in your own country, your fatherland, where you come from, you cannot take a position? People will tell you, vote your conscience. It's not the time of voting your conscience.
I've taken my position.
Tell me you're voting Tinubu, and that's fine. That's your choice. Tell me you're voting. Tell me that you are voting Kwankwaso. That's your choice. Tell me you're voting any other person. That's your choice. But you don't come to the platform and begin to tell people, I don't have a candidate. Vote your conscience. Which conscience?
Can I?
Okay. Wait.
Can I ask a general question, Mr. Scribe?
No. I will give you your time. Vin has been very patiently, Maxwell has been very patiently waiting, and he has to go. As you can see, darkness is around him. So let's just ease up a little bit. Okay, Vin.
I have a general question.
Wait.
After Maxwell, I would like to quickly react to
after Maxwell,
what Mr. Ike said.
Calm down.
Just a general question.
Ovia, please. He needs to go.
Thank you.
Patient.
Thank you, Mr. Scribe. God bless you.
1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Yes, sir. God bless you. When I look at the Chatham House incidents, I was not enthused at all with what happened there. For an aspiring president of the Nigeria, going to London to delegate people to answer questions is a no-no to me. All of you know my position. I don't believe in one Nigeria.
Sorry, my brother. Let me interject a little bit. I want to tell Scribe, please. I'm going to move out from the office. I'm going to join with my handset when I'm in the car. Okay?
I'll look out for you.
All right. It's a going there to delegate people to answer questions is a no-no to me, and it's unacceptable. All of you know my position. I am not a proponent of one Nigeria for anything, because Nigeria, rise at the back of the innocent people and on the blood of the innocent Nigerians that has no crime whatsoever, but happens to be in Nigeria, in that space. Ejiofor was delegated to answer a question on security. Is it not the same Ejiofor that traced the Fulani, let's say the bandits? I don't want to mention them here. Forgive me for that. Bandit terrorists into their various foreign countries and pay them money. In same countries, that man should be cooling off in prison as we speak, because he is an accomplice. You chase them wherever they come from to Nigeria to kill people, and you pay them money, huge sum of money, and you are here talking there in Chatham House, talking about security, how you are going to secure. And Nigerians are listening to you. That was a very big blow to me if I am a one Nigerianist. Look, no matter which way you go around it, you cannot prosper in that country with the current foundation that is there. I do not know how many, House of Representatives, senators, Labour Party will garner to form, let's say, 2/3 of the population that is needed in National Assembly. Peradventure, he becomes the president of Nigeria to pass bills. I do not know. If he cannot get the number, my people, we will come back after 2023 and continue the lamentation.
It is over, unfortunately. Sorry, I have to balance it. So, Ovie, sorry, you have the.
Okay, bro. Thank you. But let me just spare me 20 seconds. My sister Bia, may God bless you. Thank you so much for coming.
Mr. Bean, don't go, because I have a new platform called The Expressionist, and I will need you there to kick it off for me.
Okay.
And any other person that you're invited.
All right, ma'am.
And if I will need you guys to come there and just say your minds, okay? So,
okay.
Mr.
Scribe,
Burkina.
Wait now. Oh, I want to go now. Wait.
Please,
Mr. Scribe,
are you on Instagram? How can I contact you? Because
Sorry, I have to start muting people now. Sorry, I have to start muting people. It's becoming rowdy. My apologies to everybody.
Mr. Scribe, please.
2 seconds.
Yes, sir. So thank you so much. And if my brother, my uncle, Pansat is at the comment section, please, I say, God bless you, sir. May God continue to bless you people. Nigerian people, may God continue to bless you. And may God prosper you. Protect you wherever you are. Thank you for having me.
I'm only slightly biased because of your service to Nigeria. So off you go. All right, on the politics.
Mr. Vin, where's your contact now?
Mr. Scribe,
Mr. Scribe, he said I should give him my contact. My contact is just go to Facebook, tag by Maxwell. I am putting out a blue. I'm putting
Scribe, is a program rounding up.
A blue Lacoste. If you just go to my Maxwell, you see me there.
Program rounding up.
Thank you.
We're still on. Okay.
So Mr. Scribe.
Wait, excuse me. Before we go forward, please, I just want to remind you of the ground rules. Please, we cannot speak over each other. It's not reflective of a good, and it's not fostering healthy conversation. Please, proudly, there is a private chat there. Can you use it with Vine Maxwell? Maxwell, there's a private chat there for the panelists. On our politics, I beg no vex.
No. I just have a general question.
Sorry about that.
MC Boy 001, you're coming next, okay? I apologize. But Mohammed Aminu, the show is still ongoing. We're about to round up, though. We're about to do what keeps you up at night. Once I can get everybody to speaking, all right? So on our politics, I beg, can you go?
I actually have a general question, right? I mean, there's a lot of people kind of actually mad about Tinubu going to London. My question is that if Tinubu end up winning this election, who are we going to blame? That's my question. Who are we going to blame if Tinubu, because he stands a chance of winning. If he end up becoming the president, who are we going to blame? As all of us the verse now.
On our politics, I know one good that side. I beg. Time no day on our side.
Okay.
I tell you, beg you, I beg. MC Boy 00007, I beg. Talk to us. Let us know.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clear the air on what I wish Mr. Ike was still here. When he was, I don't know if I should say if he was angry that I said that I'm not trying to promote any candidate. I feel, in my opinion, number one, let's assume I'm still on the fence, of which I am not. But I'm not here to tell you who I'm supporting or who I'm not supporting. But at the same time, I didn't come here to promote anybody. I've been to on Politics Ovie's show,
yeah,
and he heard my mind on the direction I'm leaning. In this political terrain, there are 4 people that will say major candidates, and out of 4 of them, there are 2 of them that I really liked a lot. So at the end of the day, will I come here and start saying, "Oh, it's Tinubu or it's Atiku"? So my coming to this platform was not to promote any candidate, and saying I was also maybe angry that I said America is a melting pot, and I don't know why you should be angry about that. Which is
MC Boy, man, you're entitled to your opinion, but
yeah.
I appreciate your response, and I believe he's watching you. But you have to understand that we have to move on. Okay,
that's fine.
All right, Mr. Jonah, Pastor.
Hey, my brother, how are you?
Please greet us. I know you're back now. So, what's going on in your mind?
Yeah,
briefly, because we're rounding up.
Yeah, I'm rounding up. Just give me a second, and I will be exit in a minute. I don't understand. It makes me sick. I feel like why should people think what Tinubu and his people did that I don't understand. Oh, if you like Nigeria, if you do this, if you do that, nobody should come and tell me if I like Nigeria or not. And oh, if you like Nigeria, if you Nigerian belong to all of us. What they did was brilliant. If the people ask them, they give them that opportunity. I've never seen that happen before. Even during the time of Buhari, Buhari answered his own question, and this guy packaged himself, and they gave him the opportunity is to tell him he has a good handwork. I deal with cars. Sometimes the engine is not good, but the transmission is good, but it will not work. But this guy packaged everything and he worked. So anybody that will come and lecture or say, oh, if you like Nigeria, you don't do that. That's not what we are talking about. We all love Nigerians to move forward. I made my own case. You don't have to like who I like to become a president. And maybe the person I would like may not become the president of Nigeria. But we all have to cool off and not play this kind of, oh, you come here if Jesus is this. I think if Jesus had been helping us, we will not be where we are. So I don't understand why you come and tell me about Jesus. So keep your Jesus to yourself, keep your Muhammad to yourself, keep your Buddhism to yourself, keep your own tradition to yourself, and be yourself. And at the end of the day, February, we're all going to be nice. Amen. After that. And anybody that behave anyhow on this.
What happened to Mr. John Abba? What happened to Mr. John Abba? Anyways, Muhammad Aminu, welcome back.
A bad word.
But,
I don't trust you, scribe. You just read Pansat message and you act.
Thank you very much for having me again on this program. I want to use this opportunity to really salute you people for the candid work we people are doing. Trying to see you create time or to no time to see that you inform the Nigerians about what is happening or what is going on about the country and also some important issues. Seeing the topic is about politics. This is my personal opinion. I think none of the politicians in Nigeria want us to be fighting ourselves because of them.
Yeah, okay.
According to my own definition, all the politicians in Nigeria are the same. That is my own definition. So, but as you know, politics is all about a game of choice. Right. Each and every one of us have his own right to vote whatever candidate he feels will give him the dream of Nigeria he believes in. If you like Konkoso, you go for Konkoso. If you like Peter Obi, you go for Peter Obi. If you like Jagaban, you go for Jagaban or Atiku, anyone. But they do not want us to be fighting ourselves because of them. Because what I believe is that they only cares about themselves and their children. So why should we be wasting our time fighting because of them? The only thing we should be doing, this is a right enshrined in the constitution that every Nigerian has his vote to cast to the candidate he loves. So we should not be enemies of each other because of them. That is what I believe.
Yep.
And but honestly, to be sincere, it's very unfortunate that if you go to social media, what is happening right now, you can see that it's all about abuse, causing each other because of a political politician. May so be it if you know any of the politician now, and he happens to win election of the office he's what do you call it, canvassing for. I bet you're going to call him, he's not going to pay your call. So why should we be fighting up because of them?
Exactly.
We should all exercise our right to vote the candidate we want. The only thing we should do, if you, for example, am supporting Peter Obi, what I should do to other people that are not supporting him is to what? Present his manifestos, present his what? Past antecedents that will convince them to vote him, not by abusing, not by witch hunting. That is what I believe.
Exactly.
But most of the times we in Nigeria, I don't know, maybe it is now blood. Once you don't buy it with the idea of someone, the next thing is abuse.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
No, there's historical precedence to that. It's not just unique to Nigeria. I believe if you check other climes, but we need to move on. Kulata, welcome. Finally, you've been in the comment section crying that we have an inclusive debate. So, what's your position on?
Causing trouble in the comment section.
I have a question, please.
I'll come to you, man.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll come to you.
What's it? I thought we're supposed to show our faces here.
No, Mohammed,
Kulata
you
is
don't. I
hiding
thought you're
under the
done.
camera.
No. Okay, hold on, please, people. I would have to mute you if. So the stage now is for Kulata. Kulata, welcome. I've been reading your comments there. You've been asking for inclusive debate. Can you just go on an array of all the things or choose what you want to talk about?
Yeah, let me start with CBN, the monetary policy. The monetary policy, I think, is needed, but it's a bit too aggressive. And I mean, the way 3 months, man, come on. People change their currencies like every 8 to 10 years. But having everybody like go and change your currency in a few months, few weeks, it's going to be painful for the rural area, especially because that means we have to fast track our cashless policy. We need things like M-Pesa, like the way Kenya does it. So our rural areas, they'll be hit. I think it will shrink our economy in the short term. In the long term, I hope we get out of it because I don't think we're going to change our cash behavior overnight. It's going to take a while. So I have a problem with CBN not making sure there was enough infrastructure out there to be able to carry this along. So it's just like aggressive implementation, then what next? Because if you have like a POS business or some cashless business, you're going to make a lot of money in the next 6 months. You're going to make a ton. And the policy by itself is good in terms of like it curtails I mean, I don't know if it's going to curtail inflation because the money supply is still the money supply. Demand still outstrips supply. So I don't think it's going to curtail inflation. But it will allow many people to start banking, and on the long run, you'll be able to, can you minimize me? On the long run, you'll be able to what's it called? The government will be able to tax more people because they will be formally banked. So long term, it's a good policy. Short term and implementation is terrible because a lot of people are going to suffer, especially the rural people that live in the rural areas.
Okay.
So
but don't you feel there's a little bit of pressure from the political side in order to achieve some especially when it comes to kidnapping, insecurity and all that, everything that we've been hearing about kidnapping, how they're exchanging money. Don't you think this is actually, timely?
No, it's not. I don't think so. Kidnappers can always ask for dollars. They can always ask for CFA. Money is still money. So I don't think it does that. They'll just put extra pressure for people to go and get dollars.
What about
before that.
sinister? What about, how do you see it? Anything sinister there as well?
Sinister. I mean, one won't be tempted to think that it's going to impact politicians, but I think politicians are smarter than all of us. They will have made additional moves to secure the cash they need, and you can see the way they want to do the rigging nowadays. You create special advisors, especially the governors. They create like 200,000 special advisors, and then you can distribute money and pay them as salary or stipend. You just distribute it through the banks, so you can be cashless. You can withdraw whatever you need to withdraw, the daily amount. I think it amounts to like $27 a day or something. You can withdraw over a week and use the cash you've withdrawn over a week to bribe people you need to bribe. So it doesn't affect politicians, in my opinion. They will get around it.
Okay, I think somebody wants to.
I'm not one man, Obia. Don't come and question me. I'm not a guest.
Yeah,
Eh?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. Quickly, you have 1 minute. I'm timing it, by the way.
I'm not gonna be long.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay.
1 minute. You're being timed.
I felt in this place there is a kind of procedure, the way things are supposed to run in Dr. Damages, so that you have to show your face.
All right, let me continue with my questions, so I don't waste my minute.
You're not. Am I wasting my own minutes? It's my prerogative.
I thought I was still the one talking.
No, I'm trying to ask you a question. He allowed me, so I will be brief.
You have 45 seconds for your question.
Okay, if I'm to show my face and we are supposed to show all our faces here, Kulata, why are you saying
is my face not showing?
Wait, please, can you just ask your question quickly, please?
That's my question. We want everyone's face to show. That's all.
Well, I'll leave Kulata to answer that. If you
I have technology limitations.
Okay. Does that satisfy your answer? Okay.
Does that satisfy you?
Welcome, Kulata. Have you finished? Are you done?
You guys were talking about Chatham House. I wanted to talk about Chatham House, but if I run out of time, that's fine.
Okay. I'm giving you 30 more seconds. Can you?
No, forget about it. Let's move on. If there's another,
Hecho, welcome back. Okay, Hecho, welcome back. You've already said a lot about the other topics. Is there anything you would like to say in 1 minute? Because we need to get to what keeps you up at night.
When they keep me up at night?
No. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Let's start what keeps you up at night. You can use that opportunity. 1 minute. Go.
Now the inhumanity when we don't become as a nation.
Okay.
Our humanity is dead. That's why we are behaving like even animals selves, they're not they treat their own like the way we treat ourselves. So make this our head, make we reset them.
Okay.
Because they call us monkey before.
Mm-hmm.
Now we don't confirm to them, we say we not just be monkey, we be original monkey.
Mm-hmm.
So make we wake up.
Okay.
There's no point of fighting each other.
Okay.
Because as long as we continue to fight each other, we can never unite and rebuild a new Nigeria for our children.
Okay.
I'm a social worker. The day a child asked me a question, he was from Liberia. He asked me, "Ma, where are you from?"
I'm going to have to stop you, unfortunately. Your time is up. Okay, please. I need to go on.
Let me just run that.
Okay. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. All right.
He said he was in a group home. He was in trouble, so he was taken from his parents.
Mm-hmm.
So he asked me, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm in Nigeria," with all joy. And he asked me, "Why are you so happy that you are in Nigeria?" That got my attention. Now why? He said they call me monkey. Somebody called me monkey in school. That we live on a tree. And I got into fight, and that brought me to a group.
All right. Thank you so much, Etro. Martins, welcome. I believe you've been here already. What keeps you up at night? We've started that.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh?
Hello, Martins. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Am I the only one? Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm actually happy to be here. I joined live earlier in the day, but before it could get to my time, I had a meeting that I had to attend. But anyway, the issue we are discussing about pertaining the currency issue, I don't think I have much to say about that because this government have actually inflict so much pain and distrust to the people, such that I don't think I can believe that any of their policies can be to the benefit of the people. So for that reason, I don't know. It's at the end of the day, it might be that God have touched their heart to make any policy that will benefit the people. But for me to say anything that there are any of the policies they are making now is to the benefit of the people, I doubt it. But I pray that that happens. That aside, other thing is there is something that always my mind that I don't really understand. That I really need, if there is anybody that have the answer here, I will appreciate to get a clarification on that. This issue of anytime P2B set itself to public address or questioning, or any interview, especially in North, people they keep asking him about Biafra and insecurity in the southeast. Both the sit at home, like the last comment that I think that was Nassau, that he went to one emir or something like that, that made a comment about issue of if his brother is to come to the east to sell goods, and it happened that people, his brothers, gave order of sit at home, and it happened that maybe their boss were on the road, and the day they are to get into the southeast, it happened to be that Monday, and something is happened to them, that kind of story. So I was wondering why all this kind of, and this keep coming up over and over again. That issue of Biafra, sit at home, unknown government, and insecurity in the southeast.
Thank you very
As
much.
if P2 is to be in the government that he is currently in this dispensation, as in the ruling government. Because
Martins,
I
thank
know
you very
that
much.
when P2 was the governor of Anambra State, there was no
Yeah.
at home at that time.
All right.
That question, throwing it on him, and people making it as if it is to be that votes that he is to get
Martins,
dependent on the insecurity or security of the
yeah.
southeast, which I know that doesn't have power over that. I don't really understand why that question, people will keep asking him that and keep making it look like if there is insecurity in the southeast, that people won't vote for
Absolutely.
P2
Martins, thank you
as
so
a
much.
presidential candidate that is running as a Nigerian president.
Martins, thank you so
So
much.
that's my
Yeah,
submission.
acknowledged. Yeah, your submission is acknowledged. Elvis Chimosu, welcome. I know you've been very patient. Thank you so much for being very patient. Now we are in the section of
He's
what.
muted. He's muted.
Oh. Yeah, he's unmuted now. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I'm hearing you very much.
Very well. Welcome to the show. I think this is your first time. Am I wrong?
Yes, it is.
This
It is.
is your first time. Where are you connecting from?
Right now, I'm connecting from Shanghai, in China.
Shanghai. Ni hao.
Mm. Ni hao. Ni hao, ma.
Okay. What keeps you up at night? I'll give you 3 minutes, just like I did to Martins, for this, because this is the first time you're actually 3 minutes on the clock. Go.
Thank you very much, man. My name is Elvis Chimoso. Actually, I live in Norway, but I'm in Shanghai now for some issues. Anyway, what keeps me at night is what Martin is saying. I don't understand what he's trying to say. I think if you want to be the president of Nigeria, it is relevant that people ask you questions and ask for solutions from you what you want to do. And Martin, my brother, if you think that the violent extremism in the South is the killing of Hebrews and the so-called people pretending to be freedom fighters and making it unsafe, it's not an issue. The presidential candidate coming from that area that he should have an answer to it. Then you don't understand politics. And anyway, the politics here is Bola Tinubu has used a diminishing question. I think what happened at that Chatham House.
Elvis, I
Yeah,
think you have a technical issue. It's your microphone on your because you're looking.
it
Yeah,
was
it's not sharp.
I'm sure it must be my how is it my I'm sure
It's
it
better.
might be
It's
my
better. Yeah, it was. There's a lot of
okay.
mono over it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, is it better now?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, a little bit better.
Yes. What I'm saying is that Bola Tinubu's candidacy, since this is the topic, politics of this diminishing point, is that it is an illustration of the state of affairs of the nation. Because after 7 years of total dysfunctionality from APC, and that they packaged somebody like Bola Tinubu, who, like every other person, if the presidential election now is like an interview, imagine going to a job interview and you carry 3 people with you and say, okay, if they ask you a question, you say other people should answer to you, and we are tolerating it. Then the most painful thing is that even to have respected people come and try to explain it away, that calls for that every Nigerian should actually wake up and see that we prevent that this does not happen again. Because actually, it's going to be a big, big catastrophe if we should allow APC back in government again. So I think that is my submission. But on the other hand, I feel that P2B also should answer and tell us what he will do, his plans for the Southeast, because this is the area that keeps me awake. I feel very bad as an Igbo man to see the insecurity happening in Igbo land, the radicalism, and that we are now killing ourselves because of nonsense we call Biafra, which I feel does not go well for us as a people. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so can I ask you some questions, follow-up questions on what you said? Because I know, your audio wasn't great. So that I'm clear, I'm clear on what I thought you said. And my question goes, have you read Peter Obi's manifesto? Have you taken his time? Because you're kind of saying that, you're alluding to the fact that maybe you're not very clear on what what he plans to do. Have you taken the time to read his manifesto? You're muted. Hold on, let me unmute you.
I am one of those who contribute to P2Bs, and I'm a fully obedient. I run a Twitter group called Nigerian for Peace and Justice.
Nice.
But I feel also we cannot give him a blank check. As a journalist, no way. I wrote and supported Buhari, thinking he will bring a change. So I feel that those coming in now to be Nigerian president, actually to represent us at all level, we need to know concretely what they want to do. I like P2B. He wants to unite, secure Nigeria and turn us into a production company. But the issue is that when you go to the north and they do not trust us and they tell you, oh, have you people heard what happened in Enugu yesterday, actually? This is why I joined.
No, we've discussed it on the show. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are issues we need to be sincere with ourselves and start healing this nation and building trust. And I feel P2B will gain more in the north by making a clear statement of how the people from the north can come to Alibo and feel safe. This is the issue, vice versa. This is what I'm trying to say. I support him. I do everything for him, even in China here. I've secured drones, I've secured body cams to make sure that in my own local government that we're able to secure it. But that does not mean we should not also tax him to be concrete about how to deliver. How many women is he going to have in his cabinet? How many young people will he have there? Let it not be a blank check again. And I think if we start doing that as obedient, we will also win those that are swing voters over to us. We'll also make those in the north trust us and see this as a unity, that we are coming with something very, very concrete. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, totally. And this time your audio was way better, so that's what I was trying to get out.
Yes, I removed this Bluetooth. Sometimes
Okay.
it's not very nice.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Elvis. Kenneth, we have a very back and forth relationship on this platform.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you mind if I go to Ade first? Because I know that
That's fine.
you hit the nail on the head sometimes. So I want to hear what you want to say. Ade, welcome very much. I also feel this is your first time on the platform.
Yes, thank you. This is my first time. Can you?
You're welcome. Where are you connecting from?
I'm connecting from Maryland in USA.
In the US, so you are in your comfort zone. So everything that we said today about the Agbado man, everything that we said today about Simon Ekpa, everything that we said today about the CBN, what's your take on it? How do you look at this from your comfort zone in Maryland?
Yeah, so I want to start by saying that I believe 100% in the candidacy of Peter Obi. And I feel this is another opportunity for Nigeria. We've had so many opportunities with Goodluck Jonathan. The opportunity was wasted. Buhari came, the opportunity has been wasted again. So this is another opportunity for Nigeria. But unfortunately, I am not sure. But I believe there is nothing impossible for God to do. Because I know if the people are really suffering and they believe that there is need for a change, they should be able to defend their vote and ignore any money from the politician. But the state governors being in APC and PDP all over the north and even in the east, in the southeast, there is even not a guarantee that there can be huge like that the LP can win every state in the Southeast because of the governors there. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done. And in my own small capacity here, I've been reaching out to everybody that I can in Nigeria to kind of convince people to support him. And I hope everyone is doing their own best too. And I just also want to comment on the IPOB, the Biafra agitation. I believe that everybody has a right to agitate, but I feel like there is a lot of opportunity to focus on demanding good governance from the South, from the Biafra governors. Like if we focus our energy on our state government and demand accountability and good governance, if the whole of Biafra turn to a standard of good governance, it will be easy to sell anybody from Southeast to the whole of Nigeria, because we can say, okay, come and look at Biafra land. Biafra is working. But it is not until we have a country called Biafra that we can deliver the dividend of democracy to the people of Biafra. So I think all the energy that we are spending in agitation, we can spend it in demanding good governance. In even the Southeast government, there is no unity among all the government there. So that is where I think we should start from. And I just want to beg everybody, whoever can speak to everybody down there, so that we don't use this agitation to affect the chances of Peter Obi in 2023. That's just what I want to say.
Oh man, I still have 20 seconds for you. Thank you so much for using your time so effectively. Does anybody have a question for Ade or a rebuttal? Else, I'll just go to Val.
Yes, I still have my own what's keeping up, but I just want to chip in something towards what Mr. Ade and Mr. Elvis said. So when it comes to, let me address Mr. Ade first. When it comes to employing the Biafrans to go after their state governors to demand for good governance, I think we've been doing that, but we are being faced with armed police and army whenever we demand such. So they are surrounded with police and armies. So we are being shut down each time we ask for this. I don't want to say anything against Peter Obi, but this is it.
we can't even talk in the southeast. You talk, you'll be arrested. You'll be imprisoned. You'll be labeled all manner of allegations and called, and referred to as a criminal. So they are using the police might from the federal government, the soldiers, the armies from the federal government to shut us down. And that is why some of us resorted to waging war against them in the name of Biafra. Now, concerning Obi's questioning of Obi, I think Mr. Mastin said that he doesn't know why Obi should be questioned whenever he go to the north for campaign. Yeah, I agree with Mr. Evans. Obi should be questioned, and Obi should be able to tell us how he's going to secure the southeast and other part of Nigeria. But this is it. Obi has been saying that he's been very clear and concrete with his response. He stated that he is going to dialogue with all agitating groups. I don't know how else he should, he will be able to address that. He is not the president yet, but he has given us his assurance. He has given us the assurance that he's going to dialogue with them, right? So I think what left for us now is to hold him accountable when he's unable to do that. However, on the other hand, those northern elite or northern politicians that always are after will be asking him such questions, they should be able to also tell us how they will be able to their candidate, maybe northern candidate, should be able to tell us how they are going to secure northeast, northwest, and north central or middle belt, because these areas are more insecure than even the southeast. So they should be able to answer such questions. Shouldn't be targeted to be alone all the time. Yes. And so southeast is even more secure than all these places.
No.
So should I go on my own? What keeps me up at night?
I'll keep you. I'll come back to you. You said
okay, thank you.
Respond. I'll come back to you. I'll give you.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Val, I'm so sorry. I know you've been quietly waiting for your turn. I really appreciate your patience. What keeps you up at night, Val?
Okay, sorry. So thank you very much. So what keeps me up at night is what's happening in the southeastern part of Nigeria and Nigeria by extension, because I know that we fight ourselves because we don't understand how politics works. For most of us, for most Nigerians, don't understand how politics works. And I listen to this program whenever I have the opportunity to anyway. And I know someone like Ovie say some pragmatic things that are obtainable in our politics, but people just rubs it off, and people are so idealistic and not realistic about how politics works. And if we really understand how politics works, then it will help us not to fight ourselves, but to organize in a better way to be able to confront the political class. So I hope that we'll be interested in learning politics, so that we'll stop killing ourselves, stop fighting ourselves, and stop forming organizations that are counterproductive to our collective good. So that's actually what keeps me up at night. I want peace. I want proper education and understanding, and a better Nigeria.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much for being succinct. Proud Bia, Proudly Bia, what keeps you up at night? You have a minute.
What keeps me up at night?
Yes.
Is womanhood.
Okay.
Which is worldwide. It goes just beyond Nigeria, because I believe that every woman, every child born as a woman today should be given opportunity. Not that they not like you have to give it on a platter of gold, but be treated not in an inhuman way worldwide. For me now, sometimes I feel that at some point it will be a crime to be a woman, and there's nothing wrong in me saying confidently that I'm a woman. And for the unborn women to come in the future, what is there for them in the world of hostility? Not just what is happening in Southeast. Even in Southeast and in Nigeria, women suffer more than men. No one is saying that all the rapes that are happening, all the abuses, there is no hope for a woman child born in Africa, in Nigeria. And then worldwide, even here in the West, it seems as if women have opportunity, but there are always inequalities. When I went to school, there is always inequalities. I'm not fighting for women's rights, but at least some human beings be humane.
All right,
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, you're thank you for being succinct. Um,
I support the sister. I support the sister.
excellent.
I support you. Actually, we need to do more about gender-based violence. Actually, it's an issue I work with too. So anything that promotes women, especially in politics, we see it. We should demand that we elect more women into politics, so that we can able to enhance their qualities. Having said that, I want also to remind you that when it comes to progress, most Nigerian women have made their mark internationally.
Yep.
The deputy leader of United Nations is a woman. She's a Nigerian. The leader of World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, is a woman. So Chimamanda. So we even recently got a brigadier general in the U.S. Army.
I mean,
So we should also count our blessings while
no,
we work further for
I'm,
empowerment. Thank you very
I'm,
much.
I'm a student of history, and I can tell you, without women, the Nigerian independence wouldn't happen. Because if you look at the build-up that started from the 1929 protests down to the abdication of the Alake of Egbaland, Fela's mother's role in that, and down to the Gari Wars in Lagos, these were all the things that helped the NCNC put pressure on the colonial powers to leave. So without Kwame Nkrumah says you can gauge you can measure the level of revolutionary awareness by the actual awareness of the political awareness of its women. I'm not paraphrasing it very well, but it's in Kwame Nkrumah's book on our politics. Thank you for waiting. What keeps you up at night?
Nah, man, this is not the time to. I sleep at night because, as I said, we the Concosias are starting up our campaign on Monday, so
Okay.
we need sound sleep to actually navigate the country. So I'm not having sleepless nights.
So how you want to take reach there from London? Air Commodore skills. I mean, how you want to go start your?
Sorry,
You don't
what's the
understand what
question?
yeah? You
What's
need
the
to
question?
understand. I said, how you want to fly and reach Nigeria from US on Monday?
Oh, that, I don't know what that
Your
now.
Air Commodore skills.
No. We have. We say we know how to use internet now. Forget it will be about it. What are you talking about? Now only a bit they know how to use internet. Obi now get problems. They need to go clear the Southeast first. That's where their competition is. So yes, I know we are ready, and Mona follow my channel on our politics.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Ovia has his own channel called All on Our Politics on YouTube. Please subscribe. I know. Okay, Pride Libya, you also have.
I have my own new
Go ahead.
channel. It's called The Expressionist. Okay, so
Expressionist.
guys, join in.
Join in on the discussion. The more the merrier. The more we can discuss this, the diverse nature of it. We're going to come out with something quality. At least history does suggest that.
Mr. Swag, we to get a YouTube
I
channel.
just share my time. How do they share my time now? Mona, wait.
Ovia, I thought you have finished.
You have no time. You're done.
If I talk now, they go say they raise voice against women. So make a keep quiet, make them finish.
Ovia, make I advertise my own channel.
It's okay. There is God.
On a more serious note.
Ovia, wait, no vex. Continue.
On a more serious note, this idea.
Now let you come.
Okay, go ahead, please.
On a more serious note, this delusion, this idea that we just wake up overnight and want to produce president. I don't know. I've never seen it happen before. So we need to do more. If we want to produce our own president by 2035, this is when we're going to start it. I don't want to follow that guy argue to talk about NSAS 90. NSAS was not a movement. It has never been a movement. That's not how you do a movement. Movement that produce president, not be by violent or gra-gra. But of course, which I know, on our politics, no not follow me. Again, my advice: do not die in their wall. When I see that they hug themselves for church, they flex. They no send us. They no send me. I know a Kenesh. I don't meet a Kenesh before. I know if we see me, we will see.
Cannot
see some people.
I don't carry problem for head.
I know.
I don't carry anybody for head.
Okay. Kulata, what keeps you up at night?
Nothing keeps me up at night.
Show your face.
The main thing is we've seen the manifestos of all the major candidates. Kwakwanso and Obi's manifesto, it will require the House and the Senate to be able to execute anything. So they're going to be, if either of them gets elected, they're going to be the biggest lame duck presidents we've had from day one. And the two elderly ones, you have to pray they don't die in office. So it doesn't keep me up at night, but it's just things for you guys to consider.
I have a question for you though. Don't you think Obi can still make effective Obi and Kwankwaso can make they can they can make their plans go into fruition through executive fiat? What do you think
Nope.
about that?
Outside
Anything
that,
you do,
NNPP has a candidate in every elected position across the country, from councillor from every ward to the presidency.
Okay, all right.
We not just come to the National Assembly empty-handed.
Okay, the question was for Kulata. Calm down.
When Obi came in as the governor, he came through ABGA, and there was no ABGA state of House of Assembly members in the House. They were all PDP, but Obi was able to navigate through them all. So the thing is, when you have a good policy that the people embrace, nobody is going to stop you, not even the House. This is a policy that will benefit both the members of the House and the masses. So they are not that stupid as we are seeing them. They are not that dumb. They are human beings. They have heart. Most of them have kids. They have children. They have wives. They have relatives. So where you come to their house and your wife is embracing what Obi is saying, your children, they are all embracing it. You must have to succumb to that and have it, have him have his way.
Okay, can I? No,
So
I need to mute you now so I can go to Kulata. All right, Kulata, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know why people are comparing an homogeneous space into an heterogeneous space. Everybody will get to learn Civics 101 by February next year, God willing. The federal government doesn't work like a state government of the same people, the same religion, the same everything. We're talking about diversity in as much as you can imagine diversity. So anyway, talk to you guys later.
It is just in 70 days. We see all this.
Anyways, let the best man win. Augustine, welcome back. We're doing. Oh, sorry, wait, Augustine. I almost Pastor has been preparing his sermon since with the fire from above. So let me, please, Augustine, please don't be annoyed. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to
No, it's okay.
Go
I'm
ahead.
with you.
I'll come after John. I'll come to Augustine.
No problem. We are in this together, so
right.
No cause for alarm. Nothing really keeps me up at night when it comes to Nigerian politics and all that is going on. What keeps me up at night when I see some of my brothers and sisters play into the hands of politicians and think that take it personal. State government is not the federal government, and if you compare it that way, it's not gonna. It make my heart beat. We are in the Western world, and the Western world is like we have something to learn. No nation is a perfect nation, just like no individual. But I'll continue to watch history and look at the history, and I see my brothers and sisters. I can't wait for February to come and go, so we all can reconcile and hug each other again, and the ordinary Nigerian can live their life. But I'm so sorry for some of my brothers. If you ever believe that Obi is going to win the presidency, I don't want to say the word I want. I want to be pastor today, so maybe tomorrow after Sunday service, I'll be something else. Thank you.
It always seems impossible until it's done.
Until it's done. Okay, good. All right, Augustine.
Now,
what keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night is when I know that we have a common enemy, but we are scattering ourselves from different directions. Okay. That's just what keeps me up at night. If I hear people talk all the time, I always want to say something. I don't like seeing things from my eyes. Everything to my eyes is good. No. Sometimes some things I can do are also bad. So it doesn't mean because I did it is correct. So that's just one thing I always want to say. When I see people fighting for different directions, I'll just keep on laughing. And there's one thing I wanted to chip in the other person say. Buhari has sometimes used his executive powers in this present dispensation. Why do you feel that Obi cannot use his executive powers as well? And going through, there was one time somebody said Obi is alone. Now, Somebody says from the manifesto he needs the House to do something, we still criticize. So I don't see why there are things that cannot be done. I always believe one thing, and I want to speak on, maybe let me just try to run very fast because I know just a few minutes. I would like to really speak on this. I don't always buy to that thing that it can never be done, it cannot be done. I know somebody very well. When he was in a state school, he did his undergraduate. He blasted first class. They say it was a state school, go to federal. He went to federal in the masters, blast the first class. They say you are a local champion. He went abroad to the United States. In the class, he's a black person, blast the highest grade. Now I say, why would they talk waiting because he won't just talk? Obi can still go there with no member in the house. Do the right thing. And those who are corrupt in the house will not fight you. Now, when they do the wrong thing, they go to fight you. If you thief your money, Ogami, I go thief my own. But if you no thief, they no go tell you anything. Because once you tell the people that look, see what is happening, they will know that they will be on fire. So if he does the right thing, it will be difficult to beat him. It will be very difficult. And they will pass that bill that he sends to them by force because he has nothing to hide.
Okay, Augustine, thank you so much.
Good thing is that as soon as Obi wins, a lot of them will cross carpet.
The time I owe you, this is it. Okay, let's be very clear.
Oh,
right, go.
Okay.
1 minute.
Okay, this is it, right? We are talking about Tinubu as you know, what keeps me out here, what keeps me up at night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the fact that some Nigerians are still queuing behind somebody like Tinubu. As feeble as he is, you see a young youth, educated youth, campaigning for him, and that keeps me wondering, where is our brain now? The fact that more than 60 million Nigerians are having a mental issue, does it mean that you found the number in most of the young youth? You know, I thought when you are getting old, that is when your mental ability will begin to decline. But that is not madness anyway. But I don't know why most Nigerian youths are making me to believe that they are among that the good number of them are among the 60 million that are having mental problem. But this is it. Tinubu, we know the history behind Shetima as a governor, where the head of the terrorist organization, the Boko Haram group, their leader was found in Chetima's house, and somebody like El Rufai even openly stated that he was paying Boko Haram terrorists for them to stop killing. So these two people are in what do they call it? Tinubu's government, and you, as a young adult, a reasonable person, you're still campaigning for these people. You know what is going to play out. Tinubu is going, and everybody is going anyway. Everybody will eventually go, but his own time is up already, or very close. So when he leaves, Shetima takes over, and this is when you guys will see the real terrorism in Nigeria. This is what you're seeing right now is a child's play. Have Tinubu there, and then see how Fulani will seize that country for the rest of your life and bring the real terrorism there.
Okay.
So it keeps me up at night why people are not reasoning.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth. Welcome, Adewale. I apologize for keeping you backstage for I don't know how long, but
you did that on purpose.
Okay, and I apologize on purpose. I apologize on purpose.
You didn't want me to join the show when it's still on. You wanted to be over with when you now had me.
I apologize. I didn't, looking at everything. But anyways, what keeps you up at night?
You keep me so up at night. Where's Dr. Damages? He ran away.
He had an emergency. He had to leave. He's a family man now.
Who gave him permission to leave? The man just disappeared.
He's a family man.
So somebody accused him of being biased. Whenever they discuss Tinubu, we talk about Biafra. Mr. Pansa said that in the comment. I read it earlier.
Yeah, Mr. Pansa has been very active.
And nothing really keeps me up at night anymore. The election in Nigeria doesn't keep me up at night. The election is settled and it's a done deal. But the only thing that gives me concern is the unity of the country.
Right.
The more it lingers, the division lingers, the more problem we will continue to have. I will continue to have this discussion. So I think whoever wins the elections, the main priority should be how to unite the country, have equal representation. I'm not talking about religion now this time around, because it is obvious that religion has been a division among us. I don't know why we are fighting for something that is foreign. I try, even though we may speak different language. See, I don't know you, you don't know me, right? I'm sure probably you're not Yoruba, but then I see you as my brother, right? I see other women as my sister and my mother as well. So I hope and my prayer is that Nigerians that lives in Nigeria, not us, because we are privileged, we are abroad, right? So I hope Nigerians see themselves in that uh, angle and embrace each other and see what they cannot see because we know better because we're abroad. People back home don't see it that way. Once money enters pocket, my brother, they will sing a new song. Oh, you see all those hand they shake, let the money, money, money has its own language. Okay, you can imagine a state that is known to be a fountain of knowledge. At the end of the day, when money change hands, they elected to somebody that well, I don't want to go further. Anyway, a nice journey, you guys. Nothing keeps me up. It's just that we should do more to foster more unity in our midst. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Dozier, welcome. What keeps you up at night? You have 3 minutes. So, yeah.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
What keeps me up at night is that it's not about politics, and it's not about Nigerian election. It's not about mainly religion, but it's about the way we black people reason things and the way we understand things. There are two ways of life: theory and practical. Black people will choose theory, and we did not choose practical. But in the Western world where we all live, I believe almost all of us here live in Western world. Western world, they believe in practical. That is the reason why when you go to Africa, every African nation, I've traveled to 17 African countries, and I've traveled to 13 European countries. I live in London, so I see how things goes over there. So when you go see in the Western world, even in part of Asian countries, it's all about practical. That is the reason why when it comes to African people, when I talk about Africa, the reason why I'm saying this, I'm a Pan-Africanist in a way. So when I talk about Africa, I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about black people, wherever you find yourself. All the so-called Caribbean countries, they're all black. They're all African. So the way we do things is very wrong. You come to in terms of politics, everybody is speaking English, speaking English, speaking English. But practicalizing those things that you are talking about, none of them is able to do so. And that is the reason why black people were all lacking behind. In every aspect, we are behind. Black people believe in whatever that is created for them, without asking question of who created it. I said this last time I was here on this show. I said the same thing. Kene, you were here that day.
Yeah.
H.O. was here. We believe, we don't ask questions. Adewolu that just, I think he's gone now. Adewolu mentioned, he made a comment, said that he doesn't know why we are fighting for foreign, something about foreign, which is something that's not meant for us. But he forgot that Nigeria that he's fighting for is also foreign. Somebody created it. It's not God did not create Nigeria. Human being created it. Whatever, anything that we know the history, how that thing was formed or how the thing came into existence was not made by God. Human created it. That's the human ideology. So we need to change the way we do things in the way that When we say something, we should be able to ask questions. Today, I so much regret what is happening around us as black people. And that is the reason why I give our forefathers so much credit than us. I prefer our forefathers than we living today. The reason why I'm saying this is because when the white man came to us, our forefathers, none of them speaks English. But for them to have that courage, the sense of realizing that these people that came into their land, is which is a threat to them. That was the reason why they began to fight. Which means if we today, if we were our forefathers, we were not, we wouldn't even be able to realize the threat. We will not be able to recognize that the presence of those foreigners were threats to us. Because today we have opportunity to speak English. Many of us studied more than the English people that introduced this so-called education. There are so many black people in the world you will meet. They speak English more than English people. And that is the reason why when you go to Oxford University, you see a lot of black lecturers over there. That shows you that black people, which means we are doing well in that aspect, copying the ideology of Western world. But at the end of the day, we're supposed to ask questions. What is Nigeria? What is this so-called politics? When you go back to the history of Africa, which is black people, I will tell you how they started governing us. Look at it. I don't want to go back to the history. I was a security supervisor in British Museum for 4 years and 8 months. I read a lot in there. So, look at the way these people govern us. During olden days, it was kingship. During the kingship, do you know what happened? The oldest kingdom on the planet Earth was the kingdom of Pharaoh of Egypt. What happened? That kingdom was brought down in order to promote the kingdom for the Western world to be promoted.
Dozier, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Hello? Am I the only one who is not able to hear Dozier?
No, we can't hear him.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you anymore. Dozier?
He's muted.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute him, but it's not working. It's muted. What happened?
Big brother Jose, you are muted.
I'm trying to unmute you. Anyways, if you can go out and... Okay, you're muted now. Yeah, go ahead. No, we still can't hear you. I can't hear you. No, I can't hear you. Wow, it's... I think it's unfortunate, but that means that we will gradually have to draw down the curtain.
Well, let me say something. I want to send message to Ekpa. Kene, I'm happy that your temper has calmed down. So we can now send you to Simon Ekpa. Brother Kene, help us to tell Simon Ekpa to cool temper. And he should not stand on that road that the northeast there will be no election. If we don't do election in the east, we are cheating ourselves. So please, Brother Kene, help tell Simon Ekpa that make it cool temper, make it tell the people for the east to vote and vote wisely, so that we can have somebody up there who will be willing to sit down with us to dialogue and resolve this long, long problem that is causing all this crisis. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bia, proudly Bia. Thank you, Val. Thank you, Augustine. Thank you, Hetro. I really appreciate. I really enjoyed today, and I've learned a lot. At least there's some things I have in my notes that I have to go and read. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Yeah, he's not around here, but I definitely know there's another show tomorrow with the policy expert from Sweden. I forget his name, but yeah. So I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. Bye.